This is Audible.
Country of the Blind by Christopher Brookmyre. Narrated by Angus King. Part 1. We are a party whose sole purpose through the centuries has been to win and retain political power. Malcolm Rifkind, Conservative Foreign Secretary, 1996. Chapter 1. If Nicole Carroll was being absolutely honest with herself, her most substantial reason for believing Thomas McInnes was innocent was that he had made her a nice cup of tea. She hadn't been a lawyer long, but she still suspected she might need more than that in court. Her 2 weeks experiencing the practical application of Scots law had demonstrated a few divergences from its more familiar English cousin, but she'd yet to find precedent for a special defence of refreshing herbal infusion. Nicole had anticipated an uncomfortable breaking-in period in Glasgow, acclimatising herself to the city, the people, and the notorious weather, and was prepared for feeling like a fish out of water in the job for a while. However, her vision of in at the deep end had nonetheless proven short-sighted. She'd naively assumed it would be a bit more than a fortnight before she was representing the accused in a crime that had shaken the world. Obviously, the contents of the oh-so-mysterious envelope had raised her hopes and stiffened her resolve. But the sober reality was that, as Mr. Campbell had pointed out, they merely thickened the plot her client was embroiled in, and apart from briefly delighting a few conspiracy theorists, would ultimately be of more use to the prosecution. The cold facts remained that McInnes, his son Paul, one Robert Hannah, and one Cameron Scott, had been apprehended fleeing the grounds of Craig Urquhart House in Perthshire, that the Dutch media mogul Roland Vos, his wife Helen, and their 2 bodyguards had been found murdered within, that when Paul McInnes was detained, he was soaked in blood, and that an attempt had been made to open Vos's bedroom safe. McInnes and Hannah had been members of the Robin Hoods, as the tabloids had tagged them, a gang responsible for a series of country house break-ins over a short but prolific period during the mid-1980s, the name referring to the profession of pilfering from the rich, and conveniently ignoring their omission of the giving to the poor part. A speculative early spin on the story was that their loathing of the wealthy must have become intensified during their embittered prison terms, and that, whether entirely for their own motives or willingly insisting someone else's, they had meted out terrible revenge upon their perceived oppressors by murdering Vos, an international icon of arrogant, even decadent, and some would say thuggish, tycoonery. This seemed to be borne out by the police's revelation that while the bodyguards had been shot, once each, middle of the forehead, very quick, very clean, very efficient, Vos and his wife had been tied up and their throats cut. It hadn't taken a pathologist to work out that Helen had been murdered in front of Vos before they dispatched him too. It had been a particularly cruel and vicious crime, undoubtedly evidencing a heartless brutality born of violent, furious hatred. And there had been something sickeningly demonstrative about it, thrusting its depravity before the public and forcing them to look at it. It seemed to crave their disgust, to solicit their repulsion, while at the same time its very publicness sought to rob Vos of his aura by the posthumous humiliation of such a sordid and conspicuous death. Death often built legends, lent greater stature to mere men, and granted them the immortality of public mythology. But murder could be insult through injury, a faultless disgrace and an irredeemable theft of dignity, which burnt the oil portrait of a proud man and replaced it in the public eye with a grainy police black and white of a withered corpse, helpless and bested by no worthy foe, but some, and by extension any, rogue whelp. Nicole couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu as she remembered Robert Maxwell's watery demise, the unreality, the impropriety of death paying a visit to one of the untouchable 3 Rs, Rupert, Robert, and Roland. Maxwell had seemed a figure so proverbially larger than life, a looming presence in and behind the media, and a figure she had, young in years, grown used to assuming would always be there. Someone the everyday realities of life wouldn't touch, whose very irritatingness seemed to guarantee he would be around forever, so you'd better get used to it, like the common cold or washing powder ads. She remembered how the radio bulletin had sounded like a joke. Rich tycoons don't fall off boats. If they do, they turn up later, safe and sound, then write a book about it and bore us all on chat shows, telling the world how the publicity— their lives flashed before them. Even while he was missing, those uncertain hours of anxious speculation and dismal journalism, she'd assumed Maxwell would be found boomingly alive, having spent the whole time enjoying the amorous advances of a short-sighted minke whale. But no. The only whale they found was a dead one, floating off the Tenerife coastline, and the Colossus had indeed been felled. And actually, after all, no, the world didn't miss him. Even before the pension fund stories broke, he'd started to become a smaller and smaller figure. Just a dead businessman whose appetite for self-publicity had meant there was no one left to blow his trumpet now he was gone. He wasn't a giant after all, and history would make less and less of him with every passing day. The famously ebullient financial health of Voss's empire, and his status in the UK as one of the Conservative Party's favourite businessmen, meant that the inevitable eulogising and necro-sycophancy by sufficiently important figures would safeguard his stature in certain circles for at least a while. However, the reality was that ultimately he would be remembered more for being murdered than for any of his achievements while alive. God, who could tell you two things about Lord Mountbatten, for instance? E-I-E-I-O. It was like that joke about the shepherd who, in addition to his traditional duties, had built half the houses in his village, repaired 24 boats, and knocked out all comers in unarmed combat, bemoaning the fact that he was never referred to as Hamish the Builder, Chandler, or Boxer. "I shag one sheep." Nicole remembered someone once saying that killing a man takes away all he is and all he might ever be. But some murders can also take a sizable swipe out of everything a man ever was. And this was one of them. To say the country was shocked wasn't even clear in your throat, never mind an understatement. In the 6 months since Dunblane, the people of Britain had become reaccustomed to a world where unimaginable atrocity took place only beyond the removes of oceans or fictions. A spring and summer dominated by images of confused bovines, inside and outside Downing Street, had provided a comfort blanket of mundanity as they reassimilated themselves into the very British realm of the unremarkable. Then, this. It had been a slow burn, starting from the first sketchy and seemingly incredible reports breaking at the tail end of the BBC News that police had found a number of bodies in a country mansion in Perthshire. Nicole remembered the panic in the reporter's voice, perhaps contemplating the consequences if they got this one wrong, as he stated that, "Although it is as yet unconfirmed, we have reason to believe that the media magnate Roland Voss has been staying at Craig Urquhart House with his wife Helen. So far the police have stated only that the bodies of 3 men and 1 woman have been discovered, and that they are treating all 4 deaths as murder." By the first ridiculous bong of ITN's late evening bulletin, the bodies were believed to be those of Roland Voss, his wife Helen, and 2 bodyguards. 5 minutes in, it was confirmed that Voss and his wife had been staying in the house. By 12 minutes, the police had told the programme's Scotland correspondent that the killings were sickeningly brutal and sadistic. But further details were not yet available. Stay tuned. The nation was allowed to relax briefly, while they learnt that their anuses need never again suffer the ravages of plain old bog-roll now that the scientific breakthrough of the decade had delivered a quilted version. That 2 80s refugees with a coffee fixation still hadn't shagged, and that 19th century French peasants derived materialistic comfort from paying over the odds for a bland, gassy chemical passing itself off to the gullible as beer. After the break, the day's other main stories were shunted out, as it emerged that the police were holding 4 men in connection with the deaths, and by the end of an extended programme, it was stated with bass-toned gravity that a terrorist motive had not been ruled out. Nicole had noticed that the situation was deemed to be so serious, and the mood so sombre, that Trevor didn't even try to revive the viewer's spirits with an amusing, "and finally," clip. This meant the scheduled report from Wigan about a hamster who could play Waltzing Matilda by farting into a series of colour-coded test tubes would presumably be held over until the next night, when the last story might be about a plane crash in Zambia which, despite claiming 230 lives, had pathetically failed to turn up one corpse holding a British passport, and was therefore not important. By the time the specially convened and unprecedented Sunday news night went out, the cops were getting less reticent. Police initially thought that tonight's tragic and bloody events might have been the results of a burglary gone wrong, or even that the killings were part of a contingency, but they are now saying that, given the profile of Mr. Voss and his well-known links with the Conservative Party, together with the sheer ruthlessness of the killings, they have to consider all possibilities at this stage. Yes, Nicole had thought, especially when the Prevention of Terrorism Act allows you to hold your suspects for 6 days without letting them talk to a lawyer. Although Roland Voss was best known in the UK for his newspaper and pay TV interests, the strainingly stern-faced reporter continued, it should be remembered that his empire spans many countries, many businesses, and many industries, including arms manufacture. As a result, Mr. Voss had no shortage of enemies, and seemed sometimes to publicly revel in the fact, playing up to what he liked to call his prize-fighter image. Indeed, you may recall that after the 1992 general election, when his newspapers were accused of some very low blows in their campaign coverage, it was hinted by Labour sources that were they ever to win power, he would be one score they would never forget to settle. His words at the time were, famously, "If the British Labour Party was the most dangerous enemy I had to worry about, I'd sleep easier tonight. In fact, if it was in the top 10, I'd sleep easier tonight." That is perhaps why the police are anxious not to jump to any conclusions regarding the motives behind tonight's atrocities. As one police source told me, the fact that the bedroom safe appears to have been tampered with does not necessarily mean robbery was the principal objective, especially as at this stage it has not been established whether anything was in fact stolen. Eventually, out of facts and out of quotes, they moved on to reaction, which in most cases was blank disbelief. You could see it on the faces of the few establishment grandees who could bring themselves to be interviewed. System error does not compute. Ordinary people get murdered. Poor people got murdered. Black people got murdered. Women got murdered. We don't get murdered. Occasionally, one of us manages to off himself by mistake with the wife's knickers over his head or gets found upside down in a septic tank after a share crash. But we don't get done in by the unwashed when we're trying to enjoy a spot of hunting and fishing in the countryside. We are safe from that sort of thing. Aren't we? One by one, they struggled to make sense of it. In a repetitive litany of incredulity, confusion, and white-faced horror solicited by the noticeably unsettled anchorman, who was plainly wishing it wasn't Peter Snow's night off. And as no one could make sense of it, thoughts turned instead to retribution. The only way forward after such a senseless loss of precious human life was to, kill someone else. Rent-a-quote time. "This is an outrage of unprecedented proportion," blustered one ruddy-faced Tory backbencher, perhaps forgetting about an awful lot of dead Irish people, perhaps not. "And if there was ever a stronger argument for the return of the death penalty, then I can't think of it." No, I'll bet you can't, Nicole had thought. Lack of the death penalty as a punitive sanction in a case like this makes a mockery of British justice. said another apoplect, as one by one they hitched their agendas to the back of the bandwagon of indignation rolling out from Perthshire. Well documented that Roland Voss was a strong advocate of the death penalty, and it would certainly be his wish that these men were made to pay that price for what they have done tonight. How long will we continue to listen to so-called liberal excuses over the death penalty as outrage follows outrage, atrocity follows atrocity, murder follows murder, and soundbite follows soundbite? Well, of course, with the Autumn Party Conference coming up soon in Blackpool, the annual calls for the return of hanging are bound to be all the louder, and all the more difficult to shout down. Ah, yes. There was the rub. Need something to resuscitate the party faithful at the last get-together before the election in the spring, if they can hang on that long. By the time the first edition front pages were flipped briefly before the camera at the end of the show, the mood of the lynch mob had reached hysteria. "Hang these bastards now!" led Voss's own flagship tabloid, one frothing voice amidst a baying clamour. "Scum 4 must die!" screamed the next. 4 lives for 4 lives, demanded yet another, with a strap elaborating, "Voss murders. Nation calls for return of hanging." It struck Nicole that the Nation must have called the paper directly, given the short time between the story breaking and its going to press. But who could say? The Nation had clearly made up its mind, and it would be a brave or foolish person who stood before it and argued the contrary. God help whatever poor bastard ends up defending that lot, she had muttered to herself as she switched the TV off, before taking her empty cornflakes bowl into the kitchen, then going to bed. Her radio alarm clock woke her up the next morning with the news that she was a poor bastard in need of divine intervention. Holding the men overnight under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, with the approval and, indeed we are told, concerned assistance of the Scottish Secretary, Alistair Dalgleish. 2 of the men, Thomas McInnes and Robert Hannah, served 7-year sentences for their parts in what became known as the Robin Hood break-ins, and police say they are investigating possible political motivations and exploring any links these men might have established with terror groups, particularly European left-wing factions, given Mr. Voss's media interests on the continent. Nicole sat bolt upright in bed, turning the volume louder and listening in frustration to more pompous conjecture as she waited for the names and their connections to be repeated, just to confirm she hadn't been confusing the remnants of her last dream with the words from the radio that had stirred her. She remained glazed-eyed and entranced for a few more fuzzy-headed seconds, as her just-woken brain struggled to cope with the pace of her thoughts. She reached over and switched off the radio with a tut, its tinny burbling an irritating distraction as she attempted to process the information she had just received. Last night, like everyone else in the world, she just couldn't believe it, but had been gradually forced to accept the truth of this incredible development, as a stark fact was coloured in with details, quotes, and human emotional response. Nonetheless, there had remained an unreality about it, in common with all truly momentous events, perhaps because the news industry had for so long made its living from over-dramatising the banal. This belief was a reaction born of so much wolf-crying, with the public so desensitised by the hyperbole with which the most tedious events were related, and a deceitful exaggeration with which the most harmless quote could be twisted or recontextualised to create a sensation where there was barely a story, that when something truly remarkable happened, you just couldn't deal with it. The media, having robbed every superlative of its meaning through misuse and overuse, did not have the vocabulary with which to convey such import. Once you've used up all your language of astonishment on Hugh Grant getting his cock sucked, how do you express the shock of 30 schoolchildren being gunned down in a gym hall? Or of one of the world's most powerful businessmen being forced to watch his wife bleed to death before having his own cartridge opened as his bodyguards lie slain in the hall outside? Usually, it all got more real in the light of day, as you woke up and found that you hadn't dreamt it, and, most importantly, as you realised that the world had failed to stop, and that apart from having to listen to tail-chasing discussions on the subject, it wasn't actually going to affect your life. But this morning, the confirmation that it was all still there, Foss still dead, shocker, had been accompanied by the realisation that it was going to affect Nicole's life. Thomas McInnes. This was a man she knew, that they were talking about, no longer some face in the paper or a name on the radio. A man who had sat down in front of her only a matter of days ago. A man whose voice, clothes, face she could remember. And by extrapolation, he was one of the men all those MPs and journalists last night had said they wanted to see hang. One of the perpetrators of the most audacious crime of the decade. One of the men who had slaughtered 4 human beings in cold blood. Which was where it broke down. And with his son involved too. How could that possibly have come about? What was this? The generation game does armed robbery? Brucey.
Let's see. They've got the toaster, the tea's made, the fondue set, the cuddly toy. OK, they lose marks for the 4 dead bodies, but rather than that, didn't they do well?
She could not believe it. Blank, staringly, simply could not believe it. A mocking voice told her she sounded like a serial killer's next-door neighbour.
You'd never have thought. He was so quiet. You hardly knew he was there. Very polite to speak to.
So she searched for something solid, some rationale that could support her instinct in the face of all the evidence that was already in the public domain, and all the evidence that was bound to merge in the coming days and weeks. Exhibit A, Your Honour. 1 cup of tea, milk, and 2 sugars. The defence rests. God help us. In mitigation, it had been a very good cup of tea. After the self-doubt maelstrom of the first 2 days, she had thought that if she could get through the first week of the job, she might find her stride, start to galvanise herself, get into the role, and gradually remember the plans she had and the ambitions that had driven her this far. And she did, battling through with her eyes fixed on Friday evening like a shipwrecked sailor's on the shore ahead. She had been most grateful not to know anybody in the city, because if she had begun to unburden herself, she feared she would crumble completely. She had gone out for a drink after work with her bosses on the Monday, and with Ian, her fellow subordinate, on the Wednesday. But in a way, she had still been in character. None of them knew her from any other context, so she could hide behind her mask until she felt confident enough to take it off. Unfortunately, it's the second week that gets you. That's when you realise that last week wasn't hell because you were new and inexperienced, but simply because that's what it's like to work here. When you see an eternity of all the things you hated most on that first Monday morning, preoled out towards the horizon, the dingy Portakabin-esque offices, like a candidate for demolition in a street otherwise embarrassed by its wealth of architectural splendour, the musty smell of suspiciously damp books, the rows of hideously 70s grey metal filing cabinets, like a set left over from a Monty Python sketch, the flickering strip lighting, and the glowering low cloud outside the drafty windows. That's when you realise that this is not a game, but what you do when you grow up. Thomas McInnes had appeared in the afternoon of that awful second Monday, right after our meeting with Mrs. McGrotty. Her first appointment of the day had been with a shriveled-looking man called Mr. Taylor, who explained at great length and with much historical detail, a great deal of which seemed somewhat tangential, which is saying something when you're working in a legal context, that he wished to sue the council because it had taken them 3 years to mend a broken gutter pipe around the roof of his house. "Why didn't you try and get it mended yourself?" she had asked, with unintended insensitivity. "What the fuck you talking about? How didn't I get it fixed?" he exploded animatedly, deeply wounded by her apparent lack of compassion. "It's no up to me to get it fixed, is it? Up to the fucking council get it fixed. So we pay our rent, and we're poll tax, innit?
Look, just to help me get this straight,
she said, trying to couch her words in as conciliatory a tone as possible.
Couldn't you have arranged for it to be repaired, and then submitted the bill to the council?
That's no the fucking point, but is it? He yelped, a flurry of upper limb gesticulation. It's the principle of the thing. It's no up to me to go running about after plumbers and then try and chasing the fucking coons off of the Cali. Be easier chasing fucking red rum and hoping it shite's gold.
So, you wish to complain to the council for their laxity in responding to your complaint, and their delay in carrying out the repair to your guttering?
Nicole asked. No, you stupid bitch, he said, eyes ablaze with incredulity at her persistent obtuseness. I want to sue them for their psychological damage. I've been up to high dough over this carry-on, so I have. Fucking post-traumatic stress, eh? 3 years of listening to the drips in the windy ledge, like Chinese war torture, and all the carry-on of phoning them up and asking when something's going to get done. My nerves are shot to fuck, so they are. I'm on tablets, you know. By lunchtime, she dealt with half a dozen more such victims of a troubled world in need of Manson and Boyd's assistance in their heart-rending battles for justice, including one man wishing to contest his ex-wife's custody of his 2 children on the grounds that her new boyfriend was a Protestant, and that their spiritual welfare was under serious threat, and a woman seeking compensation from the Strathclyde Passenger Transport Executive after twisting her ankle alighting from one of its orange double-deckers, who was able to furnish Nicole with figures for her settlements down the years from the city's other main operators as a guide to how much they should ask for. Inexperienced as she was, Nicole nonetheless feared none of them were terribly likely to qualify for legal aid in pursuing their cases. Ian had joked last week about the mythical Manson and Boyd Justice Fund, which he suspected clients would readily believe existed, and which might assist in legal crusades when legal aid applications had been rejected. Just fill in the form, give your name, address, and a brief summary of the case you're fighting. Then tick the appropriate box, which best explains the moral rectitude of your cause. 1. It just isn't right. 2. It's against God's law. 3. They can't do that, can they? Over the course of the morning, she'd been directly insulted 8 times, 5 instances prefixed with the distastefully emotive epithet English, been referred to as hen, which she suspected was seldom applied in affection, more times than she could remember, and been asked twice by male clients if she would make them a cup of tea while they waited for the lawyer. This last had happened several times a week before, too. No, I'm rather busy right now. In fact, I'm so tied up. Would you mind nipping out to the chemist and fetching me a packet of tampons? She had promised herself she would say next time, but of course didn't. And then Mrs. McGrotty had come in. She was an elephantine creature in a shapeless brown coat that looked like it had been fashioned from dog pelts and then dragged behind a heavy goods vehicle for a couple of days, its sleeves overreaching her arms so that it appeared that she had shopping bags instead of hands. The door had burst open before her as 2 accompanying children, one about 7, the other nearer 4, formed a noisy vanguard come herald, and the 2 young girls had continued to burble, argue, and occasionally trade punches throughout the early exchanges of Nicole's conversation with her grandmother. They're no mine, like. They're your Angela's, but she's fucked off without telling us anything this morning. Fucking cheek of her. Me coming up here to try and sort this shite out as well. Treat you like a fucking skivvy, so they do. Think you're just here to look after them and they don't need to tell you anything if they don't want to. It's no wonder I'm up to 60 a day, between this and her Barry being back in the barrel. Mind you, Paul is stitching up for that one. You never hurt that boy. Well, not much, but once your face is known, they'll just pull you in for anything. 6 months, just like that. Bloody liberty. Boy was out of hospital in a fucking fortnight. Right enough. I've said to her enough times she'd be better off without him, but they never listen at that age, do they? Especially not when they're all misty-eyed like that. Ah, you should have seen him when the Waynes were born, but
Picture a young love, so it was. Puts it on a different light when you've got wee uns. Just forget about everything when you look at them playing. You come over all sentimental, so you... Demi! I'll take my fucking horn off your face if you touch Naomi again, right?
Followed by injured wailing on the part of the chastised, and a competitive tearful bid for further sympathy by the oppressed sibling. So, Mrs. McKechnie, what exactly were you...
Here!
She suddenly barked, Nicole placing her relieved hand on her chest when she realised it was not she who was being thus addressed.
You sit nice while I talk to the lassie. Come on, play with this.
Nicole watched in horror as Mrs. McGrawty's yellow hand removed a ring binder from the desk and offered it to the older Spronk, who took this as a cue to help herself to a further clutch of folders and a box of highlighter pens that had been sitting nearby. Nicole found herself rooted to her chair and helpless as Demi and Naomi began to tear documents from the folders, and Mrs. McGrawty looked challengingly at her, demanding full attention as she resumed her stream of consciousness.
Way that scheme's been going, it's no wonder there's no bulbs and lights and half the closage, and it's no like I don't know my own business, 'cause I've told on you 12 times families like that can get singled out, especially when there's carry-on like that nonsense last year with the new railings they were putting in.
Nicole felt herself slump inside, knowing her eyes were gradually glazing, but aware Mrs. McGrawty was less concerned about her victim's ongoing attention levels once initial capture had been accomplished.
Your chick getting laid off by that cheeky bastard over in Milton, just because he was late a couple of mornings, as if it was his fault the bookie wasn't open on time that day, and after him coming in on a Sunday the week before as well.
Demi and Naomi coloured in a few affidavits in streaks of luminous yellows and greens, then disappeared around the side of the desk, out of Nicole's view, giggling and chattering, occasionally silenced by an interruption to the Joycean catharsis. Nicole made a couple of attempts to interject, to perhaps maybe sort of ask what legal matter Mrs. McGrawty wished to pursue, or even to inquire whether she might have mistaken these offices for those of her GP, but got no further than the words, "So, Mrs. McKechnie."
No easy when you've wains running about. I've told them, but do they care? N-O-N fucking no. Too busy giving out grants to darkies and sending wee thugs on holidays to Kenya to be worrying about the state of...
Demi appeared in the outer reaches of Nicole's vision, or rather her hand did, swinging something white in a string.
"Demi!"
came the throaty rasp, this time accompanied by a reaching haymaker of a slap.
"Leave the lassie's bag alone. That's the lassie's fanny pads you're in it there. You're no to touch them."
Mrs. McGrawty smiled understandingly as Nicole felt the colour drain completely from her face, leaning over the side of the desk to see the contents of her bag abandoned randomly within a short circumference surrounding the two little girls.
Fucking lawn to themselves, this pair. Just never know what to do about them, do you?
Nicole knelt down, frightened for a moment that she might succumb to tears as she gathered up the remaining lilets, her car keys, purse, and other items. She found herself at eye level with Demi, and tentatively held a hand out to receive the pendulous tampon for disposal. The girl stared at her in apparent deep puzzlement. "Can I have that, please?" Nicole said in a croaky, plaintive half-whisper. Demi's brow creased into a determined furrow.
"Nah, get the fuck,"
she suddenly decided, and lashed out at Nicole with an open-handed swipe that caught her painfully around the bridge of her nose.
"Here! That's bad,"
stated Mrs. McGrawty, further clarifying the moral position with another clout to the offending granddaughter.
"I'm awfully sorry about that, hen,"
she offered, then deciding another show of penitence and retribution was appropriate, slapped Demi yet again.
"Get in for it now,"
she warned darkly.
"Showing us up in front of the lassie, you ignorant wee whore. Now just sit down and shut up from now on." "But that's what I'm talking about here, see? What chance have you when there's that kind of thing?"
Nicole's eyes were now watering, as was her nose, both in reaction to Demi's blow. She pinched the bridge and held her head back for a few moments, blinking hard until her vision cleared. "Mrs. McKechnie!" she barked firmly, as she brought her head back down, beginning to appreciate that volume was the most valid currency of debate. "I'm sorry. Could you please tell me concisely what it is you think I can help you with?" "What?" Mrs. McGrotty asked in disbelief, eyes filling with offended anger. "What the fuck do you think I've been talking about here the past half an hour, you stupid English cow? The Piffs! That's what I'm talking about. The Piffs next door. There's two of them, right in the next house." "And have they been bothering you in some way? Loud music or something? Late comings and goings, perhaps?" Mrs. McGrotty looked at Nicole like she was the thickest human being ever to have walked the earth, which, by coincidence, roughly matched Nicole's own self-assessment at that moment. "What do you mean? They're Piffs? Is that no enough? I've told the council 12 times, but they'll no listen, and I want them out. I mean, we've got Waynes living in that house. I'm no wanting to me and Naomi exposed to any filth. Waynes have to be protected. What kind of upbringing do the council want them to have? Tell me that. And you're asking me what's wrong? Mind you, I bet the likes of you think it's fine, long as you've no to live there. In fact, here am I, pouring my heart out, and you could be one of the lesbians. Probably think I'm the one that's no normal's at it. Probably think there's nothing wrong with Piffs. Well, mark my words, hen. If they're saying piffin's all right today, it'll be child molesting that's all right tomorrow. Christ, don't know what I'm doing here. Wasting my fucking time. Demi, Naomi, come on." And with that, they were gone, as if sucked back out of the room by a tornado of indignation. As the door slammed, Nicole put her head down on the desk and cried. Hearty, snuffly, snotty sobs. The anguish of someone who not only felt very lost, but who feared she was reaping what she had arrogantly and headstrongly sown. She used to think Rob had been her self-inflicted punishment for her teenage rebellion, but she knew now that he was merely a separate, self-contained disaster, an integration of sin and retribution, mistake and consequence. The real invoice had just arrived for her, here in Glasgow, September 96. Humiliated, lost, alone, and found out. This is what you want. This is what you get, as John Lydon put it. Jesus. Being 14 once had a lot to answer for. The dark years. Black clothes and heavy eye makeup. And the obligatory Cure albums providing their soundtrack of facile angst platitudes. Essential listening for huffy teenagers. But you don't just rebel. You need something to rebel against. And in true Blue Peter fashion, you can use an ordinary household item, like your father. It should have told her something that she opted for politics. She had choice of weapons and picked an inflatable squeaky hammer. Annoyance and attention, but no damage. Dad was an old Tory, sure, and his father was an old Tory, and politics was in the blood. But it was an enthusiasm, not a vocation. If she had wanted to hurt him, she could have chosen any number of tried and tested methods. Maybe she had just been trying to show off. Little girls like to do that in front of Daddy. And so it came to pass that Nicole did declare herself a lefty. Her pal Monica, who was into Howard Jones at 10 and the Smiths a bit later, had declared herself a vegetarian. Her father owned a bacon-curing business. She met Rob at university in London, after a meeting at the student union to discuss plans for protest about some reactionary outrage that she couldn't now remember. It had been one of the first such events she attended, a hall full of young people desperately looking for a common cause and a set of shared beliefs. What they needed wasn't politics, it was religion. There was an overwhelming sincerity and worthiness, earnestness about it all. A reverence that seemed, well, again, religious. Until, of course, the SWP mob fell out with the RCP over some minute point of interpreted socialist principle, and the Labour group got shirty with the Marxist group, about what slogans to put on their placards, and the intergalactic socialists for a Marxist universe started a spat with the Vegan Organic Hamster Protection League. And so on. Her older flatmate Pippa, who was in her final year and had been round the houses with this stuff before, had sung her a song when she announced her intention to attend. One trot faction sitting in a hall, one trot faction sitting in a hall, and if one trot faction should have a nasty squall, there'll be two trot factions sitting in a hall. Two trot factions. Her faith had been restored slightly in the bar afterwards, where she recognised a guy from the meeting, someone who had seemed refreshingly aloof, watching events from the back, arms folded and wearing a sardonic expression. He was very accurately caricaturing some of the speakers, and cutting ruthlessly through all the bullshit and posturing to get to the issues that the meeting should have been about. Nicole took one look at him in action, drink in hand, surrounded by a laughing audience, and would later blush at some of the thoughts that popped into her head. Unfortunately, thoughts were all she'd ever have. His name was Eberhard. His father was German, and his mother a West Indian from East Ham, and his wit, intelligence, laughing brown eyes, and flowing dreads all belonged to Martina, the drop-dead blonde sitting on his right. Rob was a consolation prize. Nicole made the mistake of thinking, because she had seen him laugh at Eb's jokes, that he had A, understood them, and B, a sense of humour. She had seen Martina on TV in recent months, presenting some Channel 4 Kids in Chaos affair, and had heard her romantically linked to several B-list celebrities. Funnily enough, the last time she saw Eb was on TV too, but it was on the news. He was working in Rwanda for an aid agency, surrounded by a rag bag of children who were shrieking and laughing at everything he did as they followed him around the refugee camp. His hero status remained very much intact. By contrast, Rob's stock had fallen, it would be fair to say. The humourlessness that she had mistaken for integrity, the ideological snobbery she had thought was political commitment. She still felt embarrassed for the green first year who had fallen for it, but she couldn't blame her for not seeing through him right away. He was very good at emotional manipulation, at eroding your bases from within, making you feel worthless without him, making you need his approval, making you feel that he was a pillar without which you couldn't stand up. This, of course, he achieved by subtly chipping away at your self-respect, and cutting you adrift from the values and beliefs you had moored yourself to. Her most frequent mistake was thinking he was listening to her. She thought he understood what she was saying about her family, her relationship with her father, when really all Rob latched onto was that her father was an establishment gargoyle from whose clutches he could rescue her. It was his fantasized ideal of their relationship. He was always trying to take her by the hand and lead her through the streets of London, like she was a bloody pit owner's daughter who needed her eyes opened. The bizarre, sliding scale inverted snobbery that made him think he had been afforded priceless insight by being brought up by parents who earned less than hers, even though it was still in a middle-class house, in a middle-class neighbourhood, with a middle-class school, middle-class friends, and middle-class values. Amazing, apparently, the difference in your ability to understand the world, depending on your mum and dad's combined take-home and the size of their bloody drawing room. Wasn't this what they were trying to get away from? But then Rob wasn't very big in irony. He couldn't see the joke in his class warrior act any more than he could see that his use of, for want of a better expression, political correctness was in itself a vehicle for his own prejudices. Actually, there wasn't a better expression. That was the problem. Nicole didn't think political correctness existed as an entity, or a code or a system or anything else. It was a phrase that certain conservative elements had thought up because they needed a stick to beat back at the Liberals with. It was a phrase coined by people who resented the fact that you couldn't treat niggers, yids, shirt-lifters, bents and cripples the way you used to, who wanted to believe that it was all part of some organised agenda, and therefore reversible, rather than a natural, gradual, evolved process of increased understanding and therefore tolerance, which was leaving them all behind. Rob, however, used it to look down on people in social groups in what he thought was an ideologically sanctioned way. A new snobbery for the 90s. His sneering disdain when he heard someone address a woman as love, or pet, or darling, for instance, thinking there was a crime in the language, unmitigated by innocuous intent. People who didn't recycle their newspapers, people who bought the wrong newspapers in the first place, people who talked about girls, not women. He never realized that what he was really sneering at was that they were somehow less than him, beneath him. And the fact that they were almost invariably working class was probably significant. Just maybe. God knows how, but they lasted more than 18 months. In the end, it was taking him to actually meet her parents that finished it. But then maybe, in a devilish way, taking him to meet her parents had been her way of finishing it. She must have known what would happen. Rob just wasn't programmed for it. It did not compute. Her father was warm, welcoming, genuine, generous and, above all, magnanimous. Rob must have been shattered not to find himself perceptibly disapproved of, nor any great strain between Darius Carroll and his younger daughter. Her dad didn't disagree with her politics, but had, almost infuriatingly, refused to be upset by her apostasy. Indeed, he seemed amused, in a not quite the full 100% patronising manner, though close, that she had turned out this way. But that was him through and through. He was someone who was entertained by life's twists and surprises, rather than constantly disappointed by its failure to meet his expectations, which, she too late understood, rendered her efforts at rebellion rather futile. To Rob, politics was about good guys and bad guys, knights and dragons. He never had the grace to acknowledge positive aspects of political opponents, couldn't admit to qualities of humour, wit, generosity or conscience in a Tory. He saw them as non-persons, subhuman or, of course thank you Mr. Bevan, vermin. Nicole had heard such terms before, but more importantly, so had her grandmother, in Poland. She could read his mind at the dinner table, see him find all sorts of ideological significance in the constituents of the delicious menu her mum had prepared for them. He must have been shattered at the absence of servants. But the overall atmosphere of warmth and civility was what finally flipped him out. He was one of the knights, and he clearly felt duty-bound to slay the dragon, despite the dragon's hospitality and conspicuous failure to breathe any fire. Her dad didn't rise to it at first, trying to be both diplomatic and polite in changing the subject. But Rob had to fight, needed to fight. Even though this was being served up unprovoked at his own table, Darius was clearly prepared to let it go, rather than cause a scene that would upset his daughter. However, a combination of annoyance that Rob was upsetting his daughter, and the fact that his wife had already weighed in and been subject to some moral accusations that were as insulting as they were bizarre, meant that the gloves had to come off. And Nicole enjoyed it. She really, utterly, massively enjoyed it. It was like watching the All Blacks against their old school team. Her father was a trial lawyer, for God's sake. What chance did the goateed pipsqueak think he had? She could see the look on his face, the defeat, the self-disgust, the realization that he was finally playing for his team, fighting for his side, wearing the jersey, and getting an absolute trouncing. Or gubbing, as they'd say around here. The desolation of seeing his supposedly infallible moral sword blunted and useless, the first time he'd ever really got to unsheath it. And it wasn't fair. Not fair at all. She knew that. She could not possibly have condoned some of the stances her father took or the tactics he employed. But his technique was nonetheless breathtaking to watch. Rob couldn't face her, and she knew that too. There was no big scene. not even a heavy phone call. In fact, he never rang again, and tended not to be around the same bars, clubs, meetings, or buildings as her after that either. She saw a bit more of her parents, though. There had been a few shared glances between her and her father during his demolition of Rob, a few mutually noted glints of enjoyment, a joke just the two of them were in on. So she made a greater effort to go home the odd weekend, and her father made a greater effort to be there when she did. They were able to talk politics together from time to time, and although he never attempted to change her views, and she definitely couldn't accept his positions, he did nonetheless teach her a few things. "We're not monsters, Pepper. That's the first thing you've got to appreciate," he once said. "This demonization, it's not healthy, not constructive. You know I'm not some rampaging oppressor. Neither are my family or your mother's family. And we're not the exception that proves the rule either. Don't fall into the trap of thinking everyone who doesn't agree with you is some kind of alien whom you can't possibly relate to or communicate with. I know that shouting a few slogans and lobbing some metaphorical rotten apples at a few Aunt Sallies can help get a head of steam up, but it's no substitute for political debate. It's also not a million miles away from what your man Orwell was on about. You go back and read about the 2-minute hate next time you see a bunch of protesters chanting hysterically on some demo. What this country needs, as a democracy, maybe now more than ever, is an exchange of ideas, some discourse. And you can't have that if you don't respect the other side a little." "Well, I don't think anyone ever told Thatcher that when she was talking about wiping socialism from the face of the earth," Nicole replied. "That didn't exactly do a great deal to engender an atmosphere conducive to reasoned debate, did it?" "No, it didn't," he conceded. "It certainly reduced the currency of debate, I think deliberately. After years of consensus politics, she knew it was going to be a time for really taking sides, and it stiffened a few spines to mix it like that. Some would see it as a deft political maneuver, but certainly it left a bad taste in a few mouths. None more than your grandfather's. I know you'll find it hard to believe, but we used to argue about politics a great deal, while you and Gillian were tucked up in bed upstairs. Your grandfather was what was called a wet, an old-school conservative who saw politics as a more gentlemanly affair than it has become today. He always said he found Thatcher and her accomplices rather thuggish, was a word he used. And you?" "I was younger, and it was a climate for a younger generation. I've got my reservations in retrospect, but at the time, Pepper, well, it was exciting, let me tell you. It was intoxicating. Things were really changing, rapidly. And I know you'll tell me that while the champagne was flowing and the Porsches were lining up around the square mile, the bill for the party was being met elsewhere, in the north and in Scotland. But by God, it shook the country up. It changed it, moved it forward. And there will be winners and losers every time there's change. So don't tell me to feel guilty because I was one of the winners this time. For despite the aspects that seem rather distasteful in hindsight, if I went back there, I'd sign up to be a part of it all again." "You'd vote for her if she made a comeback?" No. I just mean that I don't regret the choices I made back then. Different measures suit different times. I don't believe I was wrong. We were wrong, or even she was wrong, even though I do regret some of her legacies." "Like what?" "Well, like this mutually suspicious politics of hatred that we've been talking about. I know it's hard, but you've got to put it behind you. Rise above it. It's no good me saying, don't reduce politics to a slanging match, and you replying, well, your lot started it. At some point, you've got to write off the old scores and look ahead to a new game. And although I know you don't respect the people in the cabinet just now, you have to look beyond them too. It's about ideas and values, not slogans and personalities. I don't know. Maybe I've turned into an old wet like your grandfather, or maybe it's just a lawyer in me. But I think politics is more fun
when there's two strong sides squaring up, no quarter asked or given, and respect on both sides. Because if you don't respect your opponent, you're not respecting the game. And that means you're not respecting our Parliament. What? So you're telling me, after all this time, that you respect the Labour Party? That you respected Neil Kinnock? I respect the fact that the Labour Party has always been an advocate for, well, sections of society that have perhaps not been so high on the Conservative agenda. And you have to respect the fact that the left's agenda doesn't cover the whole spectrum either. I know it sounds trite to say that it's all very well looking after the poor, but someone needs to look after the rich. But there's a grain of truth in it nonetheless. And that truth is that in Britain we need two sides, two advocates, each reminding the other about the issues that aren't on their agendas, the parts of the board that their plans don't cover. It might help if a few of the current cabinet thought that way too, Nicole said. Her father had arched his brows, seemingly troubled by unspoken thoughts. Yes, well, he said, I'd have to give you that one. I do often wonder what your grandfather would have made of the likes of Portillo and Swan. He was a great admirer of Lord Home in his day, of men who saw their role in government as one of service. The problem with those two is that they are very much creatures of current politics. One gets the impression when one of them drafts a paper or makes a speech, they're less concerned with how the idea would affect the country than how its reception will affect their standing within the party. I never thought I'd hear myself say it, Pepper, but I do fear that it's a symptom of a party too long in government. Well, it seems there's at least one thing we're agreed on. However, there had been another consequence of her father's humiliation of Rob back then. Something that strengthened Nicole's resolve to make her own way in law. Something that confirmed the difference between them. She had enjoyed his mastery, certainly, and thrilled at his oratory, but was disturbed not only by his use of arguments that she found abhorrent, but more by his use of arguments that she knew he found abhorrent. There were lawyers, she knew, who, although they would, obviously, never admit it, nonetheless took pride in achieving a verdict they knew to be unjust, considering it a testament to their own prowess that they could play the game so expertly. Lawyers who well knew that their client had done it, for instance, but whose egos it boosted to win the case, to let their own abilities wield more power than the facts. And she knew that it wasn't all down to egotistical misanthropy. Whatever his or her beliefs or intentions, a lawyer has to do whatever is in his or her power to win the case, and can soon forget the morality of it as the race gets faster, the contest heats up. But there was still something very distasteful about it, something that underlined how it was just a game to the lawyers, when it meant a hell of a lot more to the other people inside and outside of the courtroom. Gods playing with the mortals for their sport. There was a look on Rob's face, fed up with him as she had been, which she recognised, and which bothered her. She knew it from courtrooms, from the many spare mornings and afternoons she'd spent watching trials. The bewildered, frustrated and, most significantly, impotent look on the face of the poor sod on the stand, as he sees truth, fact, logic and reason implode and disintegrate under an onslaught of semantic gymnastics, molecule with hair-splitting, near Dadaist reinterpretation, and mean, downright sophistry. And she didn't just mean the accused or the plaintiff. How often had she seen the honest eyewitness, or the casualty officer who treated the victim, or whoever, stagger back into the body of the courtroom, feeling like they had been unmasked up there as a malignant liar, an incompetent moron, or both. The devil, it seemed, was never short of an advocate. The ordinary punter, however, was often less spoilt for choice in his representation. And so what if it sounded naive? She wanted to assist people as they cowered before the imposing and forbidding complexity of this machine, which otherwise sucked them in, twisted them, stretched them, turned them inside out and upside down, and then spat them out, telling them, as they lay there dazed, whether it had, by the way, found for or against them. A guide through the maze. A Sherpa on their climb. Nicole's real sin hadn't been a rebellion, but a vanity. While her father expertly worked the machine,
She thought she could take it on. This is what you want, to defend the ordinary Joe who's being buffeted, abused, and toyed with at the unknown whims of a shapeless entity he can no more understand than he can control. This is what you get. Post-traumatic stress, hang me. Don't touch the lassie's fanny pads. Careful what you wish for. When the sobs subsided, she remained in place with her head on the desk for a while, wondering whether she should attempt a major-style exit out of the window, only never to return again. Trouble was, she was 2 floors up over West Regent Street. She heard the door open, then looked up slowly to see a man standing before her, holding what was locally known as a tammy in both hands. He looked mid to late 50s, tall and broad, carrying excess weight in places that paradoxically suggested he was once a lot more trim. Formidably so, even. "Oh, God. I'm sorry," she said with a sniff, suddenly sparking herself into action, tidying a few items on her desk and harassedly moving around to gather some of the debris from the office floor. "Let me get those," he had said, almost to himself, placing his tammy on a chair and kneeling down to pick up a few sheets of paper. No, she said, failing hopelessly not to sound flustered. I'll manage, she sniffed again. Her tube still a little choked, her face feeling conspicuously puffy. I just need a moment here. Look, tell you what, he said in deep, soothing tones. Why don't I make you a wee cup of tea while you take a wee minute to sort yourself out? Maybe even nick out for a bit of fresh air. You know, I'm perfectly capable of making myself a cup of tea if I decide I want one, she snapped, not taking her eyes off the multicoloured documents scattered around her. I'm not. Miss Carroll, he interrupted, the voice again soft, but lent persuasion by its diaphragmic bassiness. I'm sure you're extremely capable of making yourself a cup of tea, and plenty more besides. You look like you've had a hell of a rough day, and I'm just saying, let me make you one while you recompose yourself, if you like. She suddenly stopped fumbling around on the floor and looked up at the man, closing her eyes for a second, and then giving him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, she half whispered, shaking her head. I don't mean to be rude. You're right. I have had a hell of a day. He held a hand out to her to help her climb back to her feet. Nicole grasped it and laughed a little. A cup of tea would be just lovely, she said. Mr. McInnes. Tam McInnes. Mr. McInnes had looked at the kettle and mugs while she finished gathering up the stray stationery and opened the window. He placed a steaming mug on the desk in front of her and took a seat opposite. Nicole took a few warm, restorative gulps and sighed. A long, slow exhalation. That bad, eh? Mr. McInnes inquired. You've no idea, she said, and then began, inexplicably, to rant to this total stranger, letting go everything from the past couple of weeks and far beyond between mouthfuls of tea, while he sat there and nodded sagely, or responded with understanding, unjudgmental comments. My own fault, really, she had said during one of the more lucid passages, being such a bloody-minded and impetuous creature, such a bloody stereotyped middle-class daughter, trying to rebel against Daddy for reasons I can't even begin to understand, and that I don't think Freud understood so well either. Do you have children, Mr. McInnes? He nodded with a smile, his eyes straying just long enough for her to detect the conflicts of love, hope, disappointment, and regret. Aye. Well, forgive them, she said, for they know not what they do. My father's a lawyer. His father was a lawyer. 2 of his brothers are lawyers. I suppose if I really wanted to rebel, I should have gone into the arts or something. Or become a crook, Mr. McInnes offered. No, 2 sides of the same coin. If you're going to play fast and loose with the law anyway, you might as well get a bit of security. So what was your big rebellion? Nicole laughed. Coming here, I suppose, among other things. To Glasgow? Yeah, sort of. Well, partly. Maybe. I don't know. She had another gulp of tea. Daddy specialises in libel law, and I grew to see that as a way for rich, successful people to make themselves even more rich and successful because they'd never heard the phrase, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. I wouldn't be so sure they hadn't heard it, Mr. McInnes offered. Seems to me being called a few names hasn't hurt a few of them, financially speaking. Yes, but that's precisely my point. It just seemed to be about money, nothing but money, among people to whom only money meant anything, my father included, and that was something I could never understand. Well, it certainly comes in handy when you're paying for the messages. She shook her head, laughing sadly at herself. I know. It's pathetic. I'm a collage of clichés. I don't know what I'm doing here. Some bunch of reasons that seemed so important once upon a time, but suddenly didn't seem quite so inspirational this morning. I came here because I wanted to prove I could make it on my own, away from all that benevolent familial support. I also had some insane notion about helping people. Maybe some adolescent Gareth Pierce fantasy, I didn't know. Why here? Well, I didn't want to leave England, and I couldn't think of anywhere more different from London, more removed from what I was used to. It's also a different legal system, which meant an awful lot of extra studying, and even a few correspondence courses, but it meant that I'd be working within something my family, and I suppose I really mean my father, was excluded from. So did your father do something to upset you? Sorry. That's none of my business. Nicole shook her head and waved her right hand placatorily. No, you're quite right. It's a logical enough question, but the fact is quite the opposite. He provided everything for me, put me through school, university, and was ready to set me up in the legal profession for life. I always loved him, dearly, but I don't know. I wasn't trying to bite his hand. I wasn't trying to throw it all back in his face. I don't know what the bloody hell I was trying to do. Maybe you were trying to make him proud of you, Mr. McInnes said flatly, a notion that made her suddenly sit up. You could have been a good wee lassie and gone and worked for his firm, but then you'd only have been a good wee lassie. Maybe this way you're trying to show him what you can achieve on your own, even to repay him for everything he'd given you. Nicole just sat and stared, fixated by the sad-smiled man opposite, and thinking that his words were quite the most disarmingly perceptive ones she had heard in several years. Another part of her wondered at what mistakes he had made, and what harsh lessons he had learned as the price for such understanding. So, Mr. McInnes, she eventually said, after some polite small talk had cleared the ashes of their previous discussion, I hope after all that there is actually something I can do for you. Aye, he said, rather darkly, and produced an A4 brown envelope from inside his jacket. I need you to look after this, he explained, placing it on the desk. I need you to record that I'd give you it, sealed, then hold on to it until next Monday afternoon. If I don't pick up before then, open it. What's in it? If we're both lucky, you'll never find out. Chapter 2. Bastards! Bastards! How dare they? Who the hell do they think they are? Killing him just like that, arbitrarily putting an end to the man's life without the merest thought. Carefully carrying a couple of mugs of morning coffee into the bedroom, Sarah Slaughter was slightly perturbed by her fiancé's uncharacteristic hawkishness as he sat, red-eyed and ranting at the radio. He usually turned over and slept on after the alarm went off, and she got up to have her bath, but he had obviously heard something of profound interest and irritation while she lay in the tub. She handed him his coffee now that his arms had temporarily ceased their agitated gesticulation. "So who's dead, Jack?"
"Didn't you hear? Roland Foss. Roland fucking Foss! Cops have 4 guys in custody."
"Really? My God!"
she gasped. Then,
suddenly understanding his upset. She put her coffee down on the bedside table and took his left hand in both of her own, then leaned over and kissed his neck in a proven method of calming his spirits.
"That's a shame,"
she whispered sympathetically. He put his own mug down, switched off the radio, and sat back against the headboard, his tousled hair making him look like Ur Willie meets a Van de Graaff generator.
"Sorry to get so worked up, Sarah, but I just think it's such a tragic waste."
It is, she agreed, softly.
"I mean, there must have been thousands of people in this world biding their time until they could get their own back on that slimy yaff. And now these 4 clowns have gone and spoiled it for everybody. Inconsiderate arseholes."
"Come on, you can't blame them completely, darling," Sarah reasoned, her soothing English tones a balm against his early morning Glaswegian croak. Maybe they didn't know who he was. Jack Parlabane's eyes widened with frustration.
"Well, that's maybe a matter for some conjecture. But the thought that they might not have is what's so bloody tragic. If they had taken the time to get to know him even a little, or to learn just a wee bit about him, I'm pretty sure they would have decided that death was too good for the devious Machiavellian son of a bitch."
"Well, I'm certainly relieved to hear you say that. For a moment, I thought you were upset because you had been planning to kill him yourself." Jack raised his eyebrows and grinned. A mix of "aw, shucks," bashfulness, and archaeo-villain malice that she found in equal measures unsettling and endearing. Sarah remembered an uncomfortable few seconds about 18 months back, during which she had feared Jack was going to kill someone, right in front of her. Retrospectively, it had seemed a rather ungrateful gesture, considering that it was a man who had effectively brought the two of them together. But in Jack's defence, he had also tried to murder the pair of them. It would make great small talk when they met long-lost rallies. "So, how did you two meet?" "Oh, familiar stuff. Boy meets girl, boy meets slaughtered corpse of girl's ex-husband, boy and girl uncover massive conspiracy, that sort of thing. Same old, same old."
"So what happened?" Sarah asked. "When was all this?" "Last night. Amazing what you can miss when you're pissed at your face, isn't it?"
Sarah reached again for her coffee and rubbed the side of her head.
"Tell me about it,"
she said mournfully. She had been on call over the weekend, but had the rest of Monday off when she got home around 10. After a couple of hours' kip and a long soak, they had hit the cask for lunch and remained there for an inadvisably long time afterwards. Somewhere amidst the blur she could hazily remember an inevitable curry and some very clumsily executed, but nonetheless enjoyable sex. The next flashback was of staggering woozily into the kitchen at about 3 a.m. for some iron brew and a couple of paracetamol. Significant world events had, curiously, not featured.
"I can hardly believe it," Jack mumbled. "Voss dead. Actually dead. I mean, guys like Voss don't die. Good guys die. Arseholes live forever. John Smith dies. John Major lives. Bill Hicks dies. Jim Davidson lives. After all these years, it's so hard to believe the slime bag is just suddenly gone."
"So, who'd done it? Who are these guys the cops have got?"
"Christ knows. Couple of them have phoned for turning over some country mansions back in the 80s. Cops are invoking the Prevention of Terrorism Act so they can turn the screw without any interference from lawyers. But from the sound of it, they're still entertaining the possibility that it was a burglary. And that killing Voss and his missus was just part of the deal."
"They killed his wife, too?" said Sarah, appalled. Yeah, and 2 bodyguards. Which makes it sound to me that killing was definitely on the itinerary. It was certainly an eventuality they were prepared for. These guys were shot through the head, standing outside the VIP suite, presumably so that they didn't interrupt.
And Mr. and Mrs. Voss?
Asked Sarah. Jack winced visibly. He drew a finger quickly and unhistrionically across his neck, looking away from her. Sarah's ex-husband had become an ex-person in roughly the same fashion, and although his loss hadn't exactly devastated her, it was still the method of violence least likely to be mentioned in a romantic dinner conversation between them.
So why did they do that, when they had shot the bodyguards? I mean, if they had guns...
I was beginning to ask myself the same question, he said, with a look of concentration she had long ago learnt to be wary of.
Oh dear,
said Sarah, accusingly.
I can see your antennae beginning to swivel, conspiracy glands starting to secrete.
Just a little, he confessed, smiling. A smidgen.
Well, at least wait until you've heard some more details before you start cooking up any theories.
Oh, sure, he offered. But I was just thinking that the, shall we say, inconsistency in the manner of execution does lend itself to the possibility of a terrorist, or at least vengeful motive.
So would it make you feel better to think that someone had specifically set out to kill him, rather than to kill whoever happened to get in the way?
Well, I'd hate to think whoever did it didn't appreciate what a privilege it was.
You're a sick bastard, Jack Parlabane. Do you know that?
Well, just remember you've opted to be Mrs. Sick Bastard, Dr. Slaughter.
She stood up and reached for a dress, letting the bathrobe slip to the floor. It's a decision that's seldom far from my thoughts, she said, with a stern tone, but a devilish glance.
Parlabane wasn't just being facetious or gratuitously offensive, even though he had an effortless talent for both. Unlike the many thousands of people who would be having a little chuckle over their cornflakes this morning, or maybe an extra drink before bed last night after catching the late news, his score with Voss was personal. Mutually. And Sarah knew that, which was why, despite her efforts to hide it, he could tell she had been a little on edge before going out to work. She obviously hadn't wanted to overstate her case, but he could read the point she needed him to consider. People do just get killed. Murdered, even. It can happen to anybody. Even evil, scheming, right-wing billionaires. Just because his demise would cause wider ripples than normal, didn't mean there was more to Voss's death than met the eye.
Hey, hey, my.
Parlabane was a connoisseur of conspiracy theories. It had been remarked that he was so paranoid he should have been a Catholic. Better yet, a Celtic supporter. He considered his own thoughts on Voss that morning. He couldn't just die. There's someone like that. Even if there was a revenge motive, even a terrorist motive, how could 4 guys, 2 of whom had to be well into their 50s, circumvent the kind of security there must have been and take out 2 trained bodyguards? But then he could hear Sarah's voice talking again about the mythology that seemed to grow like a fungus upon the corpse of a dead celebrity. Some people can't deal with the loss, with the thought of a world darkened by the snuffing out of that bright star. Voss hadn't exactly brought light to Parlabane's world, but he still had a very special place in his thoughts, in that most volatile of compartments, the one marked unfinished business. And that, Sarah would surely tell him, was a problem. He needed Voss to still be there, and with no more life, he had to find greater meaning in his death, like Elvis Presley, like John Lennon, like Marilyn Monroe, like JFK? Nah. Sarah was probably nervous because of the timing. Less than a month to the wedding, promises made and, so far, promises kept. Then this. The last temptation of Parlabane. Look upon it as a challenge, she had said, as much in consolation as encouragement. You can still be the world's most paranoid and irritating investigative reporter. You just have to do it without playing fast and loose with the police, the security forces, or the laws of physics. It is what he had to agree to before she would agree to becoming his wife. No more recourse to his less conventional journalistic techniques, viz. Picking locks, scaling buildings, burgling offices, and hacking computer systems. There's no point in me marrying someone who's soon going to end up in prison or even dead. Why not? Your last husband was dead when you married him. No, Jack. Jeremy was undead. There's a subtle difference. Well, he looked pretty fucking dead the last time I saw him. He hadn't said, evidencing one of those amazing changes he had gone through since meeting Sarah, prior to which certain former girlfriends had described him variously as Captain Sensitive, subtle as a belt in the bows with a bag of bulls, and as romantic as a bucket of shit. Love is being able to keep your fucking mouth shut. So, he had been a good boy so far, and Sarah must have been afraid this reappearance of a ghost from his past might send him off on some last crusade, a disappointingly male demonstration of his suppressed virility. So near to the wedding, she was probably worried he might consider it his own equivalent of a stag night. He shook his head, laughing a little at the thought of her anxiety, and at what now struck him as the ridiculousness of certain past antics. Jack Parlabane, sniffer of a million scams, fearless, intrepid, resourceful, incisive, and, quite clearly, in vivid retrospect, in need of serious spiritual and emotional guidance. He saw images of a furtive-looking bloke in a black polo neck and black jeans, climbing out of windows, dozens of floors up, computer disks and photocopied documents strapped to his chest, shinning up ropes, hanging off gutters and drain pipes. Oh yeah, and getting shot at. What the fuck were you doing? He often asked himself. Ah, Sarah, he thought. Didn't she remember what he had said back then in response to her request? I'm too old for all that carry-on. In a simple equation, if he was mature enough to finally want to get married, and he meant really, really achingly want, then he was too mature for all that James Bond stuff, as she called it. Still, didn't mean he couldn't take an interest. If Roland Voss had got his way, Parlabane would still be in jail right now for Class A possession with intent to supply, in little danger of seeing any more of the 20th century firsthand, especially since that tit Howard, the one who seemed to have such difficulty achieving the relatively simple feat of pronouncing the letter L, had attempted with embarrassing desperation to win some votes by mooting the abolition of early remission. Parlabane's crime was to let Voss know, with trademark subtlety, that he knew the Dutchman had been using him. Neither was infringing any laws. What Voss was up to, getting Parlabane to do hatchet jobs in his business rivals in his flagship Sunday broadsheet, Parlabane unaware of the fringe benefits of his exposés, was as legal as it was difficult to prove. Parlabane, for his part, had simply resigned and made no threat to embarrass Voss publicly with his knowledge. But within a matter of hours, his Clapham flat had been turned over, and he discovered and disposed of a large slab of party powder with moments to spare before the cops turned up looking for it. Jack was a man who could take fuck off for a hint. He shipped, put most of his gear in storage, and took off for California, on a promise from an old friend who was now Metro editor of the LA Tribune. Perhaps Voss had set him up with a coke just in case, but Parlabane suspected it was simply a punitive sanction to demonstrate the folly of having the audacity to oppose a Dutchman's will in any capacity whatsoever. He was an evil, evil man. The Monopolies and Mergers Commission seemed afflicted by chronic cataracts, as it failed to notice anything amiss throughout his acquisition of newspaper after radio station after pay TV channel, making Parlabane wonder whether the government body's senior staff actually knew what the word monopoly meant. Either that, or they had misunderstood their remit and thought their role was to help create the things. But, by a staggeringly unlikely coincidence, all of Voss's media voices just happened to be singing the government's tune, whatever their previous allegiances, which obviously had no bearing whatsoever on the blind spot that Voss seemed to occupy in the MMC's field of vision. Parlabane saw the tabloids as Voss's own private Cerberus, a multi-headed bulldog baying its ugly howl of racism, misogyny, homophobia, and moral repression in a seething ferox of hatred. Cerberus would defend to the death the ordinary Brit's right to remain ignorant, underlining for its readers that just because the person telling you something is a world authority in that particular field doesn't mean he knows any better than you. Safe sex? Pah! AIDS is a puff's disease, innit? If you're not an arse bandit, you've nothing to fear. Guildford 4? If they didn't do that one, they're bound to have done something else. If we'd been able to string 'em up back then, British justice would never have been called into question. Greenhouse effect? Bollocks! If it's getting warmer, we should celebrate. Save us splashing out on foreign holidays and handing over our hard-earned to a bunch of dagos. With obscenity barked so loud and so long, people got used to it, desensitized, stopped seeing the harm. Thus is the political climate altered. Voss also had a couple of prestige broadsheets, 200-year reputation soiled almost instantly by the touch of his leprous hand, for window dressing. But the Dutchman's main British media trade was in ignorance. He packaged ignorance, marketed ignorance, and sold ignorance to the ignorant. Millions of acres of pine forest, millions of gallons of ink, legions of hacks, subs, photographers, all combining daily to tell people nothing. Famous, important, reputable married man and young, attractive single woman in role-playing, /kinky, /S&M, /back of the car, /hotel room, /privacy of their own home sex romp shock. Sub-editor, please. Famous married man and single woman have sex. No, still some redundancies. Neater, please. Married man and single woman have sex. Just the bones of the story. Space is tight. Man and woman have sex. What a scoop. Hold the front page. Drive that common denominator lower. Distract the pros with dry and green tittle-tattle so they don't notice anything of what's actually going on in the world. Jesus. When he thought about it, Parlabane had probably hated Roland Voss more than he hated any other human being on the planet. Even Jimmy Hill. How many revenges had he fantasized? How many poetic comeuppances? How many gruesome, lonely and humiliating deaths? However, they were only fantasies. Parlabane was not a violent man. But it wasn't the pain or the violence that was a turn-on. Entirely. It was of penetrating Voss's invulnerability, rendering him human, of him suffering the things he was so protected from, the everyday reality of normal people that he never experienced but still cast judgment upon, and which he could greatly affect. mile-in-my-shoes stuff. Fantasies of Voss suffering poverty, joblessness, discrimination, as much as of him being beaten up by homosexual martial arts experts after his papers declared gays were not man enough to be in the armed forces. It was the thought of him being forced to pay dues for his words and actions, being forced to acknowledge that there was a price, even for him, the mighty Roland Voss. And the fun of the fantasy, the source of the fantasy, was its sheer impossibility. But last night, someone had caught Voss's wife's throat right in front of him, probably forced him to watch, and then made sure it was the last thing he ever saw. Voss didn't deserve that. Neither did his wife. No one did. No one. A solid full-blooded boot in the balls, maybe, but not that. Detached postures of schadenfreude were one thing. but the visceral reality of Voss's death made Parlabane sick. And if it could make him sick, it would make anyone sick. Which is why the media was loudly asking itself who these men were that could bring themselves to do such a terrible thing. A dire, extreme consequence of the left's politics of envy, suggested one generously superannuated pundit, making the most of the Robin Hood's angle throughout the frustrating delay in the cops tossing them a terrorist motive they could really get their teeth into. Parlabane didn't care who had done it, and although naturally curious, he wasn't particularly consumed by wondering why they'd done it. Christ, pick one motive from 1,000. What he really wanted to know was how the fuck they had done it. DS Jenny DL opened the cold can of Diet Iron Brew with a practised action of her index finger, holding it up with her right hand and clanking it against Callahan's Sprite as he leaned against her desk, not taking her eyes off the report in front of her. She made to reach for a pile of change amidst the clatter that ringed her peripheral vision like crime scene ghouls, but Cal waved a hand dismissively and pulled away from the desk. Jesus, you needed Cal on a day like today. In fact, it was in these moments after the fan had liberally redistributed the Douglas herd that he was usually at his best, adversity and chaos provoking a laconic, unflappable air, as if just a plain old normal day somehow didn't provide the right sort of stimulation. You got the impression he was there for you, or at the very least, that he understood, even if it was just the shared secret of a subtly abusive gesture. Like half an hour ago, when he had cupped one hand around the right side of his chest, after that MI5 bear started shouting at everybody. When as Mrs. Sprague last year, Jenny had feared Callahan might, like many before him, turn into a jumpy, obsessive gooball, or a tired-eyed Grumposaurus Rex. But there had so far been no evidence of either. Thank fuck. Her phone started ringing as Callahan walked away, prompting him to turn around and grin archly. He held up 9 fingers, in reference to their last conversation. "A $5," he said. Jenny just fixed him with an, "I don't need this," look. "Answer it. A $5." She rolled her eyes. "Go away, Cal," she said, eyeing the phone resentfully. He held up the 9 fingers again, then turned away. The phone kept ringing. She really didn't need this. When she walked into the building this morning, it was like someone had been through and sprayed the place with estrogen repellent. The British Olympic team for the male self-importance event had invaded Lothian Borders HQ, a rampant infestation of facial hair and Y chromosomes. They had been parading round the place with a brusque arrogance that was just dying for an excuse to tell you how much more serious their business was than anything you might be trying to get on with. Such as the body of Fiona Dixon, prostitute, found bludgeoned behind Commercial Street in Leith. Fiona didn't own any newspapers or TV stations, so manpower was likely to be a little thinner on the ground when it came to the investigation of her death, what with everyone having to impress the Scottish office with the result in the Voss killings. Wankers. The station hadn't been besieged. It had been taken over. Anyone not directly involved with the Voss investigation was being treated not only as irrelevant, but with a hostility that bordered on suspicion of complicity. The atmosphere was horrible. There were more desperate men outside the cells than in. To paraphrase the great W.B., the worst were full of passionate intensity, and right now, they lacked a conviction. And of course, this whole thing had to follow a weekend largely dominated by one of Angela's periodic episodes of psychoanalyzing her own sexuality. Another bout of, "Am I really a lesbian? I mean, am I just reacting to my upbringing? Is this a phase? I'm so confused. I find you attractive, but then I sometimes find some men attractive, although I'm not sure I'd want to do anything with them, you know, sexually. It's just that... Oh, I don't know," etc. It was funny how these soul-searching crises of sexual confusion always coincided with the approach of one of Angela's law exams. And funny also how Angela was less uncertain of her desires and orientations when she was licking ice cream off Jenny's stomach on summer Sunday afternoons after a stroll around the botanics. She was used to it. It would pass. But now wasn't a good time. Jenny felt at the moment that she should be the one being indulged a bit of erratic or self-pitying behaviour. Still, the phone rang. Wearily, she reached over and picked her up. "Hi, Jenny. Guess who?"
"I don't need to," she said gravely. "I already knew. Why do you think I let it ring so long? It's a fucking circus over here. And Callahan was just saying he gave this entire situation a Parlabane factor of 9, making it only a matter of time. And now, here you are."
"It's nice to be wanted."
"You're not fucking wanted," she said,
trying to sound mordantly humorous, but failing to hide the harassed tones in her voice. Jack Parlabane. Or, to give him his full name, Jack Bloody Parlabane. Also known as Trouble. Jesus Christ's arrival had been precursorily heralded by the appearance of John the Baptist. Parlabanes had been preceded by a ridiculously mutilated corpse overlooked by a gigantic jobby on a mantelpiece. It could not have been more appropriate. Carnage, chaos, and dead people seemed to surround him like an aura. And after his passing, there was always plenty of shite to clear up, with Jenny usually the one left wielding the shovel. His involvement infallibly ensured that a situation would imminently go out of control on a scale she seldom had the stomach to anticipate. And if it was already disintegrating, Parlabane was a guarantee that you hadn't seen nothing yet. However, it remained a fluctuating matter of internal debate for Jenny whether he was more trouble than he was worth. She knew that her career had been enhanced by having been the one who put the collar on certain high-profile scumbags, whose deeds would have remained undetected without his unorthodox and frequently unnerving interventions, notably that NHS big noise last year. But there was, at the same time, the gnawing question of what opportunities may have been lost to the time she spent either clearing up after him or trying to warn him off for his own good. Because that was the real fear. Parlabane wasn't a catalyst. He didn't stroll through the wreckage and the rubble, oblivious to the havoc he was precipitating. He was a danger to himself and others. While he could often be the one who saw through the facades, who had the intuition and the sheer balls to break a case right open, there was always, and equally the possibility, that he'd bring the whole thing down on top of himself and anyone else who happened to be in the vicinity. All of which made him the last person she wanted anywhere near her on a day like today.
"You okay, Jen?"
he asked, concerned.
He had once described her as phlegmatic as a spittoon at a bronchitics convention.
It couldn't take much for him to clock that all was not peachy.
"Look, nothing personal, Jack, but fuck off," she said quietly, eyeing the testosterone casualties stomping loudly about the office. "That's not an instruction. It's a piece of advice. You hearing me?" "I'm listening, but I'm not picking up much sense. Qu'est-ce que c'est la Hamden?" "You want to know the score?" she replied in an agitated near whisper. "Well, as I'm sure you know, somebody just popped the Conservative Party's chief meal ticket, with the result that they're wheeling out the fucking dancing girls and putting on a show of official reaction. The building's suddenly full of guys with stern faces and smart suits, but no name badges, if you know what I mean. It's like a bad Tash Society reunion. Nobody knows who the fuck these guys are, but the vibe is that they get to ask the questions and you get to do whatever the hell they say." "G-men types." "If it's G for Goon Squad, aye. Call it a hunch, but I've got an irrational suspicion they know absolutely bugger all more than anyone else, as the word is that the men in custody aren't saying much that anyone wants to hear, and what they are saying is posing more questions than it answers." "What do you mean? What are they saying?" "I'm not getting into this," she thought. "Not today." "I don't know," she said. "I don't want to know, and that's just as well. because it's pretty clear us plain old cops aren't supposed to ask. But whatever it is obviously not being enlightening and constructive. That's the problem. These morons are always 10 times as dangerous when they don't know what they're looking for. Listen to me, Jack. I knew a guy who was on duty in Brighton the night of the bomb in '84. He said they got orders to round up every Irish person they could find. I mean, every Irish person. Like fucking Shamrock Nacht, you know? He says they lifted pretty much anyone with an Irish accent, Irish name, anyone who'd ever visited Dublin for a stag night, anyone who'd ever drunk a pint of Guinness, and anyone who'd ever been to Parkhead. Panic, Scoop. Panic and the political need to be seen to be taking massive and decisive action. That's what's brewing here. They've got 4 guys in custody with, literally, blood on their hands. But they still don't know what the fuck's going on, why the thing went down, anything. Consequently, it's time for Hunt the Motive. They're already out knocking on doors across the country. Lefties, union officials, anyone they can think of. And if memory serves, you crossed swords with the corpse yourself once, didn't you?
Something like that.
Well, that would be enough for these idiots. Like I said, Scoop, fuck off. Keep your head down and your mouth shut. I know you've got a personal interest, but you'd be wise to stay well away from this mess.
You know I can't do that, he said, with what would normally have proved infectious humour. Jenny sighed.
Stay out of this, Jack. Take a holiday. Christ, I wish I could, she said. I've got better things to be getting on with. Another dead prostitute in Leith, and the male public being as forthcoming and cooperative as ever. The hypocritical bastards. Mother of 3, but who cares? She's just a pro. Could be some nutter on the loose and I can't get any bodies onto the case because of this Foss fiasco. In fact, I could hardly get out of the fucking station for TV cameras. It's a media menagerie out there. I got swapped nicking out for a roll and bacon a wee while ago. I'd have had to starve if they hadn't started queuing up for the shot of this lawyer who'd be making a nuisance of herself.
Who's she?
No idea. She showed up at about 11:30, apparently, claiming to represent one of the suspects. She knows fine she can't speak to him, so she started making noises about wanting some evidence to support the use of prevention of terrorism powers. Callahan said she was getting short shrift until she produced some document, upon which she was immediately wheeled into an office by a couple of the Tash team. They took their own stat of whatever it was, but Cal says she insisted on accompanying them to the photocopier, wouldn't let the thing out of her sight. Half an hour later, she's out front and the telly's lapping her up. She'll be all over the lunchtime news.
Brave woman, Parlabane said.
What do you mean?
Well, anyone demanding rights for those guys, other than the right to be taken forth from this place and hanged by their neck until dead, is going to get some kicking in the press, just doing her job or not. I take it she was pretty young.
Yeah,
Jenny said, remembering.
I only saw her from a few yards away, but she looked a wee bit like her mammy probably didn't know she was out. How did you know?
She'll be from some major firm. They'll be happy enough to be involved in this case, for the publicity, but none of the big names will want to be seen sticking up for these guys. Not at this stage, anyway. I mean, given the climate of bloodlust and retribution over this thing, most firms would see their defence role as little more than the formality of delivering their clients into the hands of the sentencing judge. Oh no, he was off. Maybe they've got something, who knows, he continued. But it sounds to me like they're not sure themselves. Otherwise, it would be one of their famous names talking to the cameras. Instead, they'll send in someone junior, ideally photogenic, who can be young and idealistic in pursuing her cause. They're angling. If it works out, the big man takes over, and they wheel her out every so often because the cameras like her. And if it goes nowhere, she can be inexperienced and naive in chasing up a blind alley, and the big man can join in the condemnation of the baddies with everyone else. Jenny glanced up at the clock. She was in real danger of being sucked into his vortex. Time to eject.
Well, tell you what, Scoop, she said. I've got to go. Why don't you tune in and find out? I can't. I've just spotted a formidably solid-looking wall down the corridor, and I could really do with banging my head against it.
Parlabane sat back on the settee. Having wandered around the room for fully 5 minutes in a second vain attempt to locate the VCR's remote control before admitting defeat and making the grueling 6-foot journey to the telly to start the tape recording. Pulling his legs up onto the settee, an indulgent luxury of Sarah's absence, he felt a lump under one thigh and proceeded to fish the errant electronic device out from between two of the cushions.
"Good afternoon,"
said the newsreader, in a stern tone of voice that suggested it should be anything but. "He is dead! He is dead! Anyone caught not mourning to be reported to Conservative Central Office immediately." Parlabane recognised the anchorwoman as one of those media phenomena that just showed up everywhere, like some kind of human corporate logo. Fashion shows, chat shows, consumer relations, and even the news. An abject lack of discernible talent, intelligence, or personality, having proven no impediment to a rocketing career. He distantly wondered for a moment whose cock she had had to suck to enjoy such success, then realised that on this sort of scale, as Hicks would have suggested, it was probably Satan's.
"Inside information may have played a part in the murders last night of Roland and Helen Voss," she led off, subtly relegating the two dead bodyguards to the appropriate proletarian status of total fucking nobodies. "It has emerged today that the 4 men apprehended at the scene of the crimes may have been assisted by someone connected with the security operations at Craig Urquhart House."
Parlabane snorted in mild amusement at her pronunciation. Craig Urquhart, right up there with Tanadici. The programme cut to the location reporter, one of their big story first team, no doubt dispatched to replace last night's Scottish Affairs correspondent, as this was of national importance, and therefore had to be presented in a home county's accent and a trench coat. He was standing somewhere in Princess Street Gardens. It was nowhere near L&B HQ, but having the castle in the background was presumably obligatory for broadcasts from Edinburgh, in the same way that, in London, a backdrop of Buckingham Palace wasn't. This latest dramatic development followed the arrival of a lawyer representing one of the suspects, Thomas McInnes. Nicole Carroll, of Glasgow law firm Manson & Boyd, gave police a letter she claims was written by a client more than a week before the murders, in which he says he had received vital information about the security arrangements at Craig Urquhart House, and that this information would be used to plan a burglary. The image cut to a petite figure in a light blue skirt and jacket, walking down the steps of the police building, being swarmed upon by an insect-like infestation of multi-limbed creatures, arms, hands, booms, mics, and cameras. The purpose of the chaotic footage was, of course, to underline just how bloody important this news programme was when she appeared talking exclusively to them in the next shot. The autumn breeze blew her straight black hair erratically around her pale, girlish face as she spoke, nervous but determined. Parlabane realised then how flustered Jenny must have been, even if Cara wasn't 100% exactly the policewoman's type. She was certainly cute enough to have normally elicited comment. Such declarations of desire were a running joke between them. Jenny indulged in the occasional ostentatious pastiche of dykiness when in Parlabane's company, and he steadfastly made no reaction to it. Neither was ever quite sure who was taking the piss out of who.
"I received an envelope from my client at the beginning of last week," she began, English accent, surprisingly husky voice for her age and size, "and was told he would collect it again today. If he did not, I had instructions to open it. Inside what—" She cleared her throat, brushed some straggly hair from one eye. "Excuse me. Inside was a letter from my client stating that he'd been in receipt of information from someone he believed to be connected to the security staff at Craig Urquhart House. But most importantly, he states that this information was being used to plan a burglary, as he had been informed that, and I quote, someone very rich would be staying there from September the 21st to the 25th. I have presented this letter to the police because I believe it proves not only that my client's motive for breaking into the house was robbery,
but also that neither he nor his accomplices knew the identity of this very rich guest. Nonetheless, the police have persisted in refusing me access to my client under Prevention of Terrorism powers, even though what I am in possession of casts a great deal of doubt upon the notion of a plot to assassinate Mr. Voss.
So you believe Thomas McInnes and his gang simply intended to murder and rob whoever they found in the house? The reporter interjected, suddenly having some sort of Jeremy Paxman delusion.
No, she said, fixing the off-camera interviewer with a scolding, "Don't be so fucking stupid, look." And as a matter of fact, I don't believe my client murdered anyone. Right now, we're seeing an awful lot in the way of hand-wringing and hysteria, and very little in the way of evidence. And until those proportions change, I will be persisting in that belief.
Ha ha! Parlabane clapped his hands in appreciation. "Get that up, you po-faced bastard!" he muttered, momentarily distracted from the nagging thought that something she said earlier was bothering him.
"However," continued the po-faced bastard, now straight to camera, once more in his editorializing, "this is the news voice. The police take a different view of what Miss Carrow's letter implies. Detective Superintendent David Garlock, who had been coordinating an investigation involving police from 2 different Scottish regional forces, believes it could be a deliberate red herring." Cut to a tired, middle-aged man in a crumpled suit, looking like he could use a sleep, a coffee, and a shower. He was sitting at a desk in an open office area, uniformed officers buzzing around looking serious and busy. The next shot was closer up, without such arbitrary distraction. He spoke in tones intended to suggest he was a reasonable man, trying to remain mannered and calm in the face of unnecessary frustration. Like it wasn't enough he had all this to sort out, without some daft tart insisting on rocking the boat.
"I appreciate that in light of how dramatic and distressing last night's events may have been for many people," he said. "Any new development may be found to cause great excitement, but it is vital that we keep our feet on the ground. In this climate of uncertainty, it would be easy to imagine Miss Carrow's apparent revelation as a twist in the tale, but in fact, it merely confirms what our investigations have been increasingly leading us to believe, that some kind of security leak facilitated last night's tragic events. And indeed, we are already involved in efforts to establish the source of the leak right now. However, it strikes me as disingenuous to suggest that a few handwritten words can in any way clear the suspicion of a terrorist motive."
"And why do you believe that?"
"Well, Miss Carrow's paragraphs do not actually prove the suspects didn't know the identity of whoever would be staying at Craigarcourt House. Indeed, it strikes me that by going on about some rich person, it sounds very much like McInnes was deliberately attempting to cover up the fact that they did know. And you have to ask yourself why that might be. You have to ask yourself why Mr. McInnes would deposit such a letter with his lawyer prior to taking part in this atrocity. Seems to me the only reason could be as a damage limitation exercise in the event that he was caught. If he has written a letter claiming he intended merely to rob some anonymous rich guest, and that he did not know that rich guest's identity, it would suggest that Mr. Voss was not a premeditated target, as well as protecting whoever might be behind the operation, by suggesting that no one was behind it."
The policeman held up his hands in an explanatory gesture.
"At this stage," he continued, "we cannot for certain say that this wasn't just a very bloody and ruthless attempted robbery. But nothing we have seen gives us any reason to rule out a terrorist motive either, and for that reason, we can't afford to relax our position. These men have already managed to murder one of the most powerful businessmen in the world. If there is a terrorist group behind them, then it is a very merciless and very resourceful one. And if this is a demonstration of their capabilities, I think it is vital to the security of not just our own country that we do everything in our power to hunt them down."
Fair enough, thought Parlabane. But something was still discomforting him. Some half-formed realization that had got lost along the way, an irritation like trying to remember in which movie he had previously seen some minor role actress, and whether she might have taken her clothes off in it. He jogged the remote control to picture search rewind, watching the figures and talking heads suddenly turn black and white, and jiggle, newsreel style, at jerky high speed. The cop disappeared, replaced by the reporter, replaced in turn by Nicole Caro. Parlabane all the time, trying to remember what had sparked his truncated revelation. There, he suddenly thought, watching her hand place hair into her eye in a sharp, precise movement. He hit play, and the image slowed, lurchingly, restoring itself to colour a moment before sound returned. I had instructions to open it. Inside sudden look of uncertainty in the unobscured eye, glancing quickly off and back before she cleared her throat, and then swept the offending strands clear. Offending strands that hadn't been bothering her for the 4 or 5 seconds they had already been sitting there. Excuse me. Inside was a... Something was wrong. Something had slightly knocked her off balance. He jogged into reverse once again, that hand plonking the hair faithfully back into her eye a second time. Open it. Inside... Excuse me. Inside was a letter. She had given something away. Or rather, was afraid she had. Actions to open it. Inside... Excuse me. Inside what... He listened to the accent, the inflections, and emphases. Inside... He had it. She was about to say, inside were, not inside was. That's what was bothering him. She had talked about an envelope first, not a letter. She had something else. McInnes had given her something else. The tape played on. Parlabane's blind wondering about what more had been in Caro's envelope, giving way to wondering why no extracts from the letter were being thrown up in any tediously overblown computer-animated graphic sequence to accompany the report. Or, at least read out by the pole-faced bastard in the trench coat. The only explanation for this was that they hadn't been given a copy. And as he couldn't imagine the cops sticking any kind of injunction on the letter and then blabbing on about its contents to the cameras, it must have been Caro who denied them. Why? At this stage, with no evidence on the table, the name of the game is publicity. Why not give the media a copy? Get it right into the public domain. Unless she was holding something else back too.
As disingenuous to suggest that a few handwritten words can in any way clear the suspicion of a terrorist motive,
said Garlock again.
And why do you believe that? Well, Miss Caro's paragraphs do not actually prove that the suspects didn't...
He sat up straight, hit pause, leaving the policeman open-mouthed and palms up on the screen in front of him, trisected by 2 vibrating lines of interference. A few handwritten words, thought Parlabane. Miss Caro's paragraphs. Never mind what else she was holding back. She hadn't even let the cops see the full text of the letter. Sarah rested her head on Parlabane's chest as she lay along the settee, eyes on the TV screen, attempting to digest the latest assault in his chili-laden campaign to defoliate their colonic flora. He lowered his head slightly as he sat, enough for his nose to touch a few stray strands of that cascading red hair, and breathed in her smell as she wriggled cosily against him. She was losing herself in the video. He was losing himself in her. Again. Surprised to see you here, she had said when she arrived back from work, and found him in the kitchen, thoughtfully stirring a voluminous pot. I thought you'd be up in Perthshire causing trouble, and asking awkward questions.
Who? Me?
He asked, feigning indignant disbelief, arms wide like an Italian fullback who's just decapitated a winger. They were both making light of it, tiptoeing their way around a dangerous obstacle. She had to joke, because she didn't want to sound too accusatory, or to lay her worries on too thick. He had to joke back, to assure her that he wasn't offended, and that she had nothing to worry about anyway. And she didn't. he had gradually come to realise. "There's no angle," he said as they ate. She had brought the Voss thing up, probably hoping that he might benefit from a certain amount of catharsis, and hoping equally that what she heard would reassure her. "I'm interested, of course, but really just from a spectator's point of view. I spoke to Jenny today, and it sounds like they're under martial law."
"So they're really going for this terrorist thing? What do you reckon about it?"
"Couldn't say. That lawyer on the news knows something more than she's letting on. But what she said doesn't change the fact that these guys went in very well prepared and took out 4 people in an incisively clinical exercise. They knew what they were doing. And whether it was for purposes of robbery, revenge, terrorism, or their idea of a laugh on a dull Sunday night, seems of secondary importance to me."
"So, if they knew what they were doing so much, how come they all got caught?"
"Don't know. Cops haven't said yet. In fact, there's a lot of things the cops haven't said. But I can't say their reticence either surprises me or makes me suspicious. Whatever went on up there, there's some bad bastards involved. And I'm more than happy for it to be the cops who find out who they are and what they're about. Whether it's cops and robbers or cops and terrorists, I don't care. Either way, it's cops and very dangerous people. And that's my principal consideration."
His eyes were on the screen, but he wasn't watching the movie.
He'd seen it a dozen times, and he'd see it a dozen more when he would be paying attention.
But what was weird was that it wasn't the Voss murder that was distracting him. It was the fact that the Voss murder wasn't distracting him.
Sure, there were a few tantalising contradictions and enticing inconsistencies in the information being issued,
but somehow none of it seemed enough anymore to have him sliding down the bat pole and into action.
Not off this city with the scent of Sarah's hair in his nostrils,
the warmth of her shoulders in his lap, and his left palm rested on her left breast, pressed into place against her t-shirt by her own right hand. He realised that all of this meant he was changing, indeed had changed, and he wasn't even sure whether he should feel sad about that. He felt a confusing mixture of excitement, envy and comfort when he thought about Nicole Carroll, recklessly playing cat and mouse with the cops, driven by a belief in some unknowable cause, running on adrenaline and hiding her fear behind a glistening sheen of arrogance. Excitement at recognising someone he once knew, someone that age, who'd shown the same raw, enervating energy and promise, with a glint in the eye that said, "I'll find out all your secrets, but you'll never know mine." Envy that that person still had so many exciting paths to explore back then, at the thought of what was to follow, and comfort at the thought that someone from the resignation generation actually looked like picking up the torch.
"We're going to fuck you up the arse," said the government all the time.
In his adolescence, the collective response was,
"Come ahead and try it, you bass. See what you get."
These days, they would just drop their trousers, then drop some eckies so that their acquiescent complicity was a fun and trippy experience. But maybe it was the sight of Nicole Carroll that had underlined the detachment of his position. It wasn't his fight anymore. He liked to think that it was Sarah that had changed him. All the hackneyed old bollocks actually applied. He had never met a woman who had made him feel this way. He was feeling emotions not only that he had never experienced before, but that he had previously concluded were not applicable in his case. So many things had seemed not applicable in his case, which was itself part of the greater problem. However, the fear was that it was because he had already changed that he felt this way about Sarah. That at another time, she would have passed him right by, no possibility of him recognising what could lie before them. Or, more simply, that he would have blown it. The thought of having missed her, of her not being there, was a shivering cold one. And along with it came the attendant doubt that he might well have already met women who would have made him feel like this. But... no. That way madness lay. But did it matter? Either way, this was how he felt. This was how it was. They were together now. Fate, serendipity, or whatever. Unfortunately, it did matter. Because he still wasn't entirely sure why he was content to be sitting on a settee at a time like this.
He'd like it to be all the right reasons, all the cute, cosy, and even mature adult ones. But he wanted to know how big a factor fear was in the equation. What had he said? It was cops and very dangerous people, and that was his principal consideration. It never used to be. Once upon a time, it had been all and anything for a bloody story. The risks, the gambles, the dangers, the death threats, all for the scoop, for the exclusive. Oh yeah, and the truth, of course, in 100-foot letters of fire, burning high on a mountainside. That idol he had made so many sacrifices to. Parlabane had never been afraid of dying, he had always known. He had taken actions, decisions out of fear for his life, but fear for your life and being afraid to die were two very different issues. Fear for your life was a basic, unignorable instinct of self-preservation, dictating action and reaction in certain situations. Being afraid to die was what kept most sensible people out of those situations in the first place. Once, he had suspected, it was because he was daft enough not to believe it was ever going to happen, that it wasn't applicable to him, that he didn't fear death because he had never been forced to really contemplate it. Then, he had been forced to contemplate it pretty close up. Twice he had stared death in the face, and on both occasions found that even the Grim Reaper wasn't immune to a sudden attack of self-doubt when it caught that gleefully malevolent glint in his eye. Bollocks! Death must have thought. Do we really want this guy loose on the other side? So what had changed? Well, for a start, he thought, he had someone to miss. Someone he craved and jealously guarded his time with. Someone whose company he looked forward to enjoying for as long as possible. But that wasn't it. Responsibility. A new thing. He couldn't leave her behind, and didn't like the thought of her on her own. She wasn't some pathetic soul who couldn't cope without him. Sarah was a resourceful, and some might say formidable woman. But he didn't want her to have to. And he had made promises, obligations. If he wanted to marry her, then that meant he had to want to always be there for her. Doing something that could get himself killed or imprisoned would suggest otherwise. But that wasn't it either. It was this. He could feel her fear of his death. A coldness, an emptiness, chasmic and desolately lonely. A fear like none he had ever known. He could feel how she would miss him. In the past, when he was contemplating his next recklessness, he hadn't considered even how his parents would miss him if he died. He knew they'd be sad, but in a relationship based so much upon his needs of them, he hadn't appreciated that there were ways in which they needed him. In fact, he had never appreciated that there were ways in which anyone needed him. Not like that. He felt how there was something he gave Sarah that she could never replace if he was gone. A preciousness she could not bear to lose, and that he must do all he could to protect. In short, he sensed the receipt of his own love, and it was a revelation far more devastating and unexpected than anything he had ever splashed across a front page. He held her a little tighter on the settee. It didn't mean he was opting for some culture of contentment, lifestyle pages, yupped-up existence with his beautiful new bride, though. He wasn't about to simply accept that black was black and white was white, start writing a weekly column with a picture byline, and do profile pieces for the Sundays. But it did mean his guerrilla days were over. If something was wrong and conventional investigation failed, then maybe it was time for someone younger to prove it. Ken Fraser swigged back a can of juice and pored over the black and white laserproof of tomorrow's front page, feeling a hollow tingle in his guts where there should only have been the dull grind of his sausage supper in slow digestion. He was familiar with the feeling, half instinct, half emotional memory, the distant suspicion that something was missing, something hadn't been accounted for, an uncertainty that had its roots in arriving at the school gates and suddenly remembering that it was PE day. Your gear was in the washing machine and your arse was out the window. The dread of that moment when you realise, A, what was bothering you, and B, that it's now too late to do anything about it. He shook his head. Probably nothing. It was an ailment of being the news editor, of having always to be on the alert for potential screw-ups, a phantom symptom, like feeling itchy when someone starts talking about headlights. The kind of nagging worry that was bound to happen on a night like this when he was endeavouring particularly hard to anticipate the pitfalls. This evening's latest, a most bewildering twist in the Voss saga, required delicate and dexterous hands. Between the presses rolling and the punters picking up their copy of the Saltar in the AM, there were hours enough for further hairpin bends in the script. He'd instructed the subs to excise anything too speculative regarding the motives or connotations of what had taken place. Stick to the facts and the quotes. The tabloid shitrags were happy to wipe their past clean every night and ignore the previous day's statements and positions when events proved them diametrically wrong. They knew their readers had memories even shorter than their attention spans. But Ken had a professional pride those pricks would never understand. Maybe that made him a dinosaur, but he'd still be a dinosaur who was never embarrassed by the sight of yesterday's front page. He had another gulp of juice and looked away, then quickly back at the proof, an old trick of checking what was the first thing that caught his eye. Nothing was amiss. No unintended insensitive puns in the headlines, no unfortunate juxtapositions. It was fine. "Send it," he told the chief sub, and in that moment of surrendering his option to change anything, realised with a wry smile that what was missing was nothing to do with the page. What was missing was John Lapsley Parlabane, known to his accomplices as Jack. He hadn't heard from him in a few days, which was not in itself unusual, as the Saltar was just one of several newspapers here and in London labouring under the misapprehension that Parlabane worked for them. They all frequently sent him large sums of money as retainers in vain attempts to entangle him in this deluded fantasy. But at best, they were just buying a ticket for a raffle. And Parlabane was the one who decided who was going to win the prize of first look at whatever he had unearthed. Mostly it depended on who he felt would handle the story best, which paper he thought it suited, and sometimes he had deals worked out with the Sundays to run a big overview piece as a follow-up to something he broke elsewhere earlier in the week. But as he only lived 10 minutes' walk from Saltar House, the Saltar, and Saltar on Sunday, tended to see more of him out of sheer geographical convenience. Nonetheless, his arrangements were never sufficiently formal for him to see fit to show up on anything other than a random basis. But with a story as big as the Voss one going down, it was odd that he hadn't phoned or popped in to shoot the shit and cast an eye over what they had on it, especially as Jack and Voss went a long way back, although not exactly in a drinking buddies manner. It wasn't a question of putting your best man on the case or anything like that. These big feeding frenzies were the last place you'd find him. The rest of the hack pack might wait patiently for the bounteous bovine of the police press office to squirt another pasteurised bulletin into their greedily gaping gubs. But Jack preferred his untreated. You didn't send Jack Parlabane to a press conference. In fact, you didn't send Jack Parlabane at all, as Jack very much did what he fancied, then fucked off again. Jack's name carried respect, if seldom affection, in any newsroom in the country, and to a lot of the paper's younger reporters, he was a legend, a figure they might have considered mythical if they hadn't seen him in the flesh, having heard tales from older hacks that they had previously assumed were made up or at least greatly exaggerated. Ken wasn't sure what any of his charges really believed about the devious wee Paisley bastard, but he was sure none of the apocrypha was as far-fetched as the truth. Jack, for his part, stayed tight-lipped about his reputation and his methods. He was a good man to bounce ideas off, and he was usually around somewhere when there was a big story going down because, like Ken, he loved the buzz of a newsroom in full panic. That he and Jack hadn't exchanged any words at all since Voss's murder was, and should have struck him earlier as, bizarre. Ken knew Jack had promised to go straight as a prenuptial condition, but had put the notion to the back of his mind, filed somewhere between sceptical, "I'll believe it when I see it," and worried, "How am I going to cope if it happens?" He had reckoned that if the recidivist reprobate was actually serious, then the acid test would be something like this, and Ken doubted he would pass. Yet here they were, one of the stories of the decade unfolding round about, with a personal angle for Jack to boot, and there was no sign of him. It appeared he really was hanging up the black polo neck and the grappling hook. Say it ain't so, Jack. Say it ain't so. The movie ended, and Parlabane hit the stop button on the remote, as the image of Dennis carrying new bride Ellen around their apartment faded to black beneath the credits. The pole-faced bastard in the trench coat appeared, steam from his breath picked out by the lightning as he looked with brow-furrowed concentration into the camera. "Believe that he must have taken some kind of poison, possibly cyanide, as he was only alone for a matter of minutes. Police are trying to maintain as much calm as possible this time, but the possible ramifications of this apparent suicide are obviously very sinister and potentially very far-reaching, with the circumstances surrounding the death of Roland Voss becoming increasingly bizarre." "Do you fancy a cup of coffee, honey?" Sarah asked, pulling herself upright and standing by the arm of the settee, a hand running through Parlabane's hair. "Yeah, please," he said, and she turned and walked out of the room. "Appears to answer the riddle of who may have leaked information to the four men still being held under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, given his involvement in coordinating security at Craig Urquhart House, but poses many more disturbing questions as the mystery begins to assume trappings more usually associated with James Bond films." The image of PFB Trenchcoat suddenly shrank to fit a screen in the studio, where the anchorman sat addressing him from his desk. "But curiously, isn't it true that Mr. Lafferty came forward voluntarily this afternoon?" the anchorman asked. "Yes, he did. Mr. Lafferty had in fact been involved in the investigation at the Perthshire end, and was asked to come down to Edinburgh to help look into the allegations of a security leak. There has been speculation that he decided to take his own life after discovering the police knew something he thought they didn't, but it's far too early to draw any kind of conclusions. All I can tell you is that I spoke to Mr. Lafferty a few hours beforehand, as he entered the station, and that he seemed very nervous and agitated. Excuse me, Terry," interrupted the anchorman, "but I believe we have those pictures just now." And Parlabane's heart stopped. Donald Lafferty was standing in the light drizzle, a few hours ago, and less than a couple of miles from where Parlabane sat. He looked about 15 years older than he should, pale as a virgin at a vampire stag night, trembling visibly, eyes darting suspiciously to and fro. "Obviously, very shocked at what has taken place, and I'm eager to cooperate in any way that can assist the investigation. I am devastated at what has happened and intend to stop at nothing to find out how our security arrangements were circumvented." "And do you have any suspicions about the source of a possible leak?" "I'm afraid I can't really comment on that further than to say I don't know much more than you about it at this stage. I've been busy at Craig Urquhart since it happened, and I haven't really had time to catch up on developments down here at this end of—" He looked suddenly straight into the camera. "Of the arena." He cleared his throat. "It's not as if I've been sitting around listening to my favourite music, although I think a lot more people should. Excuse me," he muttered, and moved off camera. "As you can see, he did seem very concerned about something," stated the reporter as the clip ended. "Yes," rejoined the anchorman, and his last remark seemed very curious. "They did indeed. At the time they struck me as the words of a very distracted, and I suppose extremely tired man. But as you can imagine, in light of the strange and tragic events that have followed, there has inevitably been speculation as to whether this was some kind of coded message. However, if that was the case, your guess is as good as mine as to what those words might have meant." but Parlabane, tears welling in his eyes as he knelt trembling on the carpet, knew exactly what they meant. They meant black was white. White was black. Something was very, very wrong, and only he could prove it. Chapter 3. The death of Donald Lafferty hit Nicole like a fall from castle walls in darkness. As Monday had progressed, she had become distantly aware of the thought that her world was changing, unexpected doors and pathways opening before her and leading to unexplored chambers, unknown heights. An insecure concern that she was being urged or even led through, along, up, that someone somewhere had a role, a place for her. Fate, if you like, telling her great things were afoot. You took difficult decisions, but made the right choices, and here is your reward, your future. There had been the usual detachment she tended to feel during momentous events, the rest of her functions and processes carrying on efficiently, while her emotions lagged behind like an old woman carrying too many bags. She had seen herself on TV when she got home, and couldn't remember seeing a word of what she was hearing. It might as well have been someone else playing her, or was it just that she had been playing someone else? Then there had been the phone calls, of course. Mum, then a couple of friends. Not Dad. Not home yet. Not unusual. Saying how thrilled they were to see her on TV. How they could see her becoming a big legal personality. This was just the sort of thing that got you off to a great start. Oh, isn't it exciting? Nobody mentioned multiple murders or terrorism. But then that was, literally, last night's news. Mum talked about the well-known TV reporter. What was he like in the flesh? About how she had looked. Was she nervous? It didn't show. And had she videotaped it, as Mum still couldn't operate the dashed thing? It was as if she had been appearing on a game show. How do you feel about sticking up for those accused of the crime of the century? Who is this man you're defending? Do you really believe he's innocent? Do you think you've any chance of saving him? If not, how many millennia will he go down for? Nobody asked those things, and during those conversations, she didn't think about them either. But then, that was law. Footballers, she reflected, tend not to agonize over how the ball might be feeling. Law was other people's nightmares. Nightmares of the victims, nightmares of the accused, nightmares of the guilty, nightmares of the convicted. All on the other side of the big screen, except that they were the ones helplessly, passively watching you in action. She had got to be a player for a day. Open the mystery envelope and see what you've won, Miss Carroll. Congratulations! A sensational day trip to Edinburgh, and what a prize it is! You'll get to talk tough to some policeman, produce a sheet of paper like a rabbit from a hat, then enjoy the spectacle of several pompous, middle-aged men suddenly ceasing to treat you like an 8-year-old girl. You'll be interviewed and taken very, very seriously by some very, very serious men in suits. And finally, to round off your trip, you'll get to address the nation on BBC television. Just set that video recorder for an instant memento of your day as a legal hotshot. She still felt a nervous exhilaration as she sat at home later, feeling satisfied, important, part of something. Then she saw the latest news and discovered herself to be in a world whose nature she had entirely misunderstood. Normally, the lawyers don't get involved until the action's over, when everyone who's going to die is dead, when all the pieces are on the board, and they can play out the moves between themselves. Donald Lafferty's death knocked the board to the wall and scattered the figurines, tore down the screen, and revealed her to be among the corpses and the villains, part of the same story. She hadn't known him, hadn't set eyes on him, hadn't spoken to him. She hadn't even seen his baffling interview when it first went out, only catching it when it was repeated post-mortem. But his death still felt very close. Very, very close. She had produced evidence that suggested someone connected to Craig Urquhart was behind what had happened, and that Thomas McInnes and his colleagues were there to carry out a robbery, not an execution. Big news, dramatic development. inasmuch as it affected what was already known, moved the pieces already on the board. Lafferty comes to Edinburgh to assist in the investigation of a leak, not as the suspected source, but then kills himself with a poison pill as soon as he is left alone for 5 minutes. If he had hanged himself with the belt of his trousers or chucked himself off the roof, then it would have been the last confessional act of a guilty man who couldn't face a future of harsh consequences, not least those of his own self-loathing for what his greed and scheming had led to. But cyanide pills? Not something you just happen to have on you in the jacket pocket or shoulder bag pharmaceutical cash. Paracetamol for those strip-lighting headaches, antihistamine for the occasional bout of hay fever, and cyanide in case you suddenly feel the need to top yourself and aren't going to get home for hours. All the assurance and confidence she had drawn from the idea that someone was behind McInnes soured and dissolved as she wondered, blindly, graspingly at who was behind Lafferty. What body, what organisation, what person could inspire such loyalty or such fear that taking one's life was preferable to betrayal? That taking one's life, in cold blood, was an option one was prepared for so readily as to carry the means at all times. And if Lafferty was behind McInnes, and someone else was behind Lafferty, how many layers deep did it descend? Suddenly, the world turned in upon itself. Convex became concave. The image shifted and changed. She thought she had come along when the moves were complete, and the action was over. But it looked now like the game was still in progress. In fact, it might be just beginning. Whatever pride and satisfaction she had felt at being the centre of attention was transformed into a sickening fear that she was exposed in the midst of matters beyond her ken and far out of her hands. The excitement of being seen by millions on television changed to a naked vulnerability, as the whole world now knew who she was. She thought of Thomas McInnes, what his letter said, and what had followed. It said someone on the inside, as it turned out, Lafferty, had been behind what was only supposed to be a robbery, even given the letter's other strange claims. This contradicted the idea of anything larger, anything more sinister, being at work, as if 4 murders weren't sinister enough. But now, she wondered, as that cop had suggested, was McInnes acting to protect someone, something? Had somebody set up and used Lafferty, the same as they had set up and used McInnes? She needed more than ever to talk to her client. Previously, it had been so that she could help him, but now the relationship was likely to be more reciprocal. She felt disorientated and exposed. Whatever was afoot, whatever forces were abroad, she was now part of this. She was involved, and no longer as a player in the game, but as a piece on the board. Morning had been a long time in coming. After comfortless waking episodes like irritating stops at minor stations on a lengthy train journey, the normally caressing pillow transformed into a sack of Meccano pieces with a built-in face-eating filament. When it did arrive, Morning had apparently had a rotten journey too, and was in a remorselessly uncooperative mood. There was no hot water for a shower, and she had inevitably managed to bugger up the central heating program, having still failed to master a computerized LCD panel that seemed to have been built for surfing the net rather than regulating the labours of the boiler. The time machine, that was an unadvertised built-in feature of her fridge, had once again altered the best before dates on both the milk and her sausages, so she had to make do with black tea and toast, the latter thoughtfully burnt by the toaster, which had neglected to eject its contents as part of its ongoing vigilance training regime. By the time she had driven to work, she had become sufficiently aware of being grumpily paranoid as to be getting fed up with it and with herself, which is why she paid less heed than would have been normal to the feeling that she was being watched as she walked from her car to the office. What also proved efficacious in expelling it from her mind was the mental projection of acting on the impulse to tell someone about it, picturing her forthcoming meeting with Finlay Campbell. I've got this feeling that I'm being watched."
"Yes, dear, you were. By about 10 million people. It's a thing called television. Us Scots invented it, don't you know?"
"So that." Another tiny voice queried whether it was possible that awareness of being paranoid might cause overcompensation in ignoring the feelings of paranoia that would be vital in warning a person if they really were out to get you. And still another queried whether she might be going out of her fucking mind. There were cheers and some applause when she walked into the office. The inevitable cracks about being a TV personality, and Ian West holding out a notepad and a pen as if seeking her autograph. She said nothing in reply, keeping her head down and holding up her right hand in the widely recognised wanker gesture. It was almost reassuring to see that it was still all a game to some people. She could see Finlay Campbell on the phone, his office door wide to the wall, and upon catching her eye, he gestured her to come in. Nicole sat opposite his desk as he finished his phone call, booming-voiced and overbearingly jovial, certainly for that time of the morning. He leaned over towards the cradle of the telephone as he wound up the conversation, as if moving the earpiece gradually nearer its place of rest would in itself make the person at the end of the line do likewise. She caught the glare of his shiny bald crown, surrounded by black shoulder-length strands of hair in a bad, mid-80s West Coast post-glam style. The overall effect described disparagingly by Ian as a Haley cut. She hadn't known who Ian was talking about, but when he showed her a couple of pictures of the former Ranger striker and hairdressing casualty, she had laughed out loud. "Just be grateful Campbell doesn't go to the same tailor," Ian added, "embarrassing as his suits may be." Yesterday morning was the first time she had experienced a conversation with Mr. Campbell that had lasted more than 30 seconds. He hadn't been among those who interviewed her for the job, so she hadn't really known where she stood with him. He struck her as a little slimy, but generally good-hearted. And when you're talking about lawyers, a little slime is probably not worth making much fuss over. He was in his late 30s, early 40s, dressing smartly, but perhaps a little too flamboyantly for his age. She saw in him an affable fellow, generous of spirit, but perhaps over-keen to be liked. A one-time looker, probably a ladies' man, who had screwed up at least one good relationship somewhere along the line and was trying to recapture youthful glory days because he couldn't recapture whatever he had regretfully thrown away. There was a lot to read into a bad haircut and silly jacket, but she did have a good track record in this sort of thing. The place had been in a ferment over the fact that one of the boss accused was a client. And when they opened the envelope, working on the reasonable assumption that Thomas McInnes was unlikely to show up in person to retrieve it, Campbell had ushered her into his office and closed the door. "I'll make this brief, because I've got to be in court in half an hour," he had said. "But the first thing you should know is that I defended Thomas McInnes, Robert Hanna and Associates during the Robin Hood's trial. That's why McInnes came to Manson and Boyd with this," he added, in response to the involuntary widening of Nicole's eyes. "When I say defended, I suppose I should really say represented, as there wasn't much defending to do. They pleaded guilty. That wasn't on my advice. They had decided on it well before it reached that stage. When the game was up, the game was up, was how they saw it. Kind of the opposite of, it ain't over till it's over. My job was really to present them as remorseful and penitent men, who posed no danger to society and who'd committed their spate of crimes, first offences, incidentally, in circumstances unlikely to be repeated, etc., etc. A sad look of pity and regret passed over his normally indefatigably smiley face. "I have no idea whether I was any good or not," he continued, shrugging. "Because I could have stood up and said, 'Your Honour, my client would like to state before the court that you suck horses' cocks and your wife shags donkeys,' and it wouldn't have been much worse. These guys have been screwing the homes of the great and the good, and they were going to get up the arse with a chainsaw for their troubles no matter what mitigation I presented. Normally, poor people just steal from other poor people, and back then, Scottish country mansions simply didn't get burgled.
The establishment were affronted at the sheer temerity of it, that some bunch of oiks could even dare to attempt what they had done. But what really sealed the Hoods' fate was that insurance premiums on such properties soared as a result. Before this, they were, ironically or not, regarded as comparatively low risk. Like I said, nobody stole from these places. After the Hoods hit the headlines, the insurance firms saw things a wee bit differently. So these four men's actions hadn't just deprived a few toffs of some trinkets. Their repercussions were going to hit the pockets of every member of the landed gentry across the UK, including the judge, Lord Maclean.
And I suppose an exemplarily harsh sentence would be seen as a deterrent to further such offences, and thus smiled upon by the insurers.
You got it. 7 years.
Jesus! Nicole gasped.
Unprecedented and unfucking believable. Not only that, but their parole was messed about with and various strings pulled to make sure they served just about all of it. The establishment made sure they got every ounce of their pound of flesh. So I took it as a measure of the man's character that McInnes actually came back here for legal assistance. Blame no one but himself for what happened. Man of dignity and humility. He got pulled in for questioning a few times about rural break-ins, first year after he got out, and always got in touch with us for a brief. He even handed all that stoically as part of the price he was paying. Unfortunately, the cops gradually got the picture that he was an unlikely repeat offender, and gave it up. I never dealt with him personally again. I had moved onwards and upwards by the time he was out and about once more. But we exchanged a few words the odd time. He even gave me a wave through the door last week when he was in seeing you. But what I'm getting at is that I believe what's in this letter, as much as I can't believe he was part of what happened last night. It just doesn't add up, and we won't be able to make much sense of it without talking to him in person. I want you to go to Edinburgh.
He finally put the phone down, then sat back in his chair and turned his attention to Nicole.
It's getting interesting, isn't it?
Campbell opened. Indeed, she replied, with a furrow of the brow.
Interesting, as in, may you live in interesting times, he confirmed, expressing his awareness of her discomfiture. Another day, another dead body. Question is, where does it put us?
I've been asking myself that all night.
Well, the simple answer, for the time being, is that it puts us right here, until our client is actually charged and we're allowed to speak to him. Whatever progress you might have made yesterday, and you handled the whole thing extremely effectively, I have to say, has been undone by Mr. Lafferty's DIY demise.
He picked up a pen, toying absently with it, its turning in its fingers like a wind turbine powering his thoughts.
Although the police were right in saying that our letter was of no intrinsic value in terms of proof, Campbell continued, I think it nonetheless depicted a very plausible scenario that people might be ready to believe, especially in the continuing absence of any substantial alternative. Public opinion would have been with us, even if public sympathy obviously wouldn't. Everyone was bound to be getting bored of conjecture over possible terrorist motives for killing Voss. We offered something a lot more realistic. Robbery. What better reason for breaking into the residence, albeit temporary, of one of the richest men in the world? People understand greed a lot better than they understand the politics of intra-European sub-factional splinter groups. If Voss was an Arab or an Irishman, different story. And of course if Lafferty had done himself in more conventionally, something a bit more obviously spur of the darkest moment.
I know, she commiserated. Mind you, the post-mortem report could still show up something different.
Subarachnoid hemorrhage or...
Campbell shook his head and frowned, as if impatient with this futile and misguided optimism.
I've got some police contacts. PM results won't be through for a while, but they know he took a pill. Whether it was cyanide is incidental. The word is that the bloke who found Lafferty walked into the room and saw him pop something into his mouth and swallow it. Upon which, get this,
He said, "Bye-bye," and sat down. The bloke tried to get him to cough up, Heimlich manoeuvre or whatever, but was fought off. Whatever he took, the result was that he was dead in minutes. And the result for us is that suddenly it's all very cloak and dagger again, and this terrorist crap has come crashing back down like a bloody anvil. Campbell leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his thinning locks and widening his eyes in frustration.
"I don't know what to think anymore,"
Nicole confessed, breaking a growing silence.
If Lafferty was working for someone, or even just being used by someone, what does that do to what McInnes gave us? It looks now like Lafferty was the middleman, but maybe the whole operation was just to kill Voss. Thomas McInnes told us he was being coerced into carrying out a robbery. But could the letter actually be a cover-up after all? Could he even have been coerced into writing the letter as part of the deal? I mean, if the letter is genuine, why didn't it tell us he was being coerced into carrying out a murder?
Nicole, Campbell said quietly, attempting to calm her storm-tossed thoughts. There are millions of baffling questions flying around, and it's infuriating that we can't answer them. But what we mustn't do is let them distract us from what we know for sure.
What do you mean?
Well, you've met him. Do you believe Thomas McInnes could have carried out, or been party to, those murders?
To tell you the truth, this whole thing's getting so weird, I don't know what I believe anymore.
He rolled his eyes gently and smiled. Look at yourself, Nicole. You're forgetting which way is up. Do you know who Tam McInnes is? What he did?
Only very roughly. Really just what you told me yesterday.
He was a burglar. Not by profession, just by, well, a combination of circumstance, naivety, and probably a bit of booze in the first instance. He and his pals robbed country mansions. You know that much. The first one was the home, a home, of the man who took the decision to close down the car plant where they had all worked, because labour was cheaper in the Third World. They had intended the robbery as a protest, a stunt, if you like. Said they were originally planning to give the gear back. However, to cut a long story short, when it became apparent that nobody had a bloody clue who had done it, they decided to keep their mouths shut and ended up doing it again somewhere else. The spree lasted a few months. They hit, I think, 7, maybe 8 places. But the thing is, they mostly hit places when they were empty, and if someone was going to be home, they made sure they were in and out without a soul knowing. Do you see what I'm saying?
She nodded and smiled, feeling a welcome moment of comfort as some aspect of solidity, of reassurance returned. They never hurt anyone, she said.
Exactly. Not the proverbial fly. Not then, not before, not since. No knives and no guns. Not even a big stick with a nail through it. But that's only half the point. The reason I sanctioned your wee publicity tour yesterday was that, knowing what I did about McInnes, it seemed at least plausible that somebody might enlist his services, forcibly or otherwise, if they wanted to burgle a country mansion, especially if they had inside knowledge that someone as moneyed as Voss would be filling the wardrobes for a few days. And the kind of coercion he's described made sense because, as far as I know, Tam McInnes has never committed another burglary since back then, and would be unlikely to be tempted, whatever the potential rewards. What doesn't make sense is murder. Even discounting our generous opinions of Tam's character and morality, the fact is, you don't hire a joiner to fix a burst pipe. Now, this suicide business might suggest there's someone else lurking in the background, but to us that's irrelevant. Whether no one else was behind it or Ernst Stavro fucking Blofeld was behind it, no matter what might have gone wrong, no matter what happened in that bedroom on Sunday night, Tam McInnes went into Craig Urquhart House to rob the place. Why there are 4 corpses behind him when he left is something we aren't going to find out without actually talking to him. So, until we're allowed to do that, I'd suggest we both distract our tired minds with other matters.
Like what?
Nicole said apprehensively. In your case, this morning, a Mr. McCandlish, an octogenarian who, if he's being consistent, probably wishes to sue whoever is top of the charts for plagiarising a radio jingle he wrote 30-odd years ago. According to the senior partners, he used to do a lot of this in the 60s, and everyone had assumed he'd died or given up. Unfortunately, bands like the Stone Roses and Oasis came along in recent years, and by ripping off the songs he got upset about back then, they've inadvertently set him off again. Good luck. The fear and the uncertainty, the high stakes and the precipitous sense of danger drifted away as the morning went on. And it wasn't down to the soothing qualities of the music she was forced to listen to. Mr. McCandlish had brought along the most dilapidated-looking item of audio equipment she had ever seen, a bulky, Bakelite reel-to-reel tape player that gave off a worryingly smoky smell as its spindles turned with arthritic labour and a syncopated squeaking. It looked heavy enough to have induced a heart attack in the wiry and animatedly cantankerous old soul in his efforts to transport it upstairs to the office. But unfortunately, he was made of sterner stuff than he looked. To illustrate his point, he played each jingle 3 or 4 times on the reel-to-reel before resorting to his other museum piece, the oldest functioning micro-cassette player in existence, for a tinny rendition of the offending lines or bridge from the suspect's song. As he insisted on singing the corresponding couplet from his allegedly plagiarised jingle over the top of the later composition, Nicole felt he was somewhat prejudicing the demonstration. Although the chorus from Oasis's Don't Look Back in Anger did have spooky echoes of the McCandlish penned, By Mulligan's tripe, the stuff that you'll like. Nicole was as polite and constructive as she could manage, but the meeting ended in what she was beginning to consider familiar and inevitable acrimony, when she felt bound to point out that Mr. McCandlish's jingles had last been aired some years before Noel Gallagher's birth, and even then, only in central Scotland. "It's a conspiracy," he declaimed, before the door closed with its now equally familiar slam. The only reintrusion of her greater concerns came in the form of Finlay Campbell, sticking his head round the door and asking for the envelope.
"I'm sorry, I don't have it," she told him. "In fact, I don't think I've had it since yesterday morning, before I went through to Edinburgh."
"Bugger," he winced. Never bother. I was really just asking on the off chance. I can't find it, and if you had it, it would have saved rooting through that office of mine. Look, I've got to nip out for a few hours. Could you ask Linda to hunt for it when she comes back from the stationer's? It's buried in there somewhere, along with Lord Lucan's Shergar and the Stone of Destiny, probably.
"Will do."
He had driven round the block a couple of times, looking for the car. He had the make, colour, and reg number, but between the one-way system and the parking restrictions, there was no guarantee it would be anywhere near the office. Someone was pulling out of a space close to the corner of the junction opposite the building, so he flipped the indicator to left instead of right, and manoeuvred into the spot. He had a good view of the main entrance from there, and unless there was a back door he could see her coming out. With any luck, she would be having to feed a meter somewhere, so he could follow her. He wouldn't intercept her then. He'd find out where the car was, and weigh up the options for when she returned. He had the home address, courtesy of his invaluable police contacts, but that was a last resort, as you never knew who might be watching. And for all his experience, getting in might not be a picnic. He was sure he could manage it, but if it came to that, he'd have to make sure he left no trace. If she came in and spotted something that told her all was not as it should be, she might panic, freak out screaming before he could get to her, and then he would have all sorts of inconveniences to deal with. There was a noise from across the road, the reluctant grind of a stiff and heavy iron window frame being laboriously swung open to let in some air. Looking up at the first floor, he noticed with a shock that it was her. He glanced down at the picture on the front of this morning's paper, inset into the bigger one of Lafferty for a final confirmation. She stood with one hand on the frame for a moment, letting the smoggy but cool breeze fan her face and hair, then retreated further inside. He experienced a curious feeling of disbelief that she could appear so ignorant of her predicament, of being watched. There seemed such an intimacy about it, the way it placed her in his grasp, that it seemed impossible she couldn't feel anything through her part of it. Such ignorance, such vulnerability, made her seem puny and frail. Maybe it was this perceived weakness that made the predator despise the prey. A man emerged from the main entrance, striding purposefully onto the road as the lights changed to let him cross, looking like he might have been visiting Manson and Boyd to list them in preparing a claim against whichever incompetence had advised him on his haircut and jacket. He cut diagonally across the junction, past the car, and disappeared into a narrow gap between two buildings on the smaller road that crossed West Regent Street going north. A few minutes later, he was in front of the car again, but this time behind the wheel of a large blue BMW, which had apparently emerged from nowhere. The traffic lights changed, and the BMW took off at speed. He got out of his car and headed towards the gap that the sartorial casualty had disappeared into, and discovered that it concealed the entrance to an underground permit-holders-only car park. He ducked under the card-operated barrier and trod quietly down the tightly spiraling ramp on the balls of his feet. Sticking his head around the last bend, he saw 4 lines of cars, 2 rows back-to-back in the middle, each facing another row against opposite walls. At the nearest corner was a yawning gap, presumably left by the BMW upon its exit. He continued inside, his already light footfalls muted further by the lagging material in the low ceiling, and spotted the car he was looking for, one space from the far end of the row against the right-hand wall. He was about to approach when he saw something that made him grateful for his stealth. There was a pair of trainer-shod feet between the front wheels of the red Golf, the right one twitching rhythmically, like a nervous tick. He then heard a dull, but unmistakably metallic sound, some weighty and solid steel implement being placed on the concrete floor, and the scrape-cum-rattle of another being dragged a few inches before being picked up. He retreated from the subterranean chamber with continued caution, returning to his car and scanning the pavements now for a different vehicle. There it was. Cowan's Garage, advertised an anemically off-white escort van, the paintwork of the sign in far better condition than that of the bodywork. Breakdown recovery and on-road repair service. He thought. He took note of the address and telephone number, picked up his portable, and began to dial. Nicole sat in the traffic queue and regretted for the nth time that her geographical grasp of the city was so poor, and that she had neither taken steps to rectify this, nor even explored an alternative route home from work. She had decided that whoever planned and designed the Kingston Bridge must have had an abiding love of the Clyde and the Glasgow skyline, enough to devise a feature that would not only afford people a magnificent perspective upon it, but hours and hours to enjoy the view without such distractions as having to push the accelerator and move forward. "Does it improve when there are no roadworks?" she'd asked Linda, Finlay Campbell's secretary. "I wouldn't know," she replied. "I've only been driving for 20 years. She switched on the car stereo, but was instantly irritated by the mid-Atlantic accent that seemed to be a standard requirement of DJs on Scottish music stations, wishing that the mid-Atlantic was where this particular drive-time jock was right now, preferably without the assistance of anything buoyant. She turned the dial a few degrees and heard the more authentically Scottish accent of a female newsreader. "British Secretary, said he would be fighting the proposal tooth and nail, saying it wasn't for Brussels to impose its own low standards on Great Britain. Detectives in Glasgow are appealing for more witnesses after a man was found stabbed to death in Partick this afternoon. The man, who has not been named until relatives are informed, is believed to have been the victim of a mugging. Police say a wallet was discovered close to where the body was found, and one witness saw two youths running from the scene. Nicole reached in front of the gear stick and grabbed the tape from a compartment cluttered with torn pieces of road maps, flyers removed from beneath her wiper blades, and gradually biodegrading travel sweets, which were working slowly to bind all the surrounding constituents into one amorphous paper and plastic nest. The various sensations of slimy stickiness and fluffy dust on different digits triggered a vague, finger-wagging guilt about how long it had been since she last cleaned the interior or exterior of the vehicle. She slammed the cassette into the player, and the radio was silenced, replaced by the wobbly sounds of an ancient compilation tape. She always felt bad about switching off disturbing news. It sometimes seemed the least you could do was listen to what was going on, as you weren't the one having to cope with the tragedy firsthand. But there had been a little too much death on her plate over the last few days, and stories of murder and violence, especially in Glasgow, made her that bit more nervous now that she was living alone, and in a city where she really had no one to turn to. She glanced to her side and took one hand off the wheel to push down the door lock button. The sound quality began to improve at roughly the same time as the traffic, and she was allowed to move out of first gear occasionally as the conditions gradually cleared. She found herself giggling as an old Stone Roses track rasped through the speakers. It hadn't been one of those under scrutiny today, but she couldn't help wondering whether it had an unknown subliminal precursor in a 60s pile ointment commercial. Reaching the stretch that climbed gently alongside the twin glass towers of Scotland Street School, she cranked up the volume as she was finally able to move up the gears and put her foot down, the swell of the power chords and the surge of acceleration bringing a liberating sense of escape. A couple of 100 yards back on the M8, another driver was rather surprised, and more than a little disappointed, not to see Nicole die in a horrific fireball, as her car quite inexplicably failed to go out of control and plough into the back of the slowing traffic ahead. The action of her key in the lock was not as smooth as usual, there seeming to be a grinding sensation as it turned and she pushed the door open. First signs of it buggering up, she feared, remembering a frustrated few hours waiting for a locksmith on the doorstep of her former home in Blackheath, after she and her flatmates had concertedly ignored the ancient chub's progressive deterioration. She would have vowed to get this one seen to right away, but for the fact that she was renting this place and would probably be out of it in a few weeks, and that there was a white sheet of A4 staring up at her from the screaming red swirly patterned carpet. It was lying several feet from the door, a lot further away than her mail usually came to rest, even allowing for a certain distance of gliding. What was more suspicious was that it was dead straight, uncreased, and equidistant from the hallway's two bubonically anaglypted walls. And if its improbable positioning wasn't enough to draw maximum attention to itself, it also bore the words, "Read this now, Nicole," in large, handwritten capitals across the top. She put her bag on the floor as she knelt to pick it up, her heart beginning involuntarily to pound as her mind raced to anticipate the possibilities. She began reading as she stood upright again, her hand reaching automatically for the small brass knob on the door, although which side of it she planned to put herself before locking it was unfamiliarly in the balance. "I have written this so as not to alarm you," it began, with unconscious irony, "as this warning should lessen the shock when you discover that there is an intruder in your flat." She looked up from the paper, beginning to tremble, hand turning the lock, eyes frantically scanning the doors that now seemed to loom menacingly before her, having previously merely loitered aimlessly in the hall, like bored teenagers with their hands in their pockets.
Bear in mind that if I meant you any harm, I would not be tipping you off before you got to me. Please do not scream, run from the house, telephone the police, or do anything else to attract attention. I know you have no reason to trust me at this stage, so I apologize wholeheartedly for having to distress you like this, and ask that when you proceed to your living room, you do not resort to physical violence, at least until you have heard what I have to say.
Nicole opened the front door slightly, leaving it ajar to facilitate a quick exit, then began her slow approach to the living room, a distance that had never seemed a quarter of this length before. Her heart had suddenly become 16-valve, fuel-injected, thumping viciously in her chest like an alien preparing to make its traditional entrance. And that time-suspended walk, that limbo in the hallway, she changed her mind back and forth a dozen times about whether to turn and run or see what fate awaited in the living room. That snug but twee little pocket, with its cheesy old gas fire and fraying hessian on the walls. Passing a cupboard, she remembered the big golf umbrella given her by a friend who had lived in Glasgow for a while, and who had informed her, "Believe me, what you get in London isn't rain." She took hold of it, comforted by its heft, but unsure which end to grasp. The handle, so that she could stab at him with a grey metal tip, or the tip itself, so that she could bear down with the formidably sturdy wood of the handle. She opted for gripping the handle, as a stabbing motion might prove more effective at close quarters, where she would be unlikely to get in much of a swing. Nicole backed up against the wall opposite the open living room door, seeking the maximum angle of perspective upon who or what lay within, and thus affording herself a few feet more of a start if events dictated that flight was the best option for self-defense. Edging forward, ever slower, and by decreasing distances, she caught her first glimpses of the room's interior. Coming teasingly into her field of vision first were the closed, snot-green curtains and the dusty magazine rack full of People's Friends in the far corner, next to the turd brown, corduroy finish armchair that farted up a cloud of dust every time she sat in it. She leaned over, her feet refusing to move any further forward, and saw the far end of the hateful fireplace with its glass cabinets, before a hand came into view, trying to calm her loud and tremulous breathing. She stretched her head and shoulders still further, a length of black sleeve becoming visible past the doorframe. It led to a shoulder, and then a dirty blonde, mop-topped head. At which point, she leaned too far and fell over, landing with a crump as the umbrella rolled away from her. She rolled onto her bottom and scrambled backwards against the wall, looking up to see the intruder before her, 10 feet away, standing still in the centre of the room. He loomed tall in her terrified vision, black boots leading to black jeans and a black polo neck, missing only the ski mask to complete the effect. Instead, there was a face that she would ever after associate with more danger, trouble, and chaos than a black balaclava had ever connoted. His posture indicated he was both uncomfortable and impatient, his quizzical face suggesting he was concerned, but bemused. "Let me help you," he said softly, local accent, and began to move towards her. "Get back! Stay where you are!" she warned, grasping the umbrella once more and climbing to her feet by the ungainly method of sliding backwards up the wall. He put his hands in the air and backed himself against the fireplace. "I told you," he said. "I mean you no harm. We need to talk. Urgently." "Well, talk!" she barked, still trembling, but now having added the feeling of clumsy stupidity to her catalogue of discomfiture. "Can't you come any nearer?" he asked, in a tone that she was furious to realise suggested he thought she was being unreasonable. "I'll move nearer when I hear something that interests me enough." The man shrugged. "Fair enough," he muttered with a sigh. "Would it interest you to know that someone tried to kill you today?" She swallowed, trying to prevent tears from forming. His words seemed to have no meaning, no significance that she could relate to consciously. But somewhere deeper, they were making an announcement her whole body was listening to. "That," she croaked, then cleared her throat and took a couple of quick breaths. "That would interest me. But you'd better not be selling insurance."
"Would that I was,"
he said flatly, genuinely. How do you know someone tried to kill me?"
"I'm the one that saved you."
She stared numbly at him, baffled as to which emotion she should be feeling, and shook her head minutely, open-mouthed as a fight broke out in the impatient queue of questions jostling for the use of her tongue. "How did... when... why would..." she breathed once. "Who's trying to kill me?" One. The man looked at the floor for a few seconds, weighing up his words, seemingly reluctant but forced to answer.
"Someone who's put a lot of time and effort into convincing the world that Tam McInnes and his pals called Roland Voss, and who's not very happy about anyone suggesting the contrary."
If there had been any colour left in the pale cistern of her face, then the last words she heard hit the flush lever. She felt the walls lurch around her, and slid back to the floor as her legs decided to withdraw cooperation. He started moving towards her again. She shouted and tried to crawl away from him, but he was too fast, crouching before her and grabbing her flailing wrists as she struggled, then pinning her left arm against the wall with his elbow as he covered her mouth with his right hand. She tried to look around herself, even to close her eyes, but felt her own gaze drawn into his, intriguing, sympathetic, challenging, and penetrating all at once.
"I'm very sorry,"
he said softly.
"I know how hard this must be for you, but unfortunately, neither of us has much time for you to get used to it. I know how scared you are, Nicole, but the bottom line is that you're going to have to trust me. If you run out screaming into the street, they'll kill you. If you phone the police, they'll kill you. If you get into your car and drive out of town, they'll kill you. The world as you remember it doesn't exist anymore. You're somewhere over the rainbow. The bad news is the Munchkins are not fucking friendly."
He took his hand away from her mouth, let her arms go, as the fight went from them.
"Who are you?" she asked in a whisper. "My name is Jack Parlabane. I'm a journalist. And I'm not here because I believe Tam McInnes is innocent. I'm here because I know Tam McInnes is innocent."
Chapter 4.
"This is fucked. This is well fucked,"
Paul muttered nervously, shaking his head and biting his nails. This was a difficult enough combined manoeuvre, but the handcuffs and the random rock and sway of the bus added an unwanted element of challenge. The effect was more cheese grater than emery board, and his fingers looked like something the dog had found round the back of the butcher's. His eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, fear, and a rationed allowance of self-pity. His throat sore and swollen from the sustained effort of not crying. Tam McInnes looked over at his son from the seat opposite, feeling gagged by the sense of futility that shouted down every word of reassurance he could think to say. Even the desire to reach out and place a paternal hand on the distressed young man's shoulder was made less difficult by the handcuffs than by the notion that he had long forfeited the right and ability to play the wise and protective father. Nonetheless, he hadn't forfeited the right to have a go, so he shuffled across the narrow aisle and sat in the orange squeaky vinyl seat.
"Oh, what's going on back there?"
shouted their guard, looking up from his daily record and interrupting his gloat over the prospect of Ranger's latest European misadventure. The young policeman had given up on playing the Imperial Stormtrooper and had sat down, loosening the strap on his semi-automatic so that it lay across his lap under the dismal tabloid.
"Ach, leave them alone for fuck's sake,"
barked Bob Hannah.
"Can you no see the boy's upset?" He'll be mair upset if they come up there, came the retort, with the unconvincing and clumsily wielded authority that marked low-ranking British officialdom in all its manifestations, from menopausal primary teachers to nervous screws and bumfluff policemen. Aye, he'll be fucking shattered, said Bob witheringly. The guard got up from his seat and began to move forward. Bob held his cuffed hands out together before him, palms up. Look, son, he said quietly. After everything we've been through recently, and everything we're up against, the only way you could scare that boy is if you threatened to make him visit your dentist. Do yourself a favour. Sit back down and read your paper. Bumfluff stopped, frowning, and began backing away again, with a "but this is your last warning" wag of his finger. He leaned back against the darkened glass panel that partitioned off the driver's cab and picked his daily record back up, a look of intense puzzlement and concentration on his face. Tam half expected to see his lips move as he read. So, is the boy afraid of dentists, like? Bumfluff eventually asked. Bob rolled his eyes and swallowed back a dozen obvious comments. Eh? Aye, he stated, and looked away, shaking his head. What's the matter, son? Tam asked, nudging Paul with his shoulder. Is it the fact that we're all going to spend the rest of our lives in the jail? Or is it just that your seat's no very comfy? Paul laughed involuntarily, the tension finding its own way out whenever it saw a gap. No, he said, glancing at the blacked-out windows. It's the view. Tam smiled and caught his son's eye. Paul's partaking in the time-honoured Scottish denial therapy of bullets bounce off me humour had been a brave gesture, drawing on God knew how depleted reserves, and had been as much for his father's benefit as for his own. But in Paul's look, Tam saw that the time for blame and accusation was gone, or at least postponed, and for the first time in Christ knew how long, neither was ashamed to admit he needed the other. Paul was, understandably, the most visibly disturbed of the four. He had been the force of sustaining energy in the preceding days and weeks, giving himself up to possession by a desperate nihilism and a sometimes cacklingly black enthusiasm for the pervading absurdity of it all. A man so violently hurled towards the end of his tether can sometimes gain propulsion from the whiplash. And when Paul wasn't acting like it was the ride of his life, he was acting like he didn't believe it was real. So maybe that made the crash all the more violent when he went into the anteroom and found out just how real it was. Tam feared he would never look at his son's face again, without remembering that look of horror and incomprehension as Paul sat on the carpet, the choking, gurgling man lying back in his arms, bleeding to death all over him, 4 feet from the body of the man's similarly slaughtered wife. Tam wasn't entirely sure what day it was now, how long had passed since that moment. Panic, confusion, flight, pursuit, police, interrogation, guards, guns, and now this van/bus affair, with its frustratingly blacked-out windows and waftingly intermittent smell of stale piss and diesel fumes. The creaking hulk had been the site of their joyless and pale-faced reunion after separation in the cells and interview rooms. A few minutes stilted conversation enough to establish that none of them knew any more than the rest, and that their cumulative knowledge was far from extensive. The bus had been backed up to the covered walkway at the rear of the police station, the reverberating bleeps and white noise of radios punctuating the hubbub from beyond the open door at the vehicle's tail as they sat and waited for unseen forces to once more decide where to place their 4 playthings. "Kiddin'? More than a wee bit unusual?" Tam had heard a policeman, carrying the somehow very British combination of a submachine gun and a clipboard, say to a man in plain clothes as the pair passed the door and walked around to the side of the bus. "It's not the fucking Corporation number 9. I mean, do you realise who I've got on this bus?" "And do you realise who's signed this order?"
which had apparently been the decisive statement in the argument. Shortly after that, the greasy-haired wee scroat with a rifle and the record had boarded from the rear, before the door was closed and locked from outside by the policeman with a clipboard, who then climbed into the cab up front beside the driver, placing his own weapon on the wide, shelf-like dashboard with a heavy thump.
"Where are we going?"
Bob asked the scroat, as the engine struggled bronchitically into life. "It's a mystery tour," the scroat sneered. "You'll find out when you get there." The bus had pulled away with a couple of unsure jolts, and had jiggled its miserable contents over a couple of speed bumps before picking up pace with a clunky change of gear and a determined growl from the engine. Tam had sat staring ahead, trying to make out the road through the heavily tinted panel behind the driver's head. But the monochrome kaleidoscope of metamorphosing shapes in the glass only strained his vision. Bob turned round briefly, rolling his eyes and sighing. To Bob's right, Spammy sat, or more accurately, had deposited himself. Sitting entailed more coordination than Spammy was generally prepared to apply, and bobbed his head to an imaginary soundtrack, seemingly as oblivious as it was possible to be without ascending beyond the realm of the physical. Tam shook his head as he looked at him. In fact, Tam shook his head almost every time he looked at him.
"Don't call him Spammy. That's cruel. The boy's name is Cameron."
Tam had told Paul sternly when his son was about 9, not wanting in party to the pack instinct weirdo baiting that kids enjoy and anthropologists enjoy even more.
"Call me Spammy,"
Spammy insisted when Paul brought him along as a fourth member of the team. He was a gangling, hairy galoot. His face always seemed to be saying,
"I'll be back in a minute."
And he could probably contrive to look sartorially dishevelled in just a pair of swimming trunks. Tam and Paul had to do this job. Not an issue. Bob had agreed out of friendship, loyalty, and a desperate old man's need to ride out and taste the action one more time. But if anyone knew why Spammy had signed up, then it sure as shite wasn't Spammy. For a while Tam had assumed Paul must know. Some bond, some friendship thing, a debt, a favour. But when asked, Paul euphemistically explained that Spammy kept his own counsel, quietly confiding that the Yeti's recent and most radical drug experimentation, abstinence, had made him even more inscrutable than anyone was used to. If he gets hold of some acid and gets a handle on this situation from a perspective he's used to, he'll probably freak out. We'll never see him again, Paul warned the morning before the job.
"Ride along in an army truck, in a humpety-bumpety army truck,"
Spammy sang to himself, then giggled. The scroty policeman/guard glared at him with a mixture of contempt, bafflement, and wariness, which reminded Tam of Spammy's mysteriously protected status on the scheme in Meeklewood. "It's like a force field," Paul had explained. Not even the hard cases, psychos, or the Meeko teeny, kick-to-kill crew hassled him. He's just too weird. Without conversation or review, it was impossible to track time or distance as the bus continued its journey. Only the frequent halts, gear changes and turns suggesting that the surroundings must still be urban. Even speed was difficult to gauge, as a metal cabin seemed consistently shugly regardless of velocity. The vehicle took a very slow, strainingly sharp left turn and failed to pick up momentum afterwards, which made Tam suspect they were climbing a hill until he felt 2 bumps underneath and heard more bleeps and radio interference outside. The bus slowed still further, each of them glancing fervently at the others, uniformly unprepared for whatever the next chapter might bring, reluctant to lose the comparatively easeful limbo of transit. It would be time for deep breaths and once more withdrawing into the self, pulling down the mask, hiding scared behind a stone face. There was an excruciating, extrapolated moment of purgatory as they realized the bus had stopped and awaited the silencing of the engine with all it would herald. It never came. They heard a door open ahead and saw PC Clipboard hop out. More voices, authoritative tones, posh accents, crap jokes, syncopantic laughter. Then the rear door was opened, and the wee shite climbed in, cuffed and smirking, a cocksure erection of sinewy limbs. Tam clocked him right away, one half of a fight, impatient and unfussy about finding a partner. Culus, Glasgoensis, vulgaris. The lesser-brained Glasgow-Keely, a specimen so archetypal he should be in a zoo, where he could be exhibited for educational and instructional purposes. No, thought Tam. Make that a museum. They're infinitely less bothered deed. Oh-ho! The wee shite announced, taking his place in the backmost seat. Relaxing, as if it was his own personal stretch limo. I'm in the presence of greatness. Yous killed that Dutch cunt, didn't yous? Fuck off! Paul snapped, as the door was slammed to once again. The wee shite put his hands up. All right. Nae bother, Chief, he said, all mock gravity. I'm not messing with yous cunts. Yous are fucking mental. Fucking hard bastards, eh? Better watch my fucking mouth, eh? Just ignore him, Paul, Tam stated, flatly. Aye, that's right, Father, the wee shite yelped. Don't be concerned with the likes of that scruff, he added with theatrical articulacy. You might end up in the jail. At this, he cackled throatily for a while. Then, content that he had reaffirmed his status as the world's wittiest man, he sat back in his seat, cuffed hands behind his head, and began to whistle The Sash. PC Clipboard clambered back into the cab, minus the eponymous article, and looked rather distraught for the loss of it. Bloody circus so it is, he told the driver. Waving orders from on high, and you have to jump when they clap their hands, as if it's no stupid enough coming over here to pick that wee shite up. They've took my records off me, coming out with all this top-secret, need-to-know shite. So what happens to the order, the file? The driver inquired. Fuck knows, Davy. He's away with it. I says I need a copy as well. He'd give me more shite about orders from above. I tell him, I says if anything happens, I've no record of who's on this bus. Prick just says, well, you better not let anything happen then. But he's got a record of it, hasn't he? Aye, but... Well, it doesn't matter if you haven't. Aye, but it's a principle. Ah, Jerry wee Starlick, said the driver with a small laugh, putting the bus into reverse and pulling away. After that, time seemed to dissolve. Tam could see less through the tinted panel and guessed the light was starting slowly to fail outside. The jolts of junctions and the pull and drag of turns had ceased, he realised, gradually appreciating their absence. Open road, maybe even motorway. There had been a syncopated beat beneath the wheels, ka-clump, 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 which he took to mean they were crossing a bridge, and he guessed at the fourth. After that, the disorientation was complete, with nothing to suggest change in direction, speed, or distance. They could have been circling Knockhill racetrack for all they knew. The numbness of it was frightening. It fueled paranoia, like you had a bag over your head and your hands tied behind your back, and you had been forced through a door into a room that might be full of boxers, or might be full of nothing at all. All thoughts turned inwards and backwards. That was when Paul had started to panic, and Tam had tried to comfort him. "Oh, that's dead touching, so it is," offered the wee shite, who'd temporarily given up baiting his travelling companions in protest at the concerted policy of ignoring him. "That's like, hang me, the softer side of the beast or something. Cold-blooded killers with hearts of gold and that, no?" "We never fucking killed anybody, right?" hissed Paul, shooting him a furious glare. "Ah, it's an injustice case, is it? We'll have to get a campaign going, well. Free the Dutch cunt for! It's got a ring to it, eh? Free the Dutch cunt for! Free the Dutch cunt for! He started chanting. Free the Dutch cunt for! The wee shite began stamping his feet and clapping his hands in rhythm with his chant. Now see what you've done, Tam muttered. Paul rolled his eyes apologetically. That's enough of that, the guard yelled, throwing down his newspaper and standing up, hands on his weapon, upon which the wee shite desisted. Christ's sake, the guard mumbled, sitting back down. Like a bloody school trip. The sound of the engine and the passing cars outside filled the bus, seemingly louder as a wordless vacuum grew. I'm bored, Spammy suddenly and loudly had decided, probably an hour after everyone else had arrived at that position. Anybody for a game of I Spy? Tam, of course, shook his head. Aye! Shouted the wee shite, thus declaring that he was the only one not to get the joke. I spy with my little eye, somehow beginning with... Hang me, M.C. Bob sighed loudly and turned to the black window, pretending to stare out of it, then began banging his head against the glass. A million green bottles hanging on the wall, sang Spammy. Bob banged his head harder. Do yous give in? Asked the wee shite, ignoring the fact that none of them had given any indication of actually taking part. All right, he announced triumphantly. I'll tell yous it's... Miserable cunts, said everyone else, including the guard, in monotonal unison. This had the satisfying effect of shutting the wee shite up, but obviously made it unclear whose go it was next, had anyone wished to continue the game. The driver and PC clipboard, being in the cab at the front, were not included, but just out of interest, what they saw, with their little eyes, for all of a quarter of a second before they hit it at 60 miles an hour, began with C. What Tam would mainly hear was a noise, a single, percussive, metallic bang that seemed to boom at them from all four walls of their steel chamber, imploding upon them with a fury and ferocity never known sound could possess. The room had been full of boxers. With the eruption of terrifying sound came a rapidly accelerating lurch to the left, which threw all of them to the right. Tam was cushioned by Paul's body between him and the window, and he gripped the handrail on top of the seat in front, pulling against the G-force to prevent his bulk crushing his son against the wall. Bob was thrown towards Spammy, but slammed into the side of the seat opposite, rather than directly across the aisle, as the angle of swerve altered erratically. The guard was thrown like a teddy in a tantrum from his rear-facing fold-down seat, flailing along the front panel and meeting the outside wall mercifully below the glass. The wee shite, with both cuffed hands gripping the rail and his right foot wedged hard against the base of the seat in front, was the only person sitting on the left not to leave his position. The driver's consciousness returned from a terrified moment's suspended animation, and he turned the wheel furiously against the swerve. This had the inevitable effect of throwing everyone in the bus back towards the left, although with less force and, vitally, less suddenness. Feeling the gut-shifting lurch as his innards suffered whiplash, Tam clenched his fingers tighter around the rail and jammed his left leg into the aisle, keeping himself in position and forming a barrier to prevent Paul being thrown past him. In fact, all of them managed to get a grip on something as the bus swung back against its previous momentum. Unfortunately, these measures weren't quite so effective when it tipped over onto its side. There was a scream like 1,000 steel-gauntleted fingers down an old blackboard in an echo chamber, the soul-piercing squeak of a hyena with its balls cut off. In fact, possibly at that very moment of deep personal and physical loss, as the bus skidded grindingly along the tarmac. When it came to a halt, there was a fleeting moment of intense silence, just long enough for Tam to appreciate the pitch and volume of the ringing in his ears, a moment of stillness and paranoid anticipation, as if they each suspected a further unseen onslaught. Then came the sighs and exhalations of the relieved, and the strained moans of the injured. They had all finished up, corralled on the side of the bus, partitioned off from one another by the rows of seats, squatting or crumpled amidst the fragments of black glass. Facial cuts seemed to have come as standard. Paul was nursing his upper arm, which was bloody and raw-looking through a rip in the sweatshirt the cops had given him. With the window shattered, his shoulder had been scraping along the hard road surface for a few seconds before he could drag himself clear of the gap. Tam had rattled both thighs of something metal, probably a seat back, when the tipping motion sent them all into the air. The dull ache was like having the whole weight of the bus rested on his legs, but he knew he'd be all right to walk, albeit painfully, after a few moments. He had taken Wax to the same place in his footballing days from centre-halves carrying more bulk than the bus. He just wished someone had a magic sponge. Spammy was the first to stand. He shook his shaggy black locks, and a small shower of glass fragments precipitated from them, like fairy dust, giving him an even more ethereal appearance. Apart from the basic minimum of a small cut in his right cheek, he seemed completely unharmed. He didn't even look any more dazed than usual as he opened his eyes wide and took in his upturned surroundings. Tam remembered a theory that a man would sustain fewer injuries from a crash or a fall if he was asleep at the time, as his relaxed state would make him more supple. Spammy's general unscathed seemed to bear this out rather convincingly. The wee shite was clutching up one knee with his cuffed hands, swearing and muttering, but apparently out of annoyance more than distress. It was as if he was furious that you couldn't get through a high-speed crash these days without hurting yourself. "Oh, fuck's sake," mumbled Spammy, ominously, stepping over to squat beside Bob, who was grimacing and spluttering, his hands tentatively feeling their way down his leg. His foot was trapped amidst a tangle of bent metal, a long splinter of wood from the wrecked seatback jutting into his calf, from where blood was steadily trickling. "Want to give us a hand here?" Spammy said, not taking his eyes off Bob's foot, but waving a hand above his head, in case anyone was in doubt as to who was talking. Tam and Paul trod delicately across the hazardous surface, watching where they placed each step amongst the newly formed stalagmites of glass and twisted metal. "Oh, Jesus," Paul said, but he wasn't looking at Bob. Beyond the last double seat, the guard lay slumped, contorted and broken. His blank eyes stared forward above a smashed and gushing nose. His head twisted at an impossible angle to his shoulders, his neck snapped like an expired check card by the strap of his gun, which had snagged on a loose bolt as the bus tipped onto its side. Paul crouched before him, automatically feeling at the policeman's wrist for a pulse, despite not really knowing how to find one. He released his grip on the limp arm and let his head fall into his hands, taking deep breaths and swallowing hard. From behind, there was a throaty rumble of effort and an angered scream. The rumble was from Tam as he pulled at the crushed metal frame gripping Bob's foot. The scream from Bob as a splinter was wrenched from his leg. Spammy held Bob from behind, his hands under one shoulder, and gently helped him pull himself a yard back, his feet clearing the mangled seat. The old man looked down reluctantly, gritting his teeth, levering himself up gently on one elbow, and a guttural growl built up slowly from his diaphragm. "Oh, pish!" he lamented, staring accusingly at the end of his leg. The wound from the splinter was more messy than painful or serious, but below it his ankle had been violently twisted when the weight of his body strained against his trapped foot. In about 10 minutes, it would probably be the size of a melon. Tam rapped on the tinted panel at the front, remembering the two souls in the driver's cab. "You's all right through there?" he shouted. There was no reply. He hammered on it harder. "Are yous all right through there?" He heard a noise from above, and looked up to see a figure staring down at him from one of the smashed windows on what was now, technically, the ceiling.
"You'll need to get us out of here," he yelled. "There's a man dead and another in bad shape. The policeman's away with the keys," said the driver. "You'll need to hang on." "Well, where the fuck's he away to with the keys?" Tam spluttered in incredulous exasperation. "He can't reach the lock with the bussin' outside. He's looking for something to stand on." "Jesus Christ," Tam spat, shaking his head. "So what in the name of God happened?" "We had a motor. Came out of nowhere. No lights or nothing. Just appeared heading straight for us. Then bang! Christ, it looks in some state."
The driver's face was suddenly bathed in bright light from outside, and he shielded his eyes, looking away from the bus towards the source.
"Oh, thank fuck," he said,
then looked back into the wreckage below.
"Another motor. And here's Alec back as well. Will no be a minute."
Tam saw the driver clamber out of sight and heard some thumps as he made his way down off the hulk and onto the road. More silent, unknowing time passed. Could have been 2 minutes, could have been 20 seconds. Tam heard muffled words from outside, but the content could not be deciphered. Only a final, "Now!" as one voice got louder and more heated towards the end of a sentence. Then they could hear activity at the front of the bus, a metallic clinking and scraping, before further footsteps alongside the crippled shell as it lay across the roadway like an upturned beetle. Only the wee shite seemed to remain unperturbed, and indeed was sniggering to himself as they looked frantically about themselves in nervous confusion.
"The hell's going on?"
Paul asked no one in particular, as the door stayed frustratingly closed, and the anticipated contact from outside remained suspended. They heard a laugh, and turned to see the wee shite at the back, leaning against what had been the floor with an exaggerated nonchalance. "Wee surprise, boys," he said nasally. With a rusty creak and a slam, the lock was released, then the door swung open and down, like the gangplank on a ferry. PC Clipboard's colourless young face appeared in the gap, looking quickly at the scene of devastation within, before focusing more intently on the wee shite. "Come on, Will," the prisoner demanded, and astonishingly, the policeman threw his ring of keys to him, whereupon he proceeded to unlock and remove his handcuffs. The wee shite made his way down to the front of the bus, and now that he wasn't obscuring the doorway, Tam could see the tall figure at PC Clipboard's side, pointing a pistol at his head. The policeman's semi-automatic was slung around the man's neck, his sidearm tucked into the front of his belt. This was no accident. This was an ambush. The wee shite extricated the heavy weapon from around the dead man's head and pulled it over his own, then knelt down and searched the body, producing a pistol from an underarm holster. He got up and clambered back to the door, moving obliviously between the other 4 frozen, gaping prisoners like they were part of the inert wreckage. The young officer then offered a shaking hand as the wee shite climbed onto the makeshift gangplank. Before jumping down, he turned to face his erstwhile travelling companions. "Don't say I'm no good to ye," he said, tossing the keys to Paul, whose handcuff swipe in the half-light failed to catch them. They clattered across the floor and out of sight. It took a couple of frantic minutes to find them again, nestled amidst a shadowy sprouting of twisted metal and broken glass, and still more time to find the right key for each set of cuffs. Tam climbed onto the gangplank first, noting with confusion that there was no one outside. No matter, he thought. One thing at a time. He crouched on one knee and took hold of Bob as he was passed up by Paul and Spammy below, hauling him through the gap amidst loud cries of strain and pain. Then he descended to the road and waited for Paul to climb past Bob and hop down beside him. Spammy remained on the gangplank and took Bob by the underarms, passing him down now to the pair on the ground.
"Where the hell is everybody?"
Bob asked breathlessly as he stood on the tarmac on one leg, an arm around Paul's good shoulder. Another sudden, shuddering bang shattered the air, shaking all of them into momentary panicked thoughts of whether the bus had been hit again as it lay wounded and helpless. Such thoughts were dispersed by a further bang, less than a second later, its reverberation diminishing into the skies and hills. There was a sound of footsteps from behind, and Tam looked past the exposed underside of the bus to see the wee shite and the tall figure jog briskly towards a car sitting across the road, its headlights trained on the wreck. "I'll treat it as a gratitude if yous keep your fucking mouths shut," the wee shite shouted to them, hauling off his prison overalls. The tall figure opened the boot of the car, and they each threw in their semi-automatics. Then he produced some clothes and handed them to his companion. He quickly slipped the trousers on and climbed into the passenger seat, pulling a top over his head as the car moved off, swinging around at 180 degrees and passing the stunned gathering. The four of them watched in glazed incomprehension as the wee shite's hand waved, royalty style, from out of the rolled-down window, and the vehicle accelerated into the deepening twilight, unimpeded, unpursued. "So where's the policeman?" Paul asked, the first to find a voice. Tam caught Bob's worried eyes, then Paul's, then closed his own. "Oh, Jesus!" he heard himself saying, walking at an increasing pace around the wreck. "Oh, Jesus! Jesus! Jesus!" Tam made it to where the driver's cab edged a surface of grass and gravel by the side of the hard tarmac, and saw what he saw. He turned to stop Paul, who'd been following him, but was too late. Paul halted and recoiled like he had run into a glass wall. He shook his head minutely, like a slow tremble, then closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and breathed out heavily, twice, before being convulsed by body-shaking sobs. Tam wanted to hold him, to lead him away, but he felt too dazed, exhausted, and disgusted. He leaned back against the bus and looked to the darkening heavens, then turned away from the corpses handcuffed to the radiator grill, and vomited. Chapter 5. Nicole splashed water on her face. The bracing cold an attempt to prime her wits after the soothing warmth of the stuff she had used to wash the flecks from around her mouth and off her hands. She had thought she was beginning to reconstitute herself, recover some semblance of composure, even if it was just up front. But then he had shown her the device, and the fear, upset, tension and confusion had finally served their eviction order on her lunch. That was when it had moved from the realms of the theoretical to the physically tangible, with a sickening jolt. The best evidence does that. It looked like a metal tile, or a transportation bracket for a cooker or washing machine. Then he turned it over to reveal the parallel steel strips that had fitted into a slot cut into the chassis of her car. He pointed to a black box between the strips at one end, with a small, red, transparent plastic bubble on top, about 0.5 centimetre in diameter, inside which a tiny light was blinking at half-second intervals. "This is a radio-controlled switch," he explained. "But most of this wee box is just housing a battery, which is what these 2 wires are coming from." The wires led along the inside edge of one strip, to a complex but nasty-looking arrangement at the other end, reminiscent of a man-trap. Is it a bomb?" she asked, eyes bulging at the stuff of Joel Silver movies suddenly appearing in this most tawdry and mundane of living rooms. "No," he said with a dry laugh. "Almost shat myself for a second when I was unscrewing the thing and I saw the wires. But no, it's not. Watch." He placed a pencil between the strips and slid it along to the end, between the 2 jagged steel jaws of the man-trap, which were each connected to 3 tiny pistons. With a small screwdriver, he flipped off the top of the black box to reveal a tiny circuit board resting on top of the flat, rectangular battery. Then he pressed upon an indentation near the radial pickup, and the 6 pistons gave out a minute hydraulic hiss as the jaws slammed together with a dull, tooth-grinding clash, and the 2 halves of the bisected pencil leapt into the air and tumbled to the carpet. "There are 2 of these wee gizmos under your car. I'm not sure whether one was a backup or if your car has a parallel system, but the pencil is your brake cables." That was when she ran to the bathroom. She returned to find him sitting on the brown armchair, opposite the TV. Now able to focus properly, if not actually relax, she had a closer look at him. He was a lot smaller than she had initially thought when he was towering before her, and in her slightly less hysterical frame of mind, she realized he appeared almost as worried as she did. He looked mid to late 30s, although there was a bright youthfulness about him that seemed to contradict his dark dress and solemn demeanour. She held a towel in one hand and a glass of water in the other, and took a seat on the matching sofa, whose curled ends meant its shape complemented its colour. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm not really used to this. I'm trying very hard to make some sense of it, but you'll need to bear with me. I have 1,000 questions, but what I don't understand first is, why go to all this trouble? Why not just cut my brake cables down in the car park?" "Because you'd notice your brakes were gone right away, and you wouldn't drive anywhere. This way, they wait until you're heading for a red light, or bombing along the M8, blow your fluid lines in." He waved with his right hand, a blank expression upon a face that didn't want her to think he was closely contemplating what would have happened next. "Jesus Christ," she mouthed. "So why didn't you warn me? Why didn't you just give me a phone call or come into the office? And why did you have to break into my flat and scare the living daylights out of me?" "Because, Nicole, they are out there. They are watching. There'll be a guy in a car somewhere on this street right now, wondering why his wee radio transmitter didn't work when he pushed the magic button, and deciding what to do about it. He would have been watching you all afternoon, ever since his pal finished work on your chassis, waiting to drive off behind you after work so that he could pick the right time to zap your brakes. Ironically, with the devices removed, you were safe as long as he thought he could kill you. This might be a nightmare to you, but the nightmare scenario for these guys is you finding out they're trying to murder you. They simply cannot afford for that to happen. If they suspected you had been warned, or that you were onto them in any way, then I'm sure there would have been a contingency that you definitely don't want to speculate about. If I had called you up, gambling on the 1,000,000 to 1 possibility that your office phone's not tapped, or I had come into the office and shown you what I have here, you'd still have got to get into your car and drive home. Any deviation would tip them off, and you'd have been doing it scared shitless. So how could you stop yourself looking pale and nervous? How could you stop yourself stealing a look over your shoulder? Or maybe taking a different route home, maybe avoiding the motorway or fast dual carriageways, doing a steady 30 in case I hadn't found all the surprises. These guys were going to blow your brakes so that your death wasn't suspicious, so that it didn't attract much attention. Young lawyer dies in M-way smash. What a tragedy. She lost control of her car at 70 miles per hour. Colleagues said she'd been working very hard and had been under a lot of pressure recently. Does that sound plausible enough to you? The cops wouldn't even bother to examine the wreckage, what was left of it. But that was just their ideal score. If they couldn't get you like that, they'll have instructions to get you some other way. And if they think you've rumbled them, they'll have instructions to take you out ASAP. Anyway, anyhow. Nicole reached for her glass of water and took a long gulp, having feared for a moment that she would need to make another quick exit to the bathroom. The nausea passed, but her eyes were filling with tears again. She knew that it was shooting the messenger, and that it was even rather ungrateful, but she could feel nothing but hatred for this man before her, who was saying these things, tearing down the painted backdrop of the world she thought she lived in to reveal the black, damp, hewn stone of dungeon walls. Amidst the swirl of thoughts, facts, and fears, one consideration came suddenly into focus at the heart of the maelstrom. They'll be coming for me then, coming to kill me here tonight. He ran both hands agitatedly through his hair, looking down at the ugly carpet for a moment.
Not necessarily, he said, wrestling with possibilities. That's why I had to pick your lock and sneak in. I had to let you come all the way home without knowing about this. Like I said, you're safe as long as they think you're under control. Right now, they don't know you found out about them. They just think they're going to have to change their radio supplier. They'll reckon they've still got plenty of time to fix up something else that will look like an accident. They might have somebody outside watching the place all night, or they might decide you're safely ignorant and tucked up for the evening, so they can come back before you get going again in the morning. You can't make a run for it right now, though. You can't afford to make them nervous, because they can't afford to take any chances. That's why they set out to kill you in the first place.
So what do I do? Enjoy one last kip and then offer myself to them in the morning? He smiled, which she grudged to admit made her feel a microscopic bit better.
Well, you can't stay here anymore, he said, which is a hell of a shame with you having decorated it so nicely.
Ha, bloody ha.
You'll have to come with me. We'll wait until they think you're asleep for the night, then make a break for it. My car's parked round the block, so we can get there across the back greens and out of different close.
Where are you planning to take me?
Somewhere you can lie low. Somewhere safe, comparatively.
What about work?
That'll be staked out too, especially once you've given them the slip. I'm sorry, Nicole, but your life is on hold. This isn't hide and seek. They won't give up after a few days and say, "Okay, you win." This is a race. We have to find out who's behind them, and prove it before they find you.
How did you know? She asked, both hands clasped around the coffee mug she was clutching to her chest. The comfort of its warmth, the smallest of consolations. She sat at the kitchen table, slumped low on her wooden chair, feeling bedraggled and deflated as her pulse cautiously decelerated, and the terror gave way to exhaustion. Her voice was croakier than usual, her throat suffering from the swelling of suppressed sobs. The man in black, Jack Parlabane, sat opposite, his chair back tight against the wall so that not even his shadow was visible to anyone who might be looking from outside at the closed curtains.
"I saw someone working under your car," he said. "There was a van parked across the road purporting to be from a recovery service. I called the number painted on the side, but got that number non-existent tone after about 4 digits. Then I phoned Director Inquiries and gave them the name and address. Never heard of them. So I waited until he was gone, and had a wee deck at his handiwork."
No, I meant, how did you know these people, whoever the hell they are, would try to kill me?
Because they've got a lot to lose, and they're not playing a percentage game. They'll kill anyone who poses a threat, whether that person knows it or not. They killed Roland Voss, and then set up 4 guys to take the rap. 4 guys who look so guilty that nobody's worrying too much about the ongoing lack of a plausible motive. You don't really need one when you catch them fleeing the scene, covering large samples of the appropriate blood group. Then you come along and start asking awkward questions, showing the cops parts of a letter claiming Tam McInnes was being fed information.
She put her mug down and leaned over the table, placing her head momentarily on her folded arms, and looked up at the man in black. But if the police have already seen the letter, what good would it do these people to kill me now?
Because it's not the letter they're worried about. Not what you've shown the cops anyway. It's the fact that you've not shown them the whole thing, and you haven't shown them whatever else was in McInnes's envelope.
She sat upright, taken aback.
"Come on," he said disparagingly. "I worked out you weren't quite coming clean from your TV interview, so it seemed a fair bet they would too. McInnes gave you more than just a letter, I guessed, and so did they. So why didn't you produce everything at L&B HQ?
She sighed, buying time to take in the revelation that so many people seemed to know things she thought were securely secret. Law can be a game of bluff sometimes, she offered defensively, her feelings of vulnerability fueling a desire to restore her credibility as an intelligent human being. You don't show your hand until someone pays to see it. I only showed the police what I needed to at that stage. To extend the card metaphor, I was waiting to see what they played in response. Nicole took a quick swig from her mug. It's as much a public relations game as a legal one. Think of the Scott report, for God's sake. It doesn't matter what the evidence says, or how blatantly it says it. It's how you present it, and how your opponent responds. It's spin. If I give 3 good reasons, 3 pieces of evidence to back up my argument, all at once, and the police come up with a good way to refute just one of them, the public perception, the media perception, is that I've been discredited. If I shout about the fact that they haven't answered the other 2 issues, I just look like a sore loser. But by playing them one at a time, I would be forcing the police to counter the arguments, each issue raised individually. The man in black grinned, raising an eyebrow. Very smart, he said. Theoretically, very smart. But with the unknown drawback that you made certain anonymous individuals as nervous as Ian Paisley at Parkhead. They wouldn't have anticipated Tam McInnes's wee surprise package in the first place, so they needed to know what was in it and how exposed it left them. He paused and took a breath, evaluating. To be absolutely honest, I didn't know for a fact they would come after you, he admitted. Not so soon anyway. I knew they'd be watching you, but I didn't think they would make a move until they were sure of how much a threat you constituted. The reason I came looking for you was to find out what else you knew about this. I was looking for your car so that I could intercept you on your way to it from the office, so it looked to unwanted observers that I had just bumped into you. When I found the vehicle in question, I realised that events were already at a rather advanced stage. What do you mean? Well, the intended manner of your demise suggests that discretion is a consideration for these guys, putting them in the evil but not psychotic category. This isn't a killing spree, it's a cover-up. The more corpses accumulate, the more people start asking questions, and worse still, making connections. If they have to, they'll kill someone without a thought, but if they don't have to, they'd probably rather not add to the body count. What you said on TV yesterday will have given them a serious hard-on for that envelope, but just suspecting you know more than you're saying might not have been enough for them to decide you were for the off. So between then and this morning, they've encountered something that tipped the scales. Did you see the envelope today? No. My boss was looking for it, but his office is such a... Oh, fuck. Then it's gone, he stated flatly. They must have broken in last night. What? This was insane. She was growing exasperated and angry as he revised and extended the catalogue of impossibilities he had brought for her to look at. No, she said firmly, slapping the kitchen table and looking accusingly at him. My boss had it. He just couldn't find it among all the stuff in... It's gone, Nicole, he rebuked, eyes flashing with a compelling mixture of fire and regret. You gotta understand. These people are from the no-fucking-about school of operations. They needed to see what you had, so they broke in. That's their logic. That's their gig. If they had given the contents of the envelope a quick swatch and decided it was no threat, they would have put it back where they found it and left you alone, but they didn't. She lowered her head back onto her arms on the table, momentarily closing her eyes against the pain that was beginning to throb behind them. You make it sound as if they're everywhere, that they can do anything, she protested. He looked at the ceiling, steadying his thoughts. They're not, and they can't, he said softly, staring into her eyes with a look that she found both sympathetic and cautionary. But you're going to have to start acting upon the assumption that they are, and they can. His appellant expression suddenly changed, his facial muscles seemingly deactivated, as if someone had switched off the power to his head. Whatever was pumping colour to his cheeks was also apparently running off the same supply. Jesus, he said. You said your boss had the envelope. It was in his office. He reached down to the duffel bag. Black, bloody natch. He was carrying and produced a portable telephone. Manson & Boyd has a 24-hour emergency line, doesn't it? I've seen the ads. Who's in the office? Woman called Margaret operates an outline. Call her. We've both got to be sure about this. Ask her to have a look for the envelope.
Oh, for goodness sake,
Do it, he insisted, impatiently.
I thought you said it would be tapped.
Yeah, but nobody will be monitoring while the office is shut, and this could be an emergency. Do it. She lifted the phone from his palm across the table and dialed the number. Glancing up from the ugly moulded plastic device to launch a few more daggers at her tormentor.
Hello? Manson and Boyd?
Said a female voice. Nicole considered the tones unusually shaky, but dismissed the thought as a combination of her own fragile state and the portable's typically crap reception.
Hello, Margaret. It's Nicole here. I was just calling to... I know. It's terrible.
The voice interrupted, now undoubtedly wavering with distress.
It's so terrible.
The snuffle of tears was audible, despite the audio interference.
I'm sorry, Margaret. What's happened?
Her pulse was off the blocks and gaining speed yet again.
Oh, Hen, don't you know? Oh, Nicole, pet, I thought. It's Mr. Campbell. Oh, God, the poor soul. And him wee Wayne's as well.
What's happened, Margaret? She asked again, this time in a dread whisper.
He's dead,
she replied, breaking into sobs.
Oh, Hen, oh, pet. They found him this afternoon, over in Partick. He'd been stabbed. They were after his wallet. Killed him for a few quid. A few quid. Some pair of wee thugs.
Have the police arrested them, Margaret? She breathed, swallowing.
No, pet. The wee bastards are still running about. Probably spent his money on the drugs by now.
He sat with his elbows resting on the table, and both hands holding his head. Tangled sprays of hair jutting out from the angled gaps between his spread fingers. In the lengthening silence, neither could estimate how much time had elapsed. Nicole had cried gushingly, bending over the kitchen sink as the waves of grief rocked her body, taken there by some daft notion that cold water on her face would stem the flow from her eyes. She knew she couldn't pretend she was crying just for Mr. Campbell. He was a nice man, a good man. At least these were her impressions from the few conversations they had shared. But in truth, the news of his death had served to jettison all of the turbulent emotional flotsam that had been swirling around uncomfortably inside her. She felt a hand on her shoulder, but she knocked it away and glared furiously at him. He had done this, she told herself, briefly, unfairly, unknowingly indulging her aching need to blame. He returned to his seat, and she followed some moments later.
Sorry,
she sniffed. He made a slight gesture with his hand as if to dismiss her concerns, and allowed her to retreat into a silence.
I heard the story on the radio,
Nicole eventually said, her voice hollow. She stared into nothing, her eyes gazing wide, her head turned away from the wall.
The victim hadn't been... Mr. Campbell hadn't been named. It said a witness saw two youths fleeing the scene. His wallet was...
Parlabane exhaled slowly through his nose and looked up from the table. Witness probably saw two men with neddish haircuts and shell-suit jackets, he said quietly, with another small sigh. Maybe a Celtic top or a Public Enemy t-shirt. Youths from all but the closest distance.
Oh, for Christ's sake, she snapped. You can't possibly be sure of that.
Well, it's a bit of a fucking coincidence, wouldn't you say? Nicole had no response to that. She knew she believed him, but part of her was still fighting to deny it, to hang on to the rules, the logic of a reality that was becoming terrifyingly obsolete.
Why?
She eventually asked him. They were mirroring each other now, one elbow on the table, hand supporting jaw, temple resting against the wall, eyes flitting back and forth from the wooden surface to the face opposite. Why did the Mafia kill Einstein? He replied. She screwed her face up in bemused confusion. "What the fuck are you talking about now?" read the expression. "He knew too much," Parlabane explained with a sad smile. "They found the envelope in Finlay Campbell's office. They must have known he was your boss and therefore sanctioning your actions. Ergo, they figured if they got rid of you, he'd just step into the breach." "My boss?" she said stumblingly. "He represented Thomas McInnes during the Robin Hood's trial. Would they have known that?" "What do you think?"
"So they'd have known he knew McInnes well enough to find the murder accusation hard to swallow."
"Certainly looks that way. So he was a threat, you were a threat, and this envelope was a threat. And at this point, according to their plan, there'd be no you, no him, and no envelope."
"But you said they wouldn't want to attract attention. Wouldn't 2 deaths at one law firm seem a conspicuous coincidence?"
"Not that conspicuous. Manson and Boyd's not a family solicitors, remember. It's got, 20 offices across the west of Scotland, maybe a dozen in the east. And we're not talking about execution-style killings. 1 death by street mugging, 1 by car crash. Same office, same day. Tragic coincidence, maybe, but not necessarily a suspicious one."
"But as far as they know, other people at the office could have seen the envelope too. They can't kill everybody."
"No need. Knowledge of the envelope's contents is useless if you can't produce them. And it's no good claiming it's been stolen, because anything you didn't give to the police effectively now never existed. You might entertain a few conspiracy enthusiasts with the story, but it's not going to cut much ice in court, is it?"
Nicole felt like she was climbing a staircase in an Escher painting. Fearing her expression of baffled consternation might become a permanent feature as their circumlocutive argument continued to spin dizzyingly back and forth upon itself.
"But if that's the case, why would they still have to kill me and—"
"Because it's not this letter, this envelope that they fear. The letter was just a weapon, a catalyst even. The danger to them is someone being motivated enough to start poking holes in what the rest of the world is perfectly satisfied is an open and shut murder case. The danger is someone believing not only that Tam McInnes and friends weren't there specifically to kill Roland Voss, but that they didn't kill him, full stop. You said that on TV, remember? In front of several million viewers. Most of whom, until that point, were expecting this whole thing to unfold without hearing a single word of dissent against the idea that those 4 men did it. Jesus Christ, I mean, did you ever hear anyone say they thought Fred West didn't do it?"
"No,"
she conceded. "But there you are, saying the unsayable, and suddenly some viewers out there in TV land are wondering whether there might be more to this one after all. Suddenly there's a few people asking questions. What does she know? And unfortunately, that included the bad guys, who had a more urgent need than most to find out. Like I said, if it turned out you had nothing much, the bad guys would let it go. You'd be just a silly wee lassie with her knickers in a twist, and the media would soon get fed up watching you bang your head off a brick wall. But you didn't have nothing, did you? And my guess is you had proof not just that McInnes was receiving inside information, but that he was being set up. Tell me I'm wrong."
Nicole glared at him.
"You know, you're doing so well on your own, I can't work out what you need me for."
"Don't get huffy. We can't afford it. What was in the envelope, Nicole? What did the letter really say?"
She sighed, leaning away from the table and back in her chair. Body language of resignation and cooperation.
"McInnes was being blackmailed into carrying out a robbery," she stated. "He didn't know who, just where. There were photocopies of floor plans of Craig Urquhart House, diagrams showing the positions of closed-circuit cameras, electric fences, alarm trip lasers, the works. There were also photocopies of security camera stills showing McInnes in the act of burgling 3 different business premises, which were being used to ensure his participation. McInnes swears in the letter that the pictures are fakes, says he's never committed a burglary since leaving prison. The letter says whoever was behind it contacted him several times by telephone, using a voice disguiser. McInnes was instructed to rob the safe of the house's VIP suite, as someone very rich would be in residence. It would be a safe with an electronic lock, the combination programmable by the distinguished guest, but there was an override access code which would be supplied to McInnes at the latest possible moment, in case it was changed. He wasn't told what was expected to be in the safe, just to take whatever he found, and that he would be contacted again afterwards about handing over the spoils, upon which he would be paid a generous percentage. Nicole held up her palms as if to say, "That's it." "Now," she said stiffly, "maybe this is me being naive, or perhaps my judgment might be clouded by a conflict of interest. But I can't see why they would want to kill me just because I know this. Surely, if anything, this information only serves to explain why McInnes was there. Obviously, there's a factor of mitigation regarding his being coerced into doing the job, though that won't be worth a monkey's toss against a murder charge. But there's nothing of use in actually proving he and his colleagues didn't carry out the killings." "That's not the aspect of it that worried them," Parlabane said. "It's not about whether or not people believe McInnes is guilty. It's about them. It's about who they are." "I'm sorry, Mr. Call me Jack. I know you don't like me very much, so it's not supposed to be a term of endearment, but it's easier." "Jack, I'm not following this." "Right," he said, pulling at the sleeves of his polo neck, as though he might be about to produce a bunch of flowers from one of them. "Let me put it this way. Here's their ideal situation. They kill Voss. McInnes and co are caught for it and go to jail. McInnes whines to the cops about being given inside information, and the terrorist scare caused by the high profile of the victims forces the cops to look into this possibility. However, with no evidence, the trail goes cold. Bad guys live happily ever after, end of story. Situation number 2. They kill Voss. McInnes and co are caught for it, and a lawyer shows up with a letter saying, yaka yaka yaka, proving McInnes isn't making up what he's telling the cops. Suddenly, the world knows for sure there's someone else involved. But then, a high-ranking member of the security operation commits suicide inside a police station, and voila, the world has its mysterious background figure. A few people get jumpy about the fact that he popped a cyanide capsule rather than hung himself, but apart from the hyper-paranoid UFO spotting brigade, everyone forgets about it after a while, because there's no hard evidence to suggest anyone further was involved. Cops won't go a-hunting when everyone's satisfied that all the questions have already been answered. Bad guys live happily ever after, end of story again. Situation number 3. As before, but this time, lawyers in possession of information suggesting that whoever was behind it had sufficient resources to blackmail McInnes with fake security stills. Lawyer wonders aloud whether this was maybe a bit too impressive for a one-man show. And suddenly, it's not just the UFO spotters who are looking beyond Donald Lafferty for the source. However, if bad guys steal evidence and kill lawyer, or as it turns out, lawyers, before they can produce it and do the wondering aloud bit, then we revert to situation number 2, in which, you may remember, the bad guys live happily ever after. Nicole nodded, sighing. "So who are they?" "Bollocks," he said, patting his pockets. "I've lost their business card. That would have been really handy, too." "You know what I mean? Terrorists? Organised crime?" "Well, whoever they are, they're very well organised and extremely well connected. Enough to plan and execute the burglary of your offices in a matter of hours and leave so little trace that no one noticed. Enough to find out the registration of your car and booby-trap it." "So how did you find out which car was mine?" "Friends in the police, same as them." "The police?" "Like I said, well organised and well connected. Enough to acquire security shots of burglaries in progress and drop Tam McInnes's face onto them. Enough to murder Finlay Campbell in broad daylight and make it look like a mugging. And enough to murder Donald Lafferty in a room inside the headquarters of a major regional police force." The feeling of grasping, hopeless exasperation returned. Another encore in the interminable Jack Parlabane contradictions and impossibilities showcase. Donald Lafferty committed suicide. I thought even you had just mentioned that. He burned into her eyes,
with a look of such darkness that she suspected his previous glowers had been his idea of a sunny demeanour to put her at ease in this time of stress and anxiety. The idea of nipping out to meet the unseen assassin supposedly waiting in a car in the street acquired a fleeting allure.
"Donald Lafferty," he said, very quietly, in low, rumbling tones she could feel in her own diaphragm, "is the reason I'm here, and by extension, the reason you're still alive. The fact that they murdered him was what made me realize they might also murder you. Get it?"
She nodded solemnly, waiting until he had acknowledged her acquiescence to add appealingly, "But how?"
"Well, what's the official story?" he asked, agitatedly. "What's been on the news all day? Some cop who can't be identified for security purposes, walks into a room and sees Donald Lafferty swallow something. Next thing he's dead. Bloke's supposed to have attempted to make him cough it up, but he was fought off. Presumably, there's signs of struggle to verify this. Maybe the bloke's got a couple of bruises and so has Donald. Maybe a few marks in the furniture, a knackered chair. So why am I the only person in the fucking universe who thinks this suggests that the struggle was Donald trying to prevent someone forcing a cyanide capsule down his throat?"
He closed his eyes and turned his head away briefly, letting the swell of emotion subside. There was a beguiling but sad and even pained smile in his eyes.
"Let me tell you a wee secret about Donald Lafferty," he said, "although it won't be a secret for long, unless I'm way off the mark. He used to be a cop. That's not the secret. But get this. He was the cop who arrested Tam McInnes for the Robin Hood's burglaries. It's not common knowledge. He was just applauded at the time, and the credit officially went to the guy leading the investigation. But it was Donald who made the big breakthrough, and it was Donald who physically put the cuffs on McInnes. I know this, because he was also my friend. And the whole world will know it soon enough because somebody is about to use it to establish his guilt, posthumously, now that he isn't around to answer back."
Parlabane had a sour look, regret and anger.
"Cops at the time were totally stumped. They had few clues, little evidence, and the MO just didn't fit any of the usual suspects, or even any of the wilder cards. To cut a very long story short, Donald sussed that the reason they couldn't match up the methods was because the culprits were new to the game. Previously, everyone assumed it was a gang coming in from another part of the country, or some bunch of housebreakers moving up the social scale. As a result, he looked a bit hard at the details of the first place to get tanned, and from the fact that the items stolen there were fewer and on the whole more personal than in later robberies, worked out that there might be an element of grudge involved.
And given that the house belonged to Sir Michael Halworth, the police concentrated their suspicions on recently laid-off car workers, Nicole said, happy to demonstrate that there was part of this she could follow.
"Indeed. Now do you want to hear what I think is really going on?"
"I think it would be grossly negligent not to, given my circumstances."
Donald Lafferty was murdered because he had worked out that they were setting him up. They were setting him up as a criminal fucking mastermind, just like they set up McInnes and Associates as the killers. He's the ex-cop working on the security at Craig Urquhart, who knew the place inside out, knew who was going to be staying there, dates, times, advance itineraries, the whole show. What the world was supposed to believe is this: Lafferty hatched the cunning and dastardly plan, but needed someone to carry it out, so he enlisted the services of some gentleman he knew for a fact had considerable experience in the field, keeping his own identity secret for them. But it all goes wrong on opening night. The hired help get caught in the act, and whether it was in Lafferty's original script or not, they've left 4 stiffs at their backs. Robbers tell the cops there's another party pulling the strings, and the hunt begins for the shadowy figure behind the curtain. Someone somewhere makes the crucial and timely discovery that Lafferty was once instrumental in putting McInnes and Hannah away for a string of country house break-ins, and Lafferty commits suicide after his terrible secret is revealed.
Nicole's face was a study in concentration, suddenly broken by a flaw in the logic. But that fact hadn't been discovered when he died. Unless it just hasn't been given to the media yet. No, it hadn't been discovered. And cyanide wasn't part of the plan. Hear me out. According to my contact, and contrary to the bollocks the spokesman told the TV cameras, Donald Lafferty was summoned to Police HQ specifically in response to what you produced. You buggered up the agenda. He wasn't supposed to be there right then. He was meant to be in Perthshire, where he had been all night, and from where he should have gone home. And my guess is he was supposed to commit suicide at his house later on, by more conventional means, after realising, or being told, that his secret was out. But instead, he shows up at Police HQ, knowing now that McInnes and Hannah, to whom he has a connection, are among the men in custody, and that inside knowledge is suspected. On the way into the building, he gives a brief, nervous, and extremely weird interview to a TV reporter. The interview is broadcast at 6:20. Donald Lafferty is dead before 7. Someone who saw that interview feared Lafferty had clocked who was being set up, or at least that he knew something, so his suicide had to be brought forward before he did or said anything that might blow the gaff. Any money you like, they'll wait until the hysteria's died down over the use of cyanide and the possibility of the fucking Martians being behind it all. Then they'll leak the Lafferty-Hoods connection and use it to put a firm lid on the whole thing. Okay, she said, holding a hand up, eyes narrowed in concentration. I understand, and it sounds logical, if not entirely plausible, although I'm beginning to lose my grasp on the meaning of that word. But, well, how can I put this? I realise that this Donald Lafferty was a friend of yours, and I mean no offence, but could your friendship possibly be clouding your judgment? He creased his brow, looking more quizzical than annoyed, his silence beckoning her to elaborate. It's just that you seem very convinced that he had no part in it whatsoever. Obviously, in light of recent developments, I'm aware that Donald Lafferty wasn't where the buck stopped, but I've got to ask this. If he's the ex-cop with all the information, de-blah, 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 and the men in custody are who they are, is it possible that Lafferty was being leaned on to set this thing up in just the same way as McInnes et al. Were leaned on to carry it out? No, he said blankly. And why not? Because it would be pointless, an unnecessary extra remove. If you're setting some guys up to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, you just do it, yourself. You make as few people party to a conspiracy as possible, and you certainly don't force someone else to do it, because he could double-cross you, tip off the patsies, tip off the cops. But what if he was party to the conspiracy, or thought he was, and it's he who's double-crossed later on? He gave a little dry laugh, and shook his head. All right, fair enough, he said. Although he was my friend, I'll admit that nobody can say for certain whether someone is capable of murder. But I can say that he wasn't fucking stupid. If he was setting up somebody to take the fall, he'd hardly pick guys with a traceable connection to himself. Do you see? Contrary to how the world is supposed to read it, it's the fact that McInnes and Hannah are involved that tells me Donald had nothing to do with it. So, how long had you known him? Nicole asked, sitting on the edge of her armchair, unable to prevent her eyes straying occasionally towards the close-curtained windows, out of which Parlabane had expressly forbidden her to peek. He had a shattered look about him, almost every time he mentioned Lafferty's name, and she sensed it was bothering him to talk about him only in this painful context. Her resentment of him was subsiding in the sight of his own hurt. Before that, she had felt angry that he was removed and immune from the anarchy he was unveiling. They had moved back to the living room upon his suggestion, on the dual grounds that firstly, to their outside observers, Nicole had spent an awful lot longer in the kitchen than was normal for dinner for one, and that secondly, the wooden chairs were becoming literally a pain in the arse. Since adolescence, really, he said. I was a budding young hack, actually office dog's body on the news desk. And he was your actual rookie policeman. I got talking to him at the scene of a major crime incident.
couple of teenagers had hijacked an ice cream van and gone joyriding through a scheme in Nits Hill, firing balls of it at the windscreens of passing cars. When they ran out of soft scoop, they moved on to oysters and nougat wafers. It wasn't a pretty sight.
His eyes glinted with a symbiotic combination of pleasure and sadness at the memory. Misunderstood youth? A cry for help? Nicole offered with a smile, pleased and relieved that her facial muscles still remembered the drill.
Well, they were certainly crying for help when the driver started turning around and giving chase. This was Nits Hill. Ice cream scoops are notoriously difficult to retrieve from the lower intestine. Anyway, I bumped into him a couple of nights later at the Apollo.
A club?
No. The erstwhile greatest music venue in the world. The Skids were playing, and I was reviewing it. As I was getting paid to be there, I was probably supposed to be sitting in the circle, scribbling contemplatively in my notebook. Instead, I was down the front, although not that near. The stage was about 12 feet high, so you had to stand back to see anything, engaging in activities known in the modern parlance, I believe, as moshing. There was a usual tangle of bodies. You just grabbed onto someone in the crowd and burled around for a bit. At the end of Into the Valley, I found that I was hanging on to Donald. We went for a few after the show, and it kind of started from there. We weren't bosom buddies like. We just met up every so often, usually for gigs, occasionally just for a few beers. I never knew much about his personal life. I know you're probably condemning this as a guy thing, but there are some pals you meet up with and discuss anything, and others with whom you stick to, I don't know, establish common ground. We talk rock and roll, work, and a bit of football. We stayed kind of in touch as we got older. Despite climbing the ranks and having to be generally respectable, Donald could still occasionally be tempted along to a show, usually some bunch from the old days that really should have chucked it by then. Irresistible allure of nostalgia for the aging male who's pining for lost youth. How the hell else could SLF and the Buzzcocks sell at venues in the late 1980s?
He leaned back in the settee, running a hand through his uncooperative locks.
I went to work in London for a few years, and then Los Angeles for a couple more, and I guess we had probably forgotten about each other. It's a bit difficult after all that time to just call up like it's been a fortnight, even on the off chance that you do have the phone number. Then a few months back, I met him in Edinburgh out of the blue, outside the Usher Hall. Big country had been playing. Skids connection. We went to a pub nearby and caught up a wee bit. He told me he was no longer in the police. He was working as a security advisor on some kind of government project. He wouldn't say what or where, and to be honest, I'd have been the last person he would tell if he was doing his job properly.
I can't think why.
I got his address and phone number. I was kind of in the middle of moving into a new place with my girlfriend at the time, and we didn't have a phone number yet. So I said I'd forward it when I knew. Of course I didn't. I had his. And when you see someone after more than 5 years, it's pretty easy to wait 6 months before ringing them up again.
Nicole looked disapprovingly at him.
Look, he said defensively, wait until you're at least 10 years older before you start getting judgmental about this kind of thing. Anyway, the next time I saw him was on the TV last night.
On the 6 o'clock news?
No, the Morbid Action Replay Newsnight after he was dead.
God, that's how you found out? I'm sorry.
Ah, he said, dismissing the need for any ministrations of sympathy.
No, that must have been a horrible shock. Believe me, I'm becoming something of an authority. And I'm sorry for pressing the idea that I might have been in on the Voss thing.
It was a fair point at the time.
Still sorry. It was just that when you mentioned his appearance on the news, I thought, well, he said some rather odd things. And I wondered if what he said might have been some kind of message or code after all. That the bad guys knew what he meant because he had been, I don't know, somehow one of them.
Parlabane sat up, that sad smile on his lips and in his eyes again, like when he had spoken about first meeting Lafferty. I haven't had time to catch up on developments at this end of the arena, he recited. It's not as if I've been sitting around listening to my favourite music, although a lot more people should.
Yes, that was it. That was what he said.
It was a message, he stated firmly,
causing her to sit up, and even to hold her breath. Donald would have been trying to work out what the fuck happened all night. Examining the scene, the grounds, talking to the cops, all that stuff. Trying to explain how someone so successfully circumvented all of his security systems. Trying to deduce what failure had allowed 4 people to be slaughtered in cold blood. At some point, he'd have found out who was being held, and we can only guess at what else he might have discovered. But whatever he suspected, he could see that he was being manoeuvred into the frame, and unlike McInnes, he couldn't preempt the accusation. He knew they had done him up like the proverbial kipper, and very possibly that the culprits had heavyweight police connections. I doubt if even he suspected they would kill him, but he knew he was going down, alongside the 4 stooges. He needed an advocate, someone on the outside. He needed someone to start searching for what really happened at Craigarcourt House before the conspirators had covered their tracks and completed the job of framing up their scapegoats. Someone he could trust, someone who would believe in, someone with a track record for tenacious, exhaustive, and frequently illegal methods of investigation. Someone in black, perhaps. These are just my working clothes. Try breaking into some place in faded denims and a white t-shirt and you'll be counting the seconds before you hear sirens. But yes, you're right. And someone whose phone number he didn't have. Correct. So he got a message across the only way he could. A message he knew only I would understand. Though he probably knew he was also inviting the bad guys to burgle his flat and rifle through his record collection. So what does it mean? What was his favourite music? Lately? No idea. Once upon a time, I don't know, the Skids, the Boomtown Rats, the Police Undertones. She felt the pain returning behind her eyes. He was regressing once more into inscrutability. He reached for his duffel bag and rummaged inside it, then produced a battered and aged-looking white cassette, minus cover, which he threw to her. Clue was in what he said beforehand. At this end of the arena. Parlabane explained. Skids had a song called Arena. Donald loved it. We both did. Well, not the whole song. Verses and chorus were ploddingly awful, and the lyrics were among the most excruciatingly pompous, pretentious, and downright stupid that Richard Jobson ever wrote. And believe me, that's saying something. Richard Jobson? Yes, for it was he, self-styled, Aryan Olympian, Dunfermlian post-punk poet, fashion model, ubiquitous TV star, etc., etc. Like I said, most of the song is absolute bollocks, but after the second chorus, gets interesting. Play it. Nicole put the tape into the hefty but purportedly portable cassette and CD player on the mantelpiece, momentarily nervous that Parlabane's geriatric tape would give it the audio equivalent of a sexually transmitted disease. He'd queued it up at the right place, and she pushed up the volume as the sound began to break through. She glanced briefly at him, but he was staring fixedly at the machine, either urging her attention or aware of the awkwardness of not knowing where to look when 2 people are concentrating on simply listening to something. The recently abused chorus was ending, and the song broke down to just a synth sound and a tentative creeping bass for a few bars. The synth riff was repeated as a rhythm guitar surfaced somewhere, a dry sound like helicopter blades chopping overhead. Then a lead guitar entered quietly, snaking around the synth and growing gradually louder in the mix as the hypnotic melody circled again and again, and drums began to pulse in the distance, getting ever clearer, ever nearer. She felt a thrilling sense of anticipation as the orchestration expanded and each of the instruments grew louder, her desire for the song to reveal its hidden secret enhanced by the dramatic and teasing build-up. The tension reached breaking point, and the tom suddenly gave way to snare, the lead guitar screaming in, full-blooded, to take up the riff introduced by the synth, a crashing wave of sound and emotion. Somewhere she could see the man in black, younger than her, swaying and waving in a back-eye of sweating bodies beneath the swelter of stage lights. There was a voice, somewhere, lost amidst the storm. She was about to reach for the volume control again when she realized that, like what had gone before it, the voice would grow stronger and louder in passing cycles. Other voices joined in on each pass, their tune now defined but the lyrics still agonizingly obscured. With the next repetition, she thought she had made out what was being said, and it was a possibility that stopped her breath until the next pass confirmed it. The voices were singing the same words over and over and over. All the boys are innocent. Well, if this isn't what he meant, it's a hell of a coincidence, Nicole admitted. Yeah, either that or I've picked the wrong song and someone called Albert Tatlock is getting away with murder. What? Never mind, Skid's joke. Let's get going. Nicole shifted in her seat, straining momentarily against the belt to glance up at the buildings as a car passed beneath them. The looming glass towers slalomed by the motorway, incongruously futuristic amid the dignified age of the terraces, domes, and spires. The night was crisply still and clear, the waters of the Clyde black, motionless and reflective as the vehicle crossed 100 feet above. She felt sharply awake despite the late hour, and the unusual rigours of a long and unprecedentedly distressing day, brightly alive to the beauty of the city by night. As he passed through the centre of it, she felt they had the place to themselves, so deserted were the roads, pavements, buildings, and even the motorway. She looked across at Parlabane, his profile composed and determined as he held the wheel and fixed his eyes upon the road, occasionally glancing down at the speedometer. He had maintained a steady 30 until reaching the motorway, and once upon it, stuck rigidly to the fluctuating limits, despite the inviting emptiness of the highways. She had wondered for a while whether he compensated for his repertoire of recklessness by being the world's most boring driver, then remembered the importance of avoiding the attentions of the law. If people with major police connections were going to be out looking for her, it probably wouldn't help to have some traffic cop say her description matched the passenger of a guy he booked for speeding the other night. Hey, here's his name and address. There was a cool reality about her situation now, a feeling that it was actually happening, made less frightening by the sense that it was now something she was doing, rather than something that was being done to her. It was the travelling that did it. The discussions, the devices, the revelations had all been enclosed in the cocoon of that absurdly twee flat. Just words and stories about events going on elsewhere. In there it was disturbing, certainly, but somehow removed. Like she could go to bed, get up tomorrow, walk out the front door and get on with her life, while all that nastiness happened to someone else. But the moment she took action was the moment she accepted it. The moment she became part of it, and when she left the flat, the feeling that her old life was gone hit her hard in that first breath of cold wind as he emerged from the close into the back court. The grass underfoot, the steam of his breath in the half-light, the sudden, stupidly startling noise of water down a drainpipe above them, the smell of the old Sirocco's interior. This was not a dream. He had slung her bag in the boot, and then opened the passenger door for her, pushing the seat forward and telling her to lie along the back, out of sight. Once they were well clear of her neighbourhood, he had stopped the car and allowed her to move up front. The radio had been burbling away since they drove off, but she had barely been aware of the songs, jingles and ads, as it wasn't on loud enough to compete for attention with the raging current affairs debate going on inside her head. Parlabane turned the volume up, obviously recognising a cheaply dramatic burst of brass as heralding a news bulletin. With Graham Forbes. The main story tonight, of course, the brutal and bloody escape of the 4 men accused of murdering Roland Voss, during which 2 police officers and a driver were killed, Thomas McInnes, his son Paul, Robert Hanna. Nicole turned to Parlabane. He said nothing, his face poker set, only a small swallow in his throat betraying any reaction. The radio newscaster's smooth tones were replaced by a Highland accent, speaking over a crackly phone line from near the scene. The men were being transported from Edinburgh to Peterhead Prison, where, ironically, they were being taken for security reasons. Details are sketchy at this stage,
but it is believed that their prison bus went out of control and turned on its side near the village of Strathgair, after colliding with an abandoned car. Police believe that the four men took advantage of the accident to overpower their armed guards, stealing their weapons before making their escape. It is suspected that one officer may have died from injuries sustained during the crash, but police say that the bodies of the second officer and the driver were found handcuffed to the bus, having been shot through the head in a manner chillingly similar to the murders of Roland Voss's bodyguards on Sunday. It is believed the fugitives are now in possession of several firearms, and police are warning the public that these men are extremely dangerous and must not be approached at any cost. With discovery of the escape coming at such a late hour, officers have been sent door to door in the surrounding area to warn local residents who may have gone to bed before the news broke. Reaction to the escape has been extreme, rejoined the newsreader. From police and government officials still shell-shocked by Sunday night's atrocities. There have been calls for the army to be brought in to hunt the men down, and a pledge from Scottish Secretary Alistair Dalgleish that no resource shall be spared in bringing the four to justice.
I will be insisting on a full inquiry into how this atrocity was allowed to happen, began a rasping, upper-class voice. The sound of film winding in press cameras wheezing loudly in the background. But for now, the priority is the apprehension of these animals, the voice spat. For that is all they are, and like animals they will be hunted down, by all means available and by all means necessary.
The Sirocco coasted on into the night, the lights of Glasgow fading behind. Parlabane said nothing, his face still stone-set. Nicole guessed at the babbling frenzy of calculation, projection and conjecture going on behind those locked and focused eyes. She stared ahead, at the dotted white lines being gobbled up by the car. Emotional voices echoing through her head, the hum of the engine and the burr of tyres and tarmac somehow silenced by their own constancy. Someone tried to kill you today. He's dead. Aw hen, aw pet. Like animals they will be hunted down. Scum four must die. All the boys are innocent. Part 2. This is Iron Age. Steel blue Medusa eyes. If I could scratch a name that would outlive hers, that would make me feel that I belong here, to everything and not a fraction, to everything and not an age. Billy Franks. Age. Chapter 6. Of course, he had to go. There really was no choice in the matter, and the sadly ironic thing was that it had been Voss who saw to that. He had them by the balls. There was no denying it, demanding that they fall on their swords or he would run them through. Some might say they were biting the hand that fed them, but that would be to make the same mistake as a deluded and arrogant Dutch fool. Men like Voss, intoxicated by the self-made mythology of their own success, seemed to think that they were beneficently visiting prosperity upon a country, the choice of which nation to honour in their gift. They believed they were the engine of their own achievements, and that the era, location, and political climate were incidental, a painted landscape in the background of their magnificent portrait. In truth, they were merely actors. There were roles that needed to be played, but it was up to men like himself to decide who should play them. The part of the arch-conservative media tycoon will tonight be performed by a stand-in, as Mr. Roland Voss is indisposed. It was we who had made him, thought Alistair Dalgleish bitterly, still smarting from the stinging gauntlet lash of betrayal. He winced at the fiery taste as he sipped at his whisky and stood, staring from the window of his study, the chair at his desk uncomfortable during such moments of agitated reflection. The brown liquid glinted tauntingly in the crystal glass, its volume militantly refusing to deplete itself no matter how many drops he braced himself to swallow. And it was nothing to do with it being early morning. The stuff was undrinkable night and day. Damn the image makers.
He longed for the soothing cool of a nice, long G&T. We made him. There was a limited amount of success to go round. A finite number of major roles. Voss didn't take. Voss didn't demand. Voss didn't earn. Voss was given. Voss was allowed. They didn't need him. They just needed someone to fill the role, perform a function. Someone. Anyone. Voss thought that his editorial support of the Conservatives was what ensured him special consideration, allowed him to expand his media interests so unhindered. What he failed to understand was that those newspapers were going to be saying very much what the party wanted them to, whoever owned them, as that was always going to be a condition of being green-lighted to buy them. What Voss's monstrous ego had obscured from his view was simply that if it hadn't been him, it would have been someone else. The arrogance of the man. That was what had really upset them. If it had simply been greed, it would have been different. Wanting an even bigger slice of the pie when you've already vomited from overeating was ideologically understandable. Perhaps a compromise could have been reached, some sop to acknowledge that the rattle of Voss's sabre had been heard and duly noted. But it hadn't been about money, business, or politics. It had been about power. Voss had known exactly the consequences of what he was asking them to do, not only for themselves, but for the party. For the two of them it was electoral poison, in the highly unlikely event that their constituency branches didn't deselect them anyway. And far worse, the poison would be all the more bitter as the lethal draught was transmuted from the elixir that was ready to revive the party in the polls. If they did not comply, Voss would destroy them anyway. His revelations would demand their resignations from the cabinet, amid a scandal that would be the coup de grace for the government's scarred and wounded credibility. Damage limitation was a negligible concept. Even a repeat of the Scots spin tactics would be futile. They acted in good faith, wasn't going to cut it on this one, and there would be no finite period of penitence on the backbenches before rising phoenix-like into the cabinet again. They would not be forgiven for the devastation caused. Things had changed since the glorious Thatcher era. The free-spirited philosophy of anything goes that came with a massive majority was but a cherished and distant memory. And it was nothing to do with Nolan. In the Conservative Party in the 90s, there was only one rule on standards in public life. Don't get caught. Consequently, they couldn't even tell the boss about the threat. Boss didn't really need what he was asking from them. The Dutchman wasn't the only one well placed to carve out a share of the new market, and Dalgleish had wondered what impact it might have on the reputation of his newspaper group, given that its sales pitch was from a prominent kiosk on the moral high ground. Dalgleish, of all people, knew that Voss had always kept that aspect of his European interests conspicuously quiet. So what had enraged him was a realization that Voss might not particularly want what he was demanding of them. The realization that that wasn't the issue. He just wanted the satisfaction of exercising power, of arbitrarily deciding to destroy a career or bring down a government, as if they were gladiators whose life or death depended upon the whim that turned Caesar's thumb up or down. Voss was merely amusing himself by playing a game, and the game was called God. He cared nothing for the real people whose lives were affected by his power-mongering and political masturbation. People like Michael Swan. People like Alistair Dalgleish. So what did he think? That they were impotent little pawns on his board? That they were his creatures, to do with as he pleased? Yes, indeed, it was about power. And by God, they had shown him the true meaning of the word. It was rather a shame about the wife, of course, but the embarrassing little Eurotrash trollop did insist on following him around, always managing to make several £100,000 worth of clothing look like mismatched items from a particularly insalubrious jumble sale. Unfortunately, they didn't have a lot of time to play with, and there simply hadn't been an opportunity to get the bugger alone.
The bodyguards he felt no remorse about whatsoever. Bloody gorillas, the pair of them. Just because someone had taught them to walk upright when in public didn't mean they were actually sentient beings. He'd always hated the way they still eyed him up when they knew exactly who he was, and had never forgiven them for the time they pinned him to a wall at that dinner in Paris, within 6 feet of about 20 bloody photographers. They claimed that he had approached Foss a little hastily, and suggested that they feared he might be reaching for a weapon as he put his hand inside his jacket. He was actually reaching for a cheque made out to the charity Voss was hosting the dinner in aid of, having decided that if he was going to chuck money away on some bunch of foreign parasites, he might as well try and get a half-decent photo up out of it. 2 years on, the Mugger Dalgleish tag was still following him around. From his townhouse window, he looked across the gardens of Drummond Place, and considered with a smile that its concave terrace reminded him a little of Bath. However, the memory of the real thing served to sadden him once more, as thoughts of England always did when he was stuck up here. There was no getting away from it. He hated the place. Hated the whole bloody country. Getting back to London felt like coming up for air after any prolonged stay. An oasis after days in the parched desert of this remote and detached wasteland. Summer had been the worst, with so little parliamentary business to take him back south. An endless ordeal of flesh-pressing in shoddy factories and smelly community centres under perennially grey skies, where the sun don't shine, indeed. And what really stuck in the craw, what burnt and was as hard to swallow as the bloody whiskey, was being thought of as Scottish, as one of them. He'd never even been to the bloody place until about 3 years ago, and that was an overnight visit to the Scottish Party conference as a token senior minister. He was an Englishman, through and through, and damn proud of it. His father, admittedly, had been a Scot, but for goodness sake, no one considered Portillo Spanish, did they? But he had needed to be Scottish, or at least to put on a show of displaying his credentials, because of the ridiculous fuss made over the idea of an Englishman being Secretary of State for Scotland. And it was ridiculous. Who, for instance, was the last Welsh Secretary who was actually bloody Welsh? Or Northern Ireland Secretary who was from the province? In Dalglish's opinion, it was precisely this sort of pandering and indulgence that was responsible for the party's poor showings north of the border. If you let a child have its way every time it whinges or whines about something, you end up with an indisciplined brat, don't you? He simply couldn't understand the inconsistency of it all. To put it bluntly, if you're not worried about whether having only 10 MPs out of 72 constitutes a mandate to govern, why start getting mealy-mouthed about the nationality of the man in charge? There were plenty of Scottish MPs whose constituencies were in England, weren't there? And the English didn't make a fuss about that, did they? But no, bloody Scotland had to have a bloody native son. His own suggested strategy was to accuse the dissenters of racism, talk about their sinister insistence upon ethnic purity, chucking in some overtones about Bosnia, and topple them from their self-righteous PC perches. Disappointingly, the party's spin doctors wouldn't wear it. Not right now, anyway, they said. Although you could tell they would be considering its viability for the future. Chances were they would soon have to. That was part of the reason he had been made Scottish Secretary in the first place. There were just no Scots left to choose from. Between the aforementioned 10 and the dribs and drabs representing seats in England, it had been a rather meagre selection to begin with. And out of those you could discount a couple who had too firm a grip on their current portfolios to step down into this regionalised and marginalised role. Several more who had been picked off by various scandals involving everything from pickaxes to bedroom slippers, and a few of the remainder who were either too autonomous or too sporran-swingingly barmy to be entrusted with ministerial duties. Of course, the bloody stupid thing was that many of those who had fallen through scandal had actually been stitched up by each other's manoeuvrings as they vied for position in the Scottish party. He had found it rather pathetic. Such mediocre, medium-sized fish battling for supremacy in a small pond.
and only having the opportunity to do so because of the scarcity of their own numbers. Absolutely none of them would have any chance of rising above eternal backbench obscurity had they been down south. The abject lack of competition in Scotland would have ensured most of them a half-decent job just by default, if they hadn't buggered up their own chances with their parochial disputes. So that rather much left his good self. He hadn't exactly been delighted at the appointment, although, under the circumstances, it was better than the proverbial poke in the eye with a sharp stick. He saw it as an isolated post, keeping you out of the cut and thrust of the parliamentary party by whisking you up north to quell the uncivilised and ceaselessly hostile natives. It cast his mind back to the Thatcher days, when the favoured punitive sanction of TBW against dissenting cabinet ministers was banishment to Gulag Ulster to face Dr. Paisley Stein and the 3 Bs, bog-trotting bastards in balaclavas. It was no secret he and Swan had been doing a bit of posturing and jockeying in '95. The odd fringe meeting or keynote speech, just to see where the land lay with the backbenchers. But as everyone else was at it, it would have been silly not to buy a ticket for that particular raffle. However, only Redwood had been either deluded or crazy enough to ask the boss to step outside, and he had paid the price. Dalgleish and Swan hadn't directly spoken out against the PM, and had given their backing loyally in that summer's scrap behind the bike sheds, but the boss, wisely, still didn't trust them. However, he had clearly been wary of alienating the considerable support they carried, which was why he hadn't bounced them altogether. Party unity could be a strange and wonderful thing. Dalgleish saw the PM's famous balancing tricks at work in Swan's new appointment. The younger man was made Heritage Secretary, which could be seen as a comparatively light ride for a first senior ministerial post, a place to train for bigger things. But it was also a rather difficult job to shine in, fielding endless gripes about the lottery and with few opportunities to get tough with anything or anyone. Swan's being a good little boy would therefore be his only ticket upwards. There seemed a similar ambiguity in giving Dalgleish the Scottish job. It would keep him at arm's length for a spell, while allowing him the chance to prosper as an ally, should he choose to toe the line. However, he suspected a great element of serendipity had saved him from being given something more obviously retributive, a poisoned chalice like health, for instance, by a PM who would have liked to be rid of him without being seen to get rid of him. It was the only time in his life he had felt reason to be glad of his father's nationality. It was not a job he had wanted, but then it had never been a job he had even considered. It was Scottish business, parochial politics, nothing to do with him. However, once he was forced to start thinking about it, he saw in it a great deal of potential. For a start, you could play a hand in several games at once. You could be Home Secretary 1 minute, Employment Secretary the next, Chancellor, Health Secretary, a chance to audition for any number of big future roles. And in playing the statesman, you had the chance to show that if you were able to run one part of the country, then you just might have what it takes to run the whole boiling. A huge bonus was the level of party support he had to be given right from the off. The tenuousness of his Scottish connection was inevitably going to be seized upon by the opposition, who would drone on tediously about colonialism and the Tories not being able to find a Scot to govern Scotland. But the flak was always going to be aimed at the man who had made the appointment. By protecting Dalgleish, the party were protecting the boss, and to make the boss look good, Dalgleish had to look good. An early hurdle was the fact that his constituency was, rather obviously, not in Scotland. In fact, it was a comfortable and satisfying 300 miles from the wretched place. So with much distaste and greater regret, he agreed to proclaim an abiding love for his homeland, and to declare that he would stand in a Scottish constituency at the next election. The latter part was agreed with party bosses on the tacit understanding that he would be in a new job by that time, and therefore relieved of this unthinkable obligation. But then next had come this bloody Scottishness business. A pantomime of tartanry and shortbread, as the PR people flailingly overcompensated for his understandable ignorance and, he would have loved to be able to admit, indifference about the country. Learning to drink whiskey was only the tip of the iceberg. He had suggested that he could just pose for the odd photo op drinking cold tea, like they do on stage or on television. However, they insisted that he would have to drink it at dinners and other social events, and apart from the impracticality of supplying him with phony stuff on such occasions, the threat of being found out, and the ensuing tartan media gloating frenzy, was considered too great. The biggest disaster, however, was the football match. It had been decided that his public profile needed to be boosted, and the ideal opportunity, the PR man said, was a sporting event, where he could be seen to be actively supporting his beloved country. Dalgleish was nervous about the idea from the start, and his concern over straying into dangerous, uncharted territory grew when a suggestion of a cricket match was rejected. No, a public event, the PR man said. Dalgleish looked quizzically at him, wondering where the breakdown in logic had occurred. Bill Mason, the rotund and hygienically challenged editor of the Scottish edition of one of Voss's tabloids, had been present at the meeting, during which they were also discussing press strategies to discredit Labour-controlled unified councils. Mason, more helpfully, explained that the average attendance at a Scottish cricket match is usually about 30, and that's including both teams, the umpires, stray dogs, and any tramps who happen to be sleeping off the special brew in that particular park that day. This had made things a little clearer, but also served to make him feel even more lost and further from home. Who could imagine a land where cricket meant nothing? Unfortunately, Mason was not present at the meeting during which a bloody football match was decided upon. He was a gruff and rather ill-bred character, but Dalgleish suspected he might have been able to offer sufficient local insight to abort the public relations catastrophe conceived that day. A rugby international had been suggested first, and sounded absolutely ideal. Being seen on national TV waving his little plastic saltire next to Princess Anne would do his profile no harm whatsoever, on both sides of the border. And he remembered one of the Scottish cabinet members telling him that Murrayfield was always a sellout, despite the paltry attendances at club rugby matches, because it's the biggest public school reunion in the world, which suggested that he would be seen by and among the right people. However, the PR man had muttered something about preaching to the converted, and any further debate on this had anyway been curtailed when his assistant consulted the fixture calendar. The Five Nations are not long past, and there weren't any more internationals scheduled for 6 months. There was, however, a big game coming up at Hampden Park in Glasgow in a few weeks, and it was being screened live on BBC One. It was the longest, most humiliating, and thoroughly miserable night of his life. His first torment came when he went to take his seat, emerging from the stairwell as the bloody awful pipers marched up and down the pitch, bathed in the brilliant glare of the floodlights. The blast of freezing air hit him in the chest, and as he struggled for breath, he noticed that all of the SFA representatives in the VIP party had suddenly acquired long, heavy coats over their suits. Within moments of sitting down, he feared he would develop hypothermia, and within 10 minutes of that, he wished he had died of it. It looked like a full house, an imposing mass on long, sloping concourses, alive with a riot of swirling flags, none of which, he was concerned to note, were Union Jacks. He was sure there had been plenty of those when he saw a clip of a Scottish football match on TV a couple of weeks before, and indeed had felt reassured about the prospect of the international after learning how much Conservative support there was from the board of the biggest club, Glasgow Rangers. Then it began. Not the match, the disaster. Welcome to Hampden Park for tonight's European Championship warm-up friendly between Scotland and Norway, announced a disembodied voice crisply over the PA system. And the National Stadium welcomes as its guest tonight the Secretary of State for Scotland, the Right Honourable Alistair Dalgleish. As a cricket man, Prior to that moment, he hadn't known what 35,000 people furiously booing sounded like. He did now, as indeed did anyone who happened to tune in for the live television and radio transmissions. It reverberated terrifyingly around the stadium, amplified by the sweeping roof that covered the grandstands, which he suspected had been partly designed for that specific purpose. The blast of baying voices was dotted with piercing whistles, the overall effect like an angry titan with asthma. He felt momentarily in fear of his life, his mind filling with images of spontaneous mob eruption, and his corpse swinging from a noose tied to one of the crossbars. Then, as the fear passed, he felt his cheeks begin to burn with a mixture of humiliation and utter fury, no doubt captured in glorious technicolor for posterity. When the booing subsided, the air was filled with concerted chanting. "Dirty English bastard! Dirty English bastard! Ali Douglas, you're a wanker, you're a wanker! Ali Douglas, you're a donkey's arse!" And, "Douglas, Douglas, get the fuck! Douglas, get the fuck!" Upon which, someone behind him rather obscurely commented, "Well, I never thought I'd hear those words here." He thought his ordeal was finished when the teams took the field and the crowd turned their attention to the match. But as the game turned out to be a dispassionately drab affair, the Neanderthals in the stands chose to amuse themselves every so often by striking up another chorus of this gratuitous and foul-mouthed abuse, every word of which was heard across the land. But the nightmare didn't end there. It turned out some malignant and no doubt pinko director at the BBC had chosen to zoom in on his face during the pre-match playing of the national anthems. And, of course, after the first roll on the drums, he had launched full-throated into "God Save Our Great," before stopping, as he realised that everyone else was singing "O Flower of Scotland." To compound the gaffe, he didn't know any of the words to the stupid bloody dirge, and the cameras had returned a couple of times to show him close-mouthed and blushing, as those all around him strove to burst a lung. The lefty press had a bloody party with the whole affair, and just to complete the fun, he later learned that there was a special "sporting what happened next" round on that "Have I Got News for You" nonsense the following Friday, in which they had shown footage of him taking a seat in Hampden and then stopped the film. He demanded to know who the PA announcer had been, so that he could insist on him being sacked on the spot, as the bastard must have known he was giving the animals in the crowd their cue. However, the PR man advised that this would be further bad publicity, as whether the announcer had ulterior motives or not, it was a hard thing to prove. Besides, it was best to show that he was above reacting to such disgraceful behaviour. He agreed with this, and comforted himself by sacking the PR man instead. Dalgleish glanced down to the street below, his attention caught by the manoeuvring of a black Ford Scorpio as it slotted itself smoothly into a parking space. Knight was at the controls, his broad shoulders and bullet head recognisable from 30 feet above. He had one hand on the wheel and the other holding that scrambled frequency car phone to his ear, his head twitching as he spoke, probably talking as forcefully and deliberately as he did everything else. Knight was possessed of many admirable qualities, as far as Dalgleish was concerned, but the most valuable, and certainly these days the most rare, was that he knew his place. Knight knew the measure of remarkable men, and was not too proud to serve. He knew what he did well, and was content to do it, without ambitions beyond his station in life. There are men born to command, and men born to obey, and it was a tribute to Knight's strength of character that he knew his role. Certainly, he also knew he would be well rewarded, as loyalty always is, and that he would enjoy his own measure of power as his dividend from Dalglish's success. But he had no illusions as to who was in charge. That was why Dalgleish trusted him, and Knight clearly understood the value of such a man's trust. Knight was MI5. They'd got to know each other some years back when Dalgleish had a fairly junior Home Office post. and both had recognised the potential benefits of reciprocal cooperation. At the time, Dalgleish was liaising with Knight over a standard dirty tricks campaign, setting up a few opposition frontbenchers and the odd union leader for nasty and very public faults. Knight was working on, you could say, the practical side, and Dalgleish was involved with the valuable links he had with Voss, whose newspapers would have their own vital contribution to make. Dalgleish found it rather wryly amusing that in later years, a good way down the road for both of them, they had found themselves doing much the same thing, except that it was now Conservatives they were setting up, as he and Swan pursued their kind hearts and coronets strategy within the parliamentary party. But that, of course, was a more clandestine affair, only possible thanks to the way his and Knight's relationship had developed. For a time, like all the other young and ambitious spooks, Knight had kept a foot in many camps, playing MPs and civil servants off one another, and like a magpie took what he could from each of them. But Dalgleish had let him know that there came a stage when you had to bet on one horse, and that he was, if not the favourite, at least offering the biggest potential payout. Knight had been a promising and already resourceful figure, but with Dalglish's sponsorship, he had progressed apace, and the higher he climbed, the more useful he was to Dalgleish, who in turn could use his growing influence to open more doors for Knight, and so on. Knight had become extraordinarily well connected. The length and breadth of the land there were senior policemen and military officers whose cooperation and confidence he could rely on. Influence that could, with just a phone call, get things done which might otherwise require a great deal of legal wrangling and conspicuously traceable paperwork. And, of course, the occasional document of permission or request from a government minister could be rather helpful from time to time. But the deadliest ace up Knight's sleeve was his team of little helpers, whose services were quite definitely not officially engaged by anyone, but who had proven useful to variously the government, MI5, and Alistair Dalgleish on a number of occasions. Knight paid them retainer himself, while their operations fees and expenses came from the client. They were bloody expensive, but as they say, if you pay peanuts. There was also the consideration, of which Knight was patently aware, that if your predicament or even intentions were such that the little helper's involvement was required, then you probably needed them a lot more than you needed the money. But what the hell? They got the job done, and nobody ever knew a dashed thing. He had called in Knight when he realised the full magnitude of the consequences of what Voss was demanding. He had been confident Knight would have no reservations, apart from the fact that he was hitched to Dalglish's gravy train and would suffer greatly from its derailment. Knight was entirely professional when it came to such things. The stature of the man, who had to be removed, would mean nothing. He thought only of logistics, practicalities, contingencies. The hunter does not stop to consider the social position within the herd of the beast in his sights, only where best to put the bullet, which position to take for the clearest shot. Knight had been as steady and emotionless as ever, talking immediately of the how, when, and where, his invaluable experience in the political arena coming into evidence as he even discussed how they might best play the murder. Only the furthest glint in Knight's eye perhaps betrayed a reaction to the audacity and ruthlessness of what Dalgleish wished to undertake, and that reaction, he was sure, was one of delight and admiration. For Dalgleish had walked through fire in making this commission, been cleansed by the flames, galvanised by the experience. There had been political comings of age, rites of passage, milestones and watersheds, but this was a door through which he could never go back. And talk about being hung for a sheep. Dalgleish had destroyed a few lives, wrecked careers, companies even, but this was an entirely new domain. He had known that once he entered it, he would be a changed man. He had never anticipated what it would change him into. He had feared he might become a haunted creature, forever running as the Furies flew about him, too distracted by their torments to pursue his agendas, hold down jobs.
Would Voss's ghost pursue him until his murderer destroyed not only the Dutchman, but himself too? But instead, he was a greater man, a more resolute man, a more powerful man. And it had been that man he saw reflected in the glint in Night's eye. He felt like some mystic ancient warrior, that he had absorbed the stature of the man he had slain, and felt a near convulsive rush of power as the news broke that Voss was dead. He was no longer some cabinet hopeful, jostling for position with the rest as the PM dangled favours above their heads to buy their obedience. He was a man who could order the death of Roland Voss for the good of himself and the good of the country, a man of strength, determination, and resolution. And such men are born to rule. For a long time, his and Swan's had been an uneasy alliance. Each understood not only the use the other could be to his own aims, but that they could travel further together than individually. Dalgleish carried more experience, more years, and ties in more places, older places. Dalgleish had the breeding, the ancestry, the tradition. His mother's family name had carried weight in the party for centuries. There were many who thought it gravely amiss that a fellow of the Waldemir line had never been PM. And his father's name represented land and business that went back to the first seeds of empire. Swan, on the other hand, understood well how the game was played nowadays. He traded on a success built upon no foundation of ancestry or tradition, portraying himself as living evidence of the achievements of the Thatcherite Revolution. He was steeped in the victor's hatred of the defeated, despising those whose ineptitude left them foundering at the foot of a system he had negotiated triumphantly with vision, sweat, and nerve. He regarded it as a direct insult to his accomplishments that those whose efforts, or lack of, had brought them less should be in any way subsidized to compensate for their own shortcomings. Hunger was man's first motivator, and remains his strongest, was Swan's defining soundbite, trumpeted joyously by party and press ever since that ebullient fringe meeting at the conference in '91. He was the darling of the thuggish New Right. First-generation conservatives who'd cleaned up in the 80s and were desperately looking for someone to lead them back to that lost paradise, that new Jerusalem of glass towers, red Porsches, champagne and satisfyingly overpriced sandwich bars. So Swan brought the new right, Dalgleish the old, and together this unusual but powerful alliance made the boss very nervous indeed. Truth be told, each made the other nervous, as their mutual respect for each other's abilities, connections and resources had meant neither ever tried to pitch himself as a senior partner. What remained unspoken but understood was that one day they might have to stand toe-to-toe, and neither was particularly looking forward to it. But Voss had changed that. It had been Swan that he'd leaned on first. Swan was the one he really needed. Dalgleish was thrown in as an added bargaining tool. It was Swan's department, heritage, and therefore it would have been Swan's call, but the wily Dutch bastard had hooks in Dalgleish too, and had decided to give the lines a little tweak. If it had just been Swan and he said no, if Swan chose to martyr himself, then it would just have been one resignation by a promising but comparatively junior cabinet member. Damage could be limited, and Swan was young enough to bide his time until he was rewarded for his selfless act by being allowed back on board. Throwing Dalgleish into the equation not only made the harakiri option too catastrophic to contemplate, but was intended to strengthen Swan's hand in asking the boss for what Voss wanted from the government. Swan had been lost. He had been a man dithering over the choice of method for his own political execution. The last real decision he would have any power to make. It had been Dalgleish who came up with the solution. Dalgleish who resolved to carry it through, and Dalgleish who had command of the appropriate manpower. For a while he had thought about not telling Swan, as the fewer people knew the truth the better. But he wanted him to know. Not just because a little shit ought to be shouldering his share of the worry, but because it would let him know the difference between them. Swan had flapped and despaired, while Dalgleish had acted, and acted with a power and a ruthlessness that would take Swan's breath away. The matter of who was the senior partner was no longer in question, and he could rest assured Swan would never break their alliance in search of the main chance elsewhere. They were tied forever by this act, and true, each had the power to instigate mutually assured destruction. But Swan owed him. Admittedly, in a man like Swan's worldview, that might not count for much or for long, but Dalgleish still found it unlikely the younger man would ever try to deceive, disobey, or betray him. He had friends, you see. Friends in very high places. And friends in some very, very low ones, too. Dalgleish sat at his desk, as Knight stood opposite, shoulders back and hands clasped behind him. He had been a soldier once, Dalgleish knew, and seemed to slip back into the role during these debriefings. Dalgleish liked that. It showed respect, and it also kept both men focused on matters in hand. There was a time for drinks and armchairs, and this wasn't it. Prisoners made their escape exactly according to plan, sir, he said, traces of a Somerset burr nudging the ordered ranks of his firm, unemotional delivery. Right on schedule. Dalgleish nodded, looking down as if taking a mental note, trying to appear as detached and dispassionate as if Knight was telling him his itinerary for the week. "And do you know where they are now?" he asked, clasping his hands on the polished hardwood surface. "Oh, yes, sir. We have men tracking their movements from a close distance. I will be kept informed of their position at all times, and I will be using this information to direct police operations away from the fugitives. Sir?" Dalglish's brow was furrowed, a hand raised 6 inches above the desk, wavering in sympathy with his thoughts. "There have been calls for me to bring in the army, George," he said ponderingly. "I didn't actually agree to anything on air, but I'm not sure whether it might look more impressive. Only trouble is that they might do too good a job and actually find the buggers." "Sir, I have been monitoring the media's coverage of events as closely as events themselves, and I had anticipated this eventuality, particularly given the number of army bases located in the region. I can arrange for a unit to engage cooperatively in the search today." "When you say cooperatively?" Knight smiled thinly. "They will diligently hunt down all TV cameras in the vicinity and, with extreme prejudice, walk past them purposefully and impressively in full camouflage gear." "The finest soldiers in the world. Thank you, George. Now, we'll need a bit of time for all this. No one knew they had escaped until rather late last night, and most of the country were in their beds when I was talking about it on television, so I could really do with the hunt continuing through the early evening slots, up to at least news at 10, and past the morning dailies, deadlines if possible. I need to get it across to the nation that this is my operation, while it is still in progress, rather than look like I'm taking credit for it after the fact." "Of course, sir. As I say, I have the fugitives under constant surveillance. Not only can we move in at any time, but we can make sure that they remain safe from the search until you give the signal to end it. However, my men must reserve the right to act independently if they fear a development that we cannot control." Dalgleish nodded, lips pursed. "I trust your judgment, and that of your men as implicitly as ever," he said. "Thank you, sir. Was there anything else?" he asked, noticing Dalglish's scrutiny of the desktop, a characteristic symptom of a concern that he was reluctant to broach. "Well," he said, almost apologetically, "this business with the cyanide, it wasn't what we discussed." Knight breathed in through his nose, pulled his head up as if rained. "No, sir," he stated. "It was a field decision. I had reason to believe Mr. Lafferty suspected foul play, and could not take the chance that he might impart some information which would detract from the plausibility of his later planned suicide. I appreciate that it was not ideal, but we were all a little surprised by the lawyer's revelations. In an undertaking of this scale, as I explained, it is impossible to anticipate all the rogue elements. But what we can do is lock them down quickly and effectively when they do arise.
Indeed,
said Dalglish. You acted swiftly and decisively.
I can't ask for any more than that. And have you locked down the other problem?
We acquired the documents McInnes submitted with his lawyers 2 nights ago. They contained nothing intrinsically substantial, but they did have the potential to encourage speculation, so we destroyed them.
And the lawyer?
We believe 2 lawyers posed potential difficulties. We have eliminated one, but an equipment malfunction temporarily obstructed our neutralization of the second.
Which one is that? The girl?
Yes, sir. We have her under surveillance, and expect her to be out of the equation by close of play today.
Very good.
Knight shifted his stance, the slightest impatience creeping in. Dalglish appreciated that he had things to attend to.
Will there be anything else, sir?
He asked.
Just one final thing, George. The contents of the safe. Any joy yet?
Nothing, sir. I have good reason to be confident that they didn't manage to open it, and I believe it was empty simply because Voss never hid anything in it in the first place. The police have been combing the area looking for the murder weapons. Obviously, they're not going to turn those up, but they would certainly have come across anything that was stolen by now. It would have been nice to have a few diamond earrings or a necklace to produce as evidence of what the robbers were up to, once a terrorist motive has been eliminated. The story of them murdering 4 people only for the cupboard to be bare is rather a neat tone of tragic irony to it, don't you think?
Dalglish smiled. Quite.
Knight trotted briskly back down the stairs, all the time concentrating on resisting the urge to shake his head in case Dalglish or any of his entourage saw it. He had heard nothing during their conversation to conflict with his long-held opinion that the man was among the biggest arseholes ever to walk the earth. He had to stop himself sniggering at the thought of his own soldier-at-attention routine, which Dalglish lapped up every time. He wished the pompous sod hadn't been behind the desk, so that he could have seen the bulge in his trousers.
You acted swiftly and decisively, he thought.
Sad prat. Dalglish was often referred to as being one of the old guard in his party, as if he had some rare and precious attributes that were all but forgotten these days. Maybe he did, Knight thought, but he also knew that self-deluding snobs were one species in no imminent danger of extinction. It was ever thus with blokes like that. It was so simple, it was almost laughable, to maintain the illusion there was they who were in charge, they who were running things. It was easy to convince someone of what they desperately wanted to believe. Dalglish thought Knight's colours were tied to his mast, and that Knight's fortunes would rise or fall, live or die with his, as Dalglish chased after the fool's gold that he thought was power. What did he expect ultimately to get? A post near the head of a waning and increasingly ragged political party? Maybe a few years in the limelight before fading back into obscurity as the party or even the country decides it's time for new faces? Dalglish would be a forgotten has-been, sitting on useless subcommittees and giving bitter interviews, while Knight was exercising the real power he had built, the power to destroy politicians, businessmen, and even monarchs. Power that you didn't need to be re-elected to. What he always found so eye-poppingly incredible about Dalglish, as indeed about most of them, was that he never suspected a thing. In all the little commissions, all the dirty tricks, the setups, the surveillances, it never occurred to the stupid cunt that Knight would be gathering the dirt on him too, filing it away for when it might come in handy, like he did on so many others. The videotapes of Dalglish and the embassy secretary, Knight's plant, in Singapore typified it. The way he had let her manoeuvre them around the bed as they fucked away doggy-style, so that both of them faced the two-way mirror. They were all the same. Probably a class thing, a public school thing.
They were so busy worrying about the threat from each other that they never suspected where the real danger would be coming from. It just never occurred to them that they had anything to fear from someone who was not one of them, who was not part of their game, and not on what they so arrogantly perceived to be their level. Dalglish was far sharper than most, Knight had to admit. That was why he had chosen to hitch a ride on his back all those years ago. Dalglish had an honest understanding of the depth to which he could stoop, and had not vainly convinced himself that no one else could be so cunning or so ruthless, which was why he had survived so long and so well. He anticipated the traps his rivals could set for him, even if most of the time they weren't smart enough to have laid them. And, he had to admit, only Dalglish could have had the balls to suggest the boss thing. Truth be told, if anyone else had suggested it, Knight would have said no, because Dalglish was probably the only one with the nerve to carry his part of it right through. He wouldn't have considered anything as risky as this if he didn't think the man at the top could be trusted not to give the game away through guilt or fear-induced stupidity. So far, he was doing fine. But the acid test would be if something got loose that they really couldn't nail back down. As Knight approached his car, he could hear the beep of the phone inside it. He removed the parking ticket from the windscreen, scrunching it up and dropping it to the tarmac as if it was a flyer for a car boot sale. When the meter maid keyed the reg into the system, she'd quickly know not to pursue the matter. He climbed into the car, grabbing the receiver as he pulled the door closed at his side. "Knight, what?" "Morgan, sir. Look, I think we might have a big fucking problem." "Speak to me." "It's a lawyer. I checked under her car and the cable cutters have gone." "Yes, I think we had established that we were knackered last night when they didn't work. I ordered Alison to get you some new ones. Why are you telling me this?" "No, sir. I mean they were gone. As in no longer attached." Knight swallowed. Took a moment to digest the news. "Could they have fallen off?" he asked. "No chance. She must have removed them. She's on to us, sir." Christ. He couldn't afford to even think of the ramifications. "Kill her," he said, quietly but firmly. "Immediately. Where's she now? Her office?" There was a pause, a short intake of breath on the other end of the line. "Well, that's the big fucking problem I meant, sir," Morgan finally said, a dread reluctance in his voice. "She's disappeared. We watched the place last night, saw her go to bed and—" "Fucking hell." "Look, Morgan," Knight said, with the sort of hollow calm that precedes a typhoon. "I don't want to know the details of how you fucked up. They're not relevant. All I want to know from you is that she is dead, and that so is anyone she might have spoken to. And I don't want to hear your fucking voice again to tell me anything else. Understood?" "Yes, sir, but how will I find—" "If she knows something, she'll want to tell people. If she wants to tell people, she'll have to surface. When she surfaces, you kill her. However, wherever. Clear?" "Yes, sir." Chapter 7. The sunlight was piercing and impatient, as if angry that it had needed to climb this high in the sky to get their attention. The smell of cold sweat, stale breath, and arboreal mulches had an incongruous freshness about it as a chill-edged breeze diluted the congested air. Wisps of steam spiraled balletically in the broken shards of sunlight. Tam watching their graceful dance for a suspended moment, while somewhere in his head he knew he was about to switch on again, stretch mind and body against the rack of their predicament. It was a moment of freedom, of uncomplicated pleasure, the sweeter for its brief affinity. Some long-sealed chamber of dormant memory released its captive, and caused him to think of a fragment of a poem he had been made to learn in school. He couldn't remember its name or that of the poet, but the threat of 6 of the belt had apparently ingrained the words on his mind, not only long enough to recite them before Mrs. Dornoch the next day, but long enough for them to return on a cool September morning in the Highlands, nearly half a century later.
Him whose strenuous tongue can burst joy's grape against his palate fine, his soul shall taste the sadness of her might. Tam wasn't sure how well it reflected upon the Renfrewshire Education Department of the time that it had taken him 2 hours to learn it, but 40-odd years to understand it. Still, at least he hadn't been a Catholic. All Bob could remember was bloody prayers. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes, he was no longer lost in the motes of breath, but back under a pile of logs, off a footpath in a forest. His eyes flitted around and noticed that Spammy was also awake, lying back but hunched up a little, supported by the spiny stanchions of his gangly elbows. He was staring out of the opening, eyes squinting against the stabs of the sun through the gaps in their shelter, steam billowing out from his nose like he was a shaggy-headed and drug-addled dragon.
"You been awake for long?"
Tam inquired, as Spammy caught his eye.
"Aye." "Why did you no waken us?" "Yous were sleeping."
Conversations with Spammy were frequently like this. He seemed somehow able to circumvent logic, or alter its nature so that it behaved differently in his hands. Tam had learned not to tread further into the labyrinth. He nudged Paul and Bob to life, then crawled into the daylight as they yawned and groaned behind him, dragged back into confrontation with their seemingly omnipotent foe. Tam climbed to his feet and stretched, a dozen strains and aches responding to his reveille from posts around his anatomy. He edged forward tentatively, moving up the incline of the mound at whose foot they had made their camp, and taking position behind a large pine. Slowly, he leaned around it, looking for he didn't know what. Police? Soldiers? Jeremy fucking Beadle? In which case, he hoped he'd lubricated his microphone. And saw a valley bathed in the crisp sunlight from behind him, its angrily craggy mountains cruelly beautiful as they loomed inquisitively over their dominions below. The river glinted with an icy sparkle, winking in defiance. The sight delighted his eyes, but wounded his soul. It was a place of breathtaking dramatic spectacle, but he now saw the harshness, the mercilessness that must always have existed behind the picture postcard splendour. He saw the rain-lashed shepherds in the cold damp of the clachans, the punishment of the outcast, and the gauntlet run by the pursued. Funny how such places didn't fill your heart with quite so much joy when you couldn't get back into your car and drive the fuck away from them. Tam looked back, down at the lean-to where Paul and Spammy were helping Bob to his feet, and glanced with relief at the surroundings. The base of the mound protruded into Low Hollow, a tributary path of brown needles leading up to the main trail on the opposite side from where he stood, with trees huddling protectively around the entire area. They'd arrived there in darkness, and he had half expected morning to reveal that their improvised refuge was on the edge of a main road or some other such staringly conspicuous sight. In fact, it had been the encroaching darkness that had cast a deciding vote that night before on whether to run. Or if not cast a vote, it had at least forced the election.
"Hey, do you think we might be getting set up again here?"
Spammy had asked, as he stood, dazed, beside the 2 dead men in front of the bus. No one answered. Even Bob, having grasped that feigned obtuseness, was Spammy's equivalent of a rhetorical question. Tam had already made the further leap of deducing that the sloth-like fuzzball's occasional deeply obvious comments were a caustic means of taking the piss out of anyone who thought he was slow-witted, a misconception he had probably endured for years.
"They're going to do us for this along with the other 2,
Bob offered, shaking his head at the gruesome sight.
4,
Tam reminded him.
They were bodyguards, sure.
"Oh, aye."
They hadn't even seen the bodyguards. The first any of them knew about the 2 other victims had been during their interrogations.
"They were shot as well,"
Bob replied.
"So I heard. The question is, what do we do about it?"
"Well, that's obvious,"
said Paul. We run. It's the only chance we've got. Aye, but if we run, we look mere guilty, Bob offered.
What? Said Spammy in a slow monotone. Do you mean it's actually possible for us to look more guilty than we do already?
You know what I mean, Bob retorted, irritated. Whoever it is playing us like a cheap fucking mouthy. And I'm sure us running is the next bar in the music sheet. I say we just sit and wait for the police. Maybe now they'll start believing that there's somebody else at work in this. Bob, said Paul, gritting his teeth to keep his temper in check. The excuse that big boy done it and ran away didn't work the last time. What makes you think it'll be any different now? I say we take our chances. As far as I can see, there's nothing going to convince the police about what really happened at Craigarcourt. You know what kind of papers that bastard Voss owned, so you can imagine what kind of picture the public's got of us. We're never going to get a fair trial, and we're never going to clear our names. If we run for a day or a week, or we manage to run for the rest of our lives, that's as much time outside of prison as we're going to get. Once we're back in custody, it's forever. Inevitably, Bob sought mediation. What do you say, Tam? Tam looked at the sky for a few seconds, then back at the corpses, then at his friends.
I say we keep our options open. This looks like the most lonely and desolate road in the world. Nobody's going to know we're missing until whenever this bus was supposed to arrive. And there's not exactly a queue of motors going past. Could be hours before anybody shows up here. Plus it's getting dark, and it's getting cold. I say we move on, find some shelter. Somewhere out of sight where we can hide and bed down for the night. Then in the morning, we'll see how it looks. If we decide to run, we'll have a start, and we'll have had a bit of a kip. If we decide to give up, or we get caught anyway, for what it's worth, we can say we weren't running, just taking shelter for the night. Nobody want to sleep in the back of a bus with a dead body. Either way, we can sleep on it.
Tam suggested they walk on the road, partly so as not to leave tracks, and partly to avoid the ankle-snapping treachery of the clumpy fields on either side. He walked in front at first, before relieving Paul, who was helping Bob limp along on his one good leg. Spammy straggled along at the rear, having earlier dismayed them by kneeling over the dead driver and rifling his pockets. He held up a lighter by way of explanation.
I saw him having a fag. We might want to light a fire.
They came to where a dry, hard earth track met the roadside on the left, the chevrons of mucky tractor tyre tracks arcing out across the tarmac-adam in both directions. There was little light left, just a low glow playing off the underside of the sparse cloud cover in the distance. Tam looked up the slope, where the track followed a dry stone dyke towards the edge of a wood, into which the dusty trail disappeared.
That'll do, he said. Right. Nobody stand on these tyre marks. Try and move from stone to stone, he instructed, indicating the sunken boulders that jutted out of the tracks like acne. He sent Paul ahead first, while he and Spammy carried Bob, legs and arms, over the chevrons and as many yards along the trail as they could manage. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, the sunlight was completely exhausted, but the clouds were shuffling disgruntledly out of the way of a bright and insistent moon, and the trail remained enticingly visible before them. They came to a clearing where the track ended, a circular area occupied by 3 large piles of felled and stripped tree trunks and a small hillock of gravel and pebbles, which looked like it was being either gradually built up or gradually depleted by the tensions of the small dump vehicle that sat motionless in front of it, its metal scoop resting on the ground like it was a grazing brontosaurus. There were 3 exits, the track leading back down to the road, and 2 paths. One led downwards in roughly the opposite direction, continuing to skirt the edge of the pines, and the other led up, higher into the hill and deeper into the woodland. Decisions,
said Spammy, as he stood motionless in the clearing. Bob hopped over to one of the timber piles and fished out a sturdy length of wood to serve him as a walking staff. Fuck it, Bob said. If we're going to run and hide, let's do it properly. Their gradual progress along the path was made to the slow, thudding rhythm of Bob's stick as he thrusted it down to bear his weight on alternate steps. Everyone was tired and sore, but no one would admit it when any of his companions inquired. For each of them, the feeling of walking, of moving, of once again, to whatever extent, controlling their own fates, urged them forwards despite the pain. Eventually, however, they came to a small hollow as the clouds returned with their big brothers to chuck the moon back out of the swing park. All the time, they had been passing small piles of trunks by the edge of the path, awaiting collection and transportation, and near to those were carpets of discarded boughs and branches. They worked silently and quickly to build the lean-to. Tam, Paul and Spammy dragging and placing the trunks against the needle-strewn mound that jutted into the hollow, Bob laying branches across the top for insulation. Spammy's suggestion of lighting a fire for added heat was vetoed on the grounds that in the unlikely event that they didn't burn themselves and the whole fucking forest down, it might act as a homing beacon for any pursuers, as they couldn't be sure how close they were to roads or houses.
"I'll be pecking scalps in my hands all night,"
Paul moaned, as they lay down side by side and huddled together for warmth.
"That's when I'm finished picking bits of glass with my shoulder."
"Ah, shush,"
Bob muttered.
"I've had half a tree through my leg the night, and you're talking about scalps."
"Aye, but they say size doesn't matter,"
Paul countered. Bob farted loudly, in lieu of a rejoinder.
"Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Paul protested.
"Jesus, Bob, that's a liberty,"
added Tam.
"This is a confined space."
"I hope they've nae snuffer dogs,"
mumbled Spammy. They all laughed. Wee boys at scout camp. Tam suspected none of them would actually sleep, but he reckoned without the effects of having barely done so in several days, combined with the exertion of their hike and the sheer mental, physical and emotional exhaustion from all they had been through. He had felt the power drain languidly from his limbs as soon as he took the weight from his feet and lay down, and realised they had been running on fumes for several miles. Within minutes, they were sleeping like... Unlike some, Tam McInnes never found himself looking back upon his life and wondering where it all went wrong, because he knew exactly, to the year, month and day. It all went wrong when some prick in a suit who had never lifted a shovel in angle decided that record productivity and decades of loyalty counted for less than the fact that you could get cheaper labour in Mexico. Well, that wasn't the whole truth really, but it was easier to put a face on your need to blame. There was a political agenda that none of them had known about. In fact, that no one was ever supposed to know about, but for some documents being leaked to journalists a few years later. Tam had read all about it in jail, which seemed cruelly ironic. He was serving his sentence for the burglaries that had started as an act of revenge for what Sir Michael Halworth had done, when he discovered that Sir Michael Halworth was really just a willing cog in a far bigger machine. It was about ideology, about politics, about power. The big bosses in the States had probably been toying with the idea for years, and to people of that mentality, it must have been tantalizingly tempting. But they were never going to do it in America. Well, not in those days. In the battle with the Japanese for domestic sales, waving the stars and stripes was about all they could do in the face of an increasingly superior product. Shutting down plants in Michigan and fucking off to Guadalajara might just have been misinterpreted by the American public as a less than patriotic gesture. For a long time, they couldn't do it in the UK either, despite the fact that the British operation was usually barely in profit. And the only reason it was in profit at all was that it was heavily subsidised. The government tried to keep things ticking over until the recession lightened and people started buying new cars again, which was also the reason the company couldn't pull out. Not only would it be regarded as a hellishly ungrateful breach of trust, but it wouldn't have done a fuck of a lot for Anglo-American relations. Enter the Thatcher administration. On the surface, Tam remembered, it appeared that the Yanks were unilaterally shipping out, muttering about obstructive unions and restrictive industry regulation, amidst crocodile tears of regret from the government and many,
"You've only got yourselves to blame" speeches. We chase the jobs away, they said. We have to learn our lessons from this. We have to be more competitive. We have to streamline. We have to abolish the restrictions and archaic union practices that have hamstrung not just our car industry, but all our industries. The lessons of Meiklewood was the irritating phrase that chimed throughout dogmatic declamations down through the 80s. We have to wreck the unions. We have to slash jobs. We have to worry less about health and safety, because it eats into profit. We have to decimate wages, because we're in a global labour market now, and that means we're competing with the third world. Never forget the lessons of Meiklewood. Of course, it was all a fucking stint-job. What had later been discovered by this investigative hack was that the government instigated the whole thing. They had very quietly decided to pull the plug on the subsidies and tip the wink to the Americans, assuring them that there would be no public blame and that there was no potential for damage to the special relationship. Why? Christ, why not? The government had nothing to lose. The money that would have gone into subsidising Meiklewood could be spent on something useful instead, like nuclear submarines or tax cuts. And the loss of a few thousand jobs wasn't a drawback. It was a bonus. Mass unemployment wasn't a government failure. It was a government strategy, as everyone well knew. It was a weapon they used to break unions, force down wages, dictate conditions. But it was more sophisticated than that. It wasn't merely a question of finding any 3 or 4 million people to haunt the thoughts and weaken the resolve of every disgruntled employee. It was a specific 3 or 4 million people Tam knew. It was 3 or 4 million people like him. They hadn't been out just to break their strength. They had been out to break their spirit. To do is to be. The Tories took away what they did. They took away what they were, took away what their fathers had been, took away their past and their legacy, and left them not just without means, but without purpose. And a man without purpose offers little resistance as a foe. He has nothing to fight for, and no comrades in arms. Steel, coal, ships, cars. They closed whole industries. Scotland had to change, the Tories insisted. Its days of heavy industry were gone, and its future, as envisaged by Thatcher, was as a service economy. Tam would have found the idea hilarious if the reality hadn't been so fucking painful. Picture it. The Figgy Park Public Relations Agency. We'll make sure they get the message. Get your point across with force. Lethal force if necessary. The Barhead Advertising Bureau. Guaranteed to get your name seen with prime site positioning. Railway bridges, bus shelters, derelict buildings and more. Previous campaigns and slogans include Fuck the Pope, Up the Ra, Priest a Young Team Yabas, and Ulster Says No. Glenburn Financial Services. Sound investment advice for when you fancy playing the futures market with your next gyro. A service economy. He's a prick. Tam couldn't believe it. Then, with more pain and anger, it gradually sank in that the Tories had never really believed it either. It was just an excuse. Disemboweling the country's industries, breaking its backbone, and bringing the unruly northern colony to its knees was the primary objective. Sure, they could vote en masse against the Tories at every opportunity, and they did. But the bastards were probably laughing up their sleeves about it back in London, like adults at the tantrum of a petulant but powerless Wayne. You can whine about it all you like, but we're not changing our minds. Now stop crying, or we'll really give you something to cry for. Meiklewood had been quite a nice district. Not exactly affluent, but certainly respectable. Tam's had been a modern wee council scheme, built in the 70s, and it had looked fairly pleasant. Although, admittedly, people's tolerance for bad taste in those days extended to architecture, as well as clothing and hairstyles. But colour schemes and exterior wall-covering materials notwithstanding, it was always neat, always clean. People looked after the place because they had known a lot worse. They had jobs, and they had self-respect. Two things that could make stray chip pokes and lager cans fill the mind with a far greater dismay than if you actually had something serious to worry about. They had been happy there, him and Sadie, and the wee inn. He had been a man of modest dreams, he knew, and had felt a degree of pride at where he was, what his family had, and what he might realistically hope to bring them. He had left school at 14, as had two of his brothers. Only Greg, the youngest of them, was allowed to stay on, with the other three helping his dad bring money home. Greg went to university, up in Glasgow. These days, he was teaching in a university down south, a professor of physics. There were brains in the family. He definitely knew that. And he had felt a sense of progress and achievement that Paul would get the chance to use his. Tam hadn't sat at night and wondered what if, bitterly reflecting on missed potential and chances denied him. But he did feel a dull ache of regret at times, and that was soothed by the thought of his son being able to spread his wings. Sibling strife and petty jealousies aside, when it came right down, they had all felt pride in Greg, and in the part they had played, but that would be nothing compared to the pride Tam would have in Paul and in himself for having got his son that far. Then the plant closed. Certain powers had made the law jump through hoops to keep him inside for almost the full 7 years. But it was only when he got out of prison that Tam realised the full extent of the price to be paid. He had walked, like bloody Rip Van Winkle, unsteadily and in weeping disbelief, from the bus stop and through the scheme to the old house. That was when he realised that jail had just been where they kept him, while he got his real punishment ready. He had known about it, heard the tearful and increasingly blameful bulletins from Sadie and letters and visits, pressure, strain, and inevitably, disintegration. But when he heard it, it was just news from the other world, the one he'd been banished from. His world stayed the same, and with his emotions frozen and anaesthetised, the only meaning the other world had existed purely in the words from Sadie's mouth and the letters on the page. Just stories. What he had shut out, what he couldn't afford to face during all those years inside, was that the world Sadie's words created was the world he would have to live in later. The one he used to live in hadn't been taken away for a time decided by the judge. It was gone forever. The scheme looked like Sarajevo without the tanks. Chipboard seemed to have become a popular alternative to glass in a great many of the window frames, enjoying the same insulation qualities at a lower price, but perhaps sacrificing a certain degree of transparency. However, glass itself had not gone out of fashion. Rather, it was now employed as a road surface material, making the streets glisten and sparkle, kaleidoscopically, reflecting the blue flashing lights of the patrol cars and ambulances. Stray dogs snapped angrily at each other in the overgrown gardens, where the balding and broken hedges slumped above walls, daubed with slogans uniformly promising violence and retribution against various groups or individuals for unspecified transgressions. Burnt out, or just knackered domestic items and appliances lay abandoned on front greens and once grassy squares, like the fallen in a war of the furniture. And across the road from the house, like a sneering epitaph to the life Tam had lost, was the burnt-out, metallic husk of a car. It was so many years since he had seen one, and the thing was charred and mangled, but he could still recognise the make and the model. Built in Meiklewood. There was no emotional scene when he chapped the door and Sadie opened it to let him in. No big hugs, no tears, no smiles. There was barely eye contact. He'd stepped into the hall, his nose recognising immediately the smell of the place, but its very familiarity was disconcerting, seeming only to remind him of the fact that he didn't belong anymore. He felt unsure where to go, which room to head for, as if he needed to be shown, invited, permitted. It wasn't his house. It wasn't their house. It was Sadie's house. The woman he had left behind. The woman he had failed. He had long ago ceased to think of her as his wife, of himself as a husband or father. Prison didn't let him.
His marriage, their relationship, was something else he had been forced to forfeit as part of his penalty. He could feel only humble in her sight, the only emotions precipitated being regret for what he had done to her, and gratitude that she was charitable enough to take him in. It had been a self-indulgence, really, a boys' thing, all of them feeling rightly sorry for themselves over what had happened to them. Betrayed, sold out and chucked in the scrap heap at an age when it was getting a wee bit late to be learning a new trade. They were feeling vengeful and reckless, wanting to strike out at someone to demonstrate their anger and frustration, too worked up to worry about the consequences. That self-deceiving logic of self-pitying abandon. What could happen to me that's worse than what already has? Big Wayne. It was one thing not to care what happened to himself, but his sin was in not caring what happened to Sadie and Paul. His indulgence, the indulgence of all the so-called Robin Hoods, was to think that what had only happened to him. To forget that it had happened to Sadie too. That it had happened to a family. But Sadie didn't retreat into herself for days and weeks. Sadie didn't go out drinking with her fellow sufferers and bemoan her lot before collapsing in a puddle of spew and piss. And Sadie didn't try and kid herself on that she could feel like a man again by breaking into somebody else's house in the middle of the night and stealing a few fucking baubles. Sadie just got on with it. The women always just got on with it. She hadn't known about the Bulgaries, and it hadn't been hard keeping it from her. They didn't make a great deal of money from the stuff, not even later on when they knew what to go after. And Tam hid what he did make from Sadie by secretly topping up the account with his redundancy in it each time they made a withdrawal. They had no idea what the first stuff was worth when they decided to flog it after accepting that the cops weren't coming for them. The plan had been to hold on to what they took from Halworth, all of it, until they were collared, then give the whole lot back untouched to show that it had just been an angry act of protest. None of them had convictions for anything before, so they had hoped that between that fact and playing the whole thing as a political stunt, they would get off with probation or suspended sentences at the worst. They didn't know any handlers, any fences. Well, there were a couple of dodgy characters drank in the Miko that were always trying to offload the odd video or hi-fi, but certainly no one who could deal with fine art and jewellery. Eventually, Bob Hanna got in touch with some pal of a pal's dug owner's brother's cousin's mate who gave them some cash, a few hundred, for the Halworth gear. Probably an utter fraction of what it was worth, but what the hell would they know? However, it was the guy this bloke passed the gear on to next who came back with a message to say he'd be on the lookout for more. He told them what sort of gear he was specifically interested in, and what kind of figures he was prepared to pay. Maybe, they told themselves, it was the promise of the money that made them go back. Maybe the need to provide for the family now the plant was shut and they were on the dole. But Tam knew what really did it. It was the buzz. It was the hyper-awareness, the vitality, the excitement you felt in the shadows of those grandiose rooms, where every nerve ending felt electrified as a thin torch beam slashed across lacquered tables, chaise longues, and paintings. The planning, the talk, the recce drives and Bob's Hillman Hunter, leaving a trail of empty export cans all the way back to Paisley. The secrecy, the companionship, the brotherhood. Christ, maybe they should have all just joined the Masons and saved everyone a load of bother. But they'd all felt so useless, worthless and impotent after the plant closed, and the feeling of purpose, so intensified and dynamic in those circumstances, gave them back what they had lost. It was a job. And of course, when the headlines started appearing, Jimmy Bell was the first to suggest they chuck it. There had been a close scrape on the last job, down near Stobel, with some wee au pair lassie coming up the stairs in the middle of the night to investigate whatever she had heard. Dinger had looked through a keyhole out of the big dining room and seen her heading down the corridor towards them. They had to leg it out the window and down a drain pipe, and Frank Docherty broke his ankle when he hit the ground. With the story all over the papers in recent weeks, not only was every cop in Scotland champing at the bit to come flying out in response to a call from one of these joints, but the householders were on their guard like never before. Frank's injury aside, they had been really lucky that night.
and they knew it. They were only a floor up, and they had been able to get out a different way from the one they came in, a route they hadn't planned or checked. They might not be so jammy in future. It was Dinger who came out and said that he didn't want to be in a situation where the only means of escape would involve violence. But it was something they had all come to contemplate. They could have walloped the old pear lassie, no bother. Capability wasn't the issue. They could even have hidden and jumped her from behind, made sure they weren't seen, then blindfolded her and tied her up or locked her in a cupboard while they escaped. Minimum force. The lassie's worst injury would have been the fright she got. But that wasn't the issue either. There was a line to cross. They talked about one last job. One meticulously planned and executed operation. Some place where there would be no one home, guaranteed. One last job where they would get hold of some really valuable gear to make it all worthwhile, and where they would leave a note to announce the Robin Hood's retirement. Then they'd pull what they made, and what each of them still had left from before, and start their own business. A repairs and bodywork shop, where they could work honestly, and which could never be sold out and shut down. But it was a dream Tam couldn't believe in, and he suspected it was a unanimous conspiracy of false faith. It was something to talk about over pints, some hazy fantasy of putting yesterday into tomorrow, just a less painful way of mourning what was gone. And if you ever admitted that to anyone else, its comfort was ruined for all of you. There was no last job. Not even a plan or a target when the cops came for them. Somehow they had deluded themselves into thinking that if you didn't get caught in the act, you were in den 123. Keys up. They had never formally decided upon their retirement, still talking about that mythical final robbery because it kept them in touch with the excitement of what they had experienced to pretend to themselves that it wasn't over. But it was. So after months of Tam feeling his heart leap every time someone chapped the door or the phone rang, the police were the last thing on his mind the morning they arrested him. He was so surprised that he felt as if they were making an absurd cock-up, like he was being taken prisoner by enemy soldiers who hadn't heard that the war was over. It was when Sadie was allowed to come in and see him that the truth in its enormity hit him. When he saw the confusion, fear, and disbelief in her face, and he couldn't tell her it was a mistake. When he had to admit to her what he had done, how he had deceived her, and admit to himself what the cost for both of them would be. He didn't feel angry, and he didn't feel hurt, and he didn't feel defiant, and he didn't feel wronged. He felt like a stupid wee boy. A stupid wee boy. And he didn't believe Sadie would ever see him as anything else. But Paul. Jesus Christ. Paul. What he had done to Paul. He'd kidded himself on for a while that it was because he was inside, because he couldn't be there to keep him in hand and to offer him paternal support. But he knew that the real damage had been done by his crime, not his incarceration. The wee fella had always believed his dad would be there for him, always believed his dad was his best pal, and always believed what he told him, what was right and what was wrong, what was on and what was not. Stealing is the worst kind of cheating. It's cheating at life, son. It's for folk that aren't any good at life, so they have to cheat. Remember that? He had left Paul, at 14, not only without a father, but without anything to believe in, at an age when kids can be self-destructive enough under the best circumstances. Hearing Sadie's episodic chronicle of Paul's deterioration was more a process of confirmation than disappointment. Exams he hadn't got, exams he hadn't even sat, trouble with the police, drinking, fighting. Inside, it was like listening to the football results. You never saw any of it, you just heard the outcome. And you knew fine the news would be bad because you had long lost any positive expectations. St Mirren always got fucked, the Huns always won. Paul always screwed up in a new and worse way. Stealing motors, joyriding they called it now, didn't even have the sense to sell the bloody things. Just drove them about at speed, and then when the petrol started to run out, took them out of town and set them ablaze. Tam couldn't understand the kick. He had to walk home for a start. Paul was in and out of a load of duff jobs. Shops and offices, fast food dives, crap hours, crap money, crap prospects. Sadie would tell Tam about each new start with a mother's dutiful optimism, and his heart would sink as he knew that she'd be back in front of him in a couple of months, looking that bit more shattered by the blackness following another false dawn. Occasionally, she would urge Tam to have a word with him, on one of the blue moons when he turned up for a visit. But there was absolutely nothing that Tam felt he was in any position to say. What authority did he have to chastise Paul for letting his mother down or making a mess of his life? None. And he couldn't face hearing Paul point that out. In the first couple of years after Tam was released, he saw his son barely more than when he was inside, even though he only lived a couple of miles away, in that flat he shared with some other waster. Paul came to see Sadie when he knew Tam would be out. He never acknowledged it, but he knew it. Sometimes it hurt, and sometimes he was grateful. When they did see each other, there was an uncomfortable latent atmosphere of blame and disappointment, unspoken wounds and grudges. They were two people who could no longer respect themselves and could no longer respect each other. And it hurt more, because they regretted it. Tam lay face down, the dry grass under his chest, his sleeves rolled up, and one foot curled around a tree stump behind him. He could feel the growing strength of the sun on the back of his neck, its light playing up onto his face, reflected by the unbroken surface of the water. The heat of it would soon take the chill off the wind. By midday, it would feel more like late summer than your usual Scottish September. The stream was about 12 feet across, the 18 inches from the surface to the bed translucently visible in a light copper gel. The movement of the water was languid, grown lazy over the summer, and as yet awaiting the invigoration of cold winter rains. Tam watched the hair-like legs and feet of insects dimple the surface tension like it was cling film. The motion of the water itself evidenced only in the fragments of submerged weed, pulled along underneath by the invisible threads of the current. He reacted a fraction of a second too late to the brief disturbances, the movement stilled by the time his eyes had picked at the area of their source. He had to concentrate on focusing not on the vivid light and activity above the surface, the play of the sun and the reflections of the trees, but below, into the slow time haze of shapes, boulders, dead branches, silt, like looking out of a window at night with the light on in your room. The shadow of a cloud drifted over the stream, and in its brief passing revealed them. More. He could still make them out when the shadow cleared. Dozens. Lazy wee bastards, lounging underneath and sometimes lying on top of the rocks, sunning themselves like they might be about to get the paper out at any minute. Trout. And once he could see them, it seemed impossible that they'd remained camouflaged before. He strained and leaned out a little further, feeling his stomach muscles stretch and tense as he held his right hand about 1.5 inches from the surface. He slowly, gradually, delicately penetrated the surface with his fingers, edging his hand underneath millimetre by millimetre. Then another shadow suddenly loomed across his field of vision. "Have you been sick?" asked a low, droning voice, causing Tam to quiver in a moment of startlement. Brief but enough to ripple the surface and cause several fish to reach frantically for the beach towels and disappear indoors. Tam turned his head around slowly to look up at Spammy, who was standing over him, chewing on some kind of stem, perhaps in search of hitherto undiscovered natural opiate sources. "What?" he asked, with unconcealed irritation. "You're lying down? I thought you were maybe being sick in the water." "I'm trying, Spammy," he said with an obvious effort of restraint, "to sort us out with some breakfast. Now, stand out the way and let us get on with it." "Aye, no bar, cool," Spammy said, shifting to one side with his hands in his pockets. Tam concentrated on the stream once more. The surface was restoring its dignified expressionlessness, and the trout was slapping on the nivea again. Tam's fingers were teasing their way back into the cool liquid when he sensed more movement to his side.
"Throat's as dry as an Arab sari,"
Spammy declared hoarsely, crouching down at the water's edge.
"Downstream,"
Tam hissed.
"What?"
Downstream. Downstream of me, if you're going to start skiddling about."
"Sorry."
Tam once more resumed his attempt to girdle a trout, trying to shut out the slurping and grunting sounds to the left of him, where it sounded like Spammy and a Vietnamese pot-bellied pig were attempting to drown each other. He eventually got his fingers underneath a biggish one, and drew them tantalizingly along its belly with a deft and reflexive sensitivity that his hands seemed to remember better than his mind.
"Spammy,"
he whispered, as the big yin wandered back over to observe his prostrate industry.
"You used to play in goals, didn't you?"
"Aye? How?"
Tam felt himself giggling the sudden action of flipping the fish out of the water and into the air behind him, where Spammy flapped and flailed at it in surprise, the wet and slimy thing bouncing off his thigh before landing gasping on the grass.
"Wow,"
Spammy said, genuinely impressed.
"How'd you manage that?"
Tam looked up from the waterside, right arm dripping from the open-palmed hand he held out.
"Kind of thing we had to amuse ourselves with years ago, when we didn't have access to mind-altering chemicals."
They made their way back up to the hollow, with Tam's catch, Spammy protestingly carrying two of the fish, expressing his concern at his hands.
"Mingin' like a cat's arse."
As a result, Paul was completing the task of hauling the logs back under the trees to remove the evidence of their camp. He had a look of intense concentration on his face as he manoeuvred a large trunk up onto his shoulder, Tam guessing he was trying to lose himself a little in everything he did. Easier just to think that you're shifting some wood than that you're sifting some wood to cover your tracks because there's a manhunt on and etc., etc. Tam crouched down and picked among the scattered twigs and the dry carpet of pine needles beneath the woven green canopy.
"Small, dry, and clean bits of wood," he told Spammy. "Nothing with bark on it, unless you can get the bark off, and definitely no leaves."
Spammy crouched in a familiarly ungainly cluster of jutting and jagged knees, shoulders and elbows, long, shaggy hair tumbling from around his face as he bent his neck to scrutinize the forest floor.
"So there's no smoke?"
"Aye."
"Cool."
Bob sat on a fallen tree, holding his staff in his left hand, a strained look of pain contorting his features and ruddying his cheeks. He glanced down glumly at his damaged ankle, moving it slightly and wincing, shaking his head.
"My leg's fucked,"
he declared with regret and ominous portent. Tam looked at it, swollen and discoloured, an angry riot of bruising and inflammation under the streaks of dried blood. A combination of desperation, determination, and pure adrenaline had allowed Bob to continue the night before. But once his system had been given time to rest and react, it had reached a condemnatory verdict on the abused limb.
"I can't go on, Tam," he said, looking his old friend firmly in the eye.
Their gazes remained in silent intercourse for a few moments, as a burdensome inevitability closed in upon them. Tam nodded.
"I know,"
he said softly. The trout tasted of charcoal in the places where the sticks had pierced them, near each end, for holding them in the heat. Other mouthfuls had a bland, chewy consistency that betrayed where the flames had been a little tentative in their ministrations. However, the flavour, warmth, and solidity of it in Tam's mouth and going down his throat, together with the smells and the muted crackle of the small fire, made it the most satisfying meal he had eaten in ages. It could have been some primal sense of fulfillment that did it, of having hunted or caught the meat you ate, but Tam suspected it was probably the even more primal matter of being absolutely fucking starving. They sat on the ground or on logs, gnawing at their fish on sticks. Surreally reminiscent of kids working away at big ice lollies. It was unlikely to catch on, though, Tam thought. Definitely not the pictures, anyway. "Have you tasted the finest of trout?" Spammy sang, inexplicably to no one, of course. "In the woods picking scales out your mouth." "I never knew you could cook that," Paul said, gesticulating with his skewered breakfast. "Why'd you never bother at home?" Your mother wouldn't have it," he said. "What? Have you offered?" "Aye, but she'll no let me build a fire on the kitchen flare." "So what's the plan?" Paul asked. They had disposed of the sticks and fish skeletons by burying them a few yards into the trees, then kicked away the ashes of the fire and covered the site of it with handfuls of pine needles. Bob looked over at Tam, then at the ground. Tam sighed with resignation. "Bob's not coming," he announced. "What?" asked Paul. "My leg's totally knackered, son," Bob explained regretfully. "I can't go on." "Aye, but we could carry you. Can we, Spammy?" "Sure. We could make a stretcher with jackets and a couple of logs." Bob smiled, laughed a little, and shook his head. "I'll bet you could as well," he agreed. "But I think it's the end of the line for me on this one." "Bob needs treatment," Tam explained. "His leg's in some state, and Christ knows what infections he might be getting in non-cut." Bob nodded affirmation. "There's nothing else you can do about it, boys. I'll have to take my chances with the police again." "But Bob!" Paul protested. They'd come a long way together. A hell of a long way. "But nothing, Paul," he interrupted. "Never bother about me. I'll be in a nice comfy warm hospital bed tonight, while you're under another fucking tree with earwigs crawling up your arse." Paul smiled sadly in reluctant acceptance. "I'll tell him everything that happened," he said. "I'll tell him all about the crash and about how it was that wee shite in his China that killed the policeman. And this time, they'll already have proof that there was somebody else there, that there was somebody else in that bus with us, and that was him took the guns. And maybe by the time they catch up with you, I'll have sown a wee bit of doubt about what happened at Craig Urquhart." "Fuck. Let's hope so," Paul breathed. "So what are we gonna do?" "Well, we're no just leaving Bob here," Tam stated. "There's the off chance that we've actually done this run and carry on quite well, and that nae bugger will come along here and find him for a wee while. We don't want him sitting here freezing his balls off and starving to death. We also don't want it to be too obvious what way we've gone when they do find him. So, I'm going to help Bob back down the hill a wee bit. I've done a bit of a recce this morning, and there's a road on the other side of this hill, running through part of the forest in places. I'll get Bob down as far as that, then I'll catch up with you, Pierre." "Where are we going then?" Paul asked. "Onwards and upwards," Tam stated, looking along the trail. "This forest sits in these hills like a big green blanket. Goes over the ridges, down the sides, into the valleys. Just acres and acres, miles and miles of pines or firs or whatever they are. I want you, Pierre, to head upwards to the ridge and wait for me there. For that kind of vantage point, you'll be able to see me coming, nae bother. But more importantly, you'll be able to see anybody else coming. If you see police or sodgers before you see me, then just get off your marks and let me worry about myself. And while you wait for me, you can keep yourselves amused by finding water sources and anything that's edible." "Like what?" asked Paul. "Mushrooms," said Spammy with a grin. "All right, correction," said Tam. "Edible and non-hallucinogenic." "So where are we going after that?" Paul inquired. "Doesn't matter," Tam said, curiously. "We're no heading anywhere specific. We're just staying hidden. Like I says, this is a big forest. If the weather stays mild, and we've got food, water and shelter, we can lie low here for days.
days!" Paul exclaimed. It was as much a protest against circumstance as against his dad's judgment. Spammy just gave a low giggle. "Mental," he gurgled. "They'll have roadblocks all over the place, Paul," Tam explained. "They'll be watching towns and villages, railways, everything. There's nowhere we can go." "What? So are we gonna all turn into fucking Grizzly Adams?" "No, but if we can stay out of sight for a wee while, they might start to think we've got past them somehow, and they'll relax the search around here. They'll be expecting us to turn up in a hijacked motor or something, heading for Glasgow, somewhere they think we might have pals." "Fair enough. But then what?" "Then we'll see." There was comfortingly little sound as they made their progress along the forest floor, the soft cushion of needles and moss muffling the whump of Bob's makeshift staff and his lopsidedly heavy footfalls. Bob had his left arm thrown around Tam's broad shoulders and gripped the wooden shaft with his right hand, his injured left leg dragging uselessly beneath the multi-limbed and two-headed arboreal creature they had formed. "Will they two be all right?" Bob asked, in a gasping whisper, resting breathlessly against a staunchly straight-climbing trunk, a tree so formidably solid and strapping that it looked like further up it ought to have its arms folded. "Aye," nodded Tam. "They'll no do anything stupid, and there's more to that spammy one than he lets on." "Aye, you're tooting there," Bob concurred, with a wee grin and a shake of the head at some memory of the lanky zombie's inexhaustibly bizarre behaviour. "You know, he could be the one that saves us in court," Bob added. Tam furrowed his brow, curious but suspicious. "See, the prosecution will describe everything we're meant to have done. Then the defence will put Spammy on the witness stand. Then the jury will clock him and just go, 'Nah, you gotta be fucking kidding. He doesn't look like he could break into a run, never mind a mansion.'" Tam laughed, finding a pleasure in the return of the once so familiar sparkle in his old pal's eye, and a sadness in the prospect of its impending loss. "You realise, Bob, we're all probably famous by now," he observed, opting not to expel the two of them from the comfort and shelter of their pattern. It was very cold beyond it, and there was no need to go out there just yet. "We were famous before," Bob replied. "No. Back then the Robin Hoods were famous. Nobody knew who they were, that was the point. But you can bet just about every person in Britain knows our names right this minute." "Probably got nicknames as well," Bob added, "to make us sound more authentically criminal. Tam, Mad Dog McInnes. Bob, the Bastard, Hannah. Cameron, where am I? Scott." They laughed together for a few moments, before setting off once more. "I think infamous is more likely the word, actually," Tam reflected. "I don't imagine we've been portrayed in a very flattering light by the media, especially as that Voss bastard owned half the media." "Aye, true enough. But at the same time, we're probably no public enemy number one for everybody. I know what happened to him was terrible, and I'm not saying it was right or he deserved it, but he was a bad, bad man, Tam. There'd have been plenty queuing up to kill that bastard. And there'll have been a few having a fly-wee drink to our names this week." "Aye. Not least whoever it was that actually fucking killed him." "Well," Bob sighed, shaking his head, "I wouldn't be wasting brain cells wondering about that one, because we're never going to find out." "No, you're right." They came to a tiny stream, just a couple of inches of water spilling over gravel and rocks, but going at a splashing, cascading pace, so they stooped for a few mouthfuls. "Ah, that tastes good," Bob declared with a growling approval. He bent to the flow again and slapped up another couple of handfuls. "Keep at it," Tam suggested. "Could be a wee while before you get the chance of more." "You as well," Bob replied,
especially with that pair on water divining duty.
Tam laughed.
What are you going to do, Tam?
Bob asked, his tone suddenly low and serious. Tam looked up from where he knelt by the stream.
Don't know, Bob, he admitted. Couldn't tell the young'uns that, obviously, but...
He looked away, turning his head.
You're just buying time, aren't you?
Tam nodded, saying nothing, still looking away into the trees.
I'll do what I can, Bob said. Tell somebody that'll believe us. They can't keep up this terrorist shite anymore, so sooner or later they'll have to let us talk to a lawyer. It's not a lawyer we need, Bob. It's a fucking miracle. No, less of that, big un,
he said, reaching out a hand and grabbing Tam's shoulder. Tam looked back at him.
Don't you be lost in the place at this stage, Bob chided him. You do what you can do. Stay hidden. Lie low. This isn't all as cut and dried as you think. Mind how fucked off the police were getting back in Edinburgh, just before we got huckled into the bus. They were getting frustrated, because all they had was us. They'd no murder weapons and no witnesses, just circumstantial evidence. And that might no look quite as fucking dramatic when everybody's had a wee while to calm down and look at the picture again in the cold light of day. You stay down, Tam. Bide your time. Keep they boys safe. And don't gie up. Never gie up.
Paul watched Spammy's progress a few yards ahead of him, struggling to think of a word to describe his curious gait, reminded as ever of images from wildlife documentaries, featuring baby deer taking their first steps. Lolloping seemed to cover the long-limbed stride, but carried utterly inappropriate connotations of haste and energy. Equally, it would have been unfair to say he was slow, because Spammy somehow covered a lot of ground underneath those uncoordinated legs. But there was a lethargy about his motion sufficient to belie the fact that he was moving at all. In that respect, Paul reflected, the appropriate metaphor was a corporation bus. They were able to walk along the forest floor in the daylight, the limited visibility of their moonlit trek having restricted them to the path the night before. There was a fresh, clean, and wonderfully pure smell, sharpened by the slightest chill in the air. Paul breathed it in greedy snorts and gulps, filling himself with it like he was quenching a thirst. Every sound they made was muffled by the trees and the springy ground underfoot. The clear but softened tones of their voices not carrying more than a few feet, like they were in a recording studio. Spammy had gone through a brief fixation with stamping on loose sticks and twigs to try and make them snap.
See, in the films, Nora, some daft bastard always gives himself away by stoning on a stick, he had mumbled. It goes, carack, like a fucking gun gone off. It reverberates for fucking miles as well. Fucking alpine villagers coming out their doors to see what the noise was all about. Fucking avalanches starting for the earth-shaking impact of this mighty stick getting stood on by some skelly bastard, or a fucking deer. But it's pish. I've been stoning on sticks all fucking day, and they don't even break. Never mind snap. They just sink into the ground, or they just bend or kinda roll down. You really got to put some effort into it to get the fucking things to break, you know? Like you got to fucking concentrate. If your mind's elsewhere, like the daft bastards always is in the films, then you've absolutely no chance of a result. And see, when you do actually get one to break, listen.
He placed a stick against the protruding root of a tree and trod purposely upon it. There was a dull, unobtrusive crunching sound.
See? Snap! More like a fucking click. Like breaking the lead off a pencil. Piece of nonsense, so it is.
Paul just shook his head and followed on. This was quintessentially Spammy. He'd say bog all about anything for hours, no matter what or how important the conversation around him was.
Then he'd rant on passionately about something that would redefine the extremities covered by the term inconsequential. Their journey had proceeded to an intermittent soundtrack of clicks and, dare he say it, snaps, amidst many thuds of failure, until Paul got fed up and told him to chuck it. I accept your point, Spammy, but nonetheless, we're still technically on the run from the law, meant to be hiding, keeping quiet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I am being quiet. Nobody can hear us.
Paul stopped, looking up into the branches above for a moment to stem the building charge of exasperation. Fine, Spammy, he sighed. But think how sadly ironic it would be, having so vividly demonstrated your argument, if the sound of you stoning on a stick did give us away.
Aye, but...
Well, how about the sound of a stick getting shoved up your arse? Paul still wasn't sure why Spammy had become involved. It wasn't the kind of thing you asked him either. You could ask, but the answer would be perplexingly nonsensical, and he'd give you that amused look that said he couldn't believe you were stupid enough not to anticipate the consequences of such a foolhardy inquiry. But what was in it for him? Oh, they all thought they might make some money, sure. At least it was what they kept telling themselves to help them get through the Kafkaesque nightmare. But it seemed absurd that that could be it. Spammy didn't seem to bother much about money. When he had any to spare, he never fucking bought anything, except extra hash.
For a rainy day.
And, given the west of Scotland's prevailing levels of precipitation, opportunities for its consumption tended to present themselves fairly quickly. If someone gave him several grand for nothing, Spammy wouldn't say no, Paul was fairly sure. Fairly. But whatever dreams or aspirations he wasn't talking about, cash didn't seem to be something he lusted after. And the word career was quite definitely not in Spammy's lexicon. He did wee odd jobs, fixing videos and tellies for people, occasionally doing maintenance stints at local recording studios, but he seemed more motivated by an obligation to help out whoever needed his services than for the payment they handed over. It was almost incidental, like he needed to be reminded to take it. Look, Spammy, money. Remember? Stuff you buy drugs with. Ah, right. See, ironically, out of the four of them in this sad wee fiasco, Spammy was the one who had skills and knowledge that would be considered viable in today's labour market, or whatever you wanted to call it. Paul's dad and Bob's abilities were long redundant, and his own were, not vocationally defined. No one had use for what they could do, whatever they could do. Plenty of people could use what Spammy could do, though, but the applications they had in mind were, in Spammy's view, not sufficiently inspirational or satisfying. Which roughly translated to a complete fucking waste of time. There was also the potential obstacle of no one in their right mind giving him a job after they saw what he looked like, but Paul wasn't sure that hurdle had ever been reached. Spammy liked to portray himself as a classic college dropout, but was extremely vague and cagey about the details of his dalliances with Paisley Tech, like it was not so much an alma mater, as a bit of a loose tart that he didn't want people to know he had shagged. Paul had got drunk in the flat one night with one of Spammy's dangerous girlfriends, the man himself missing in action since a trip that afternoon to Capello, lair of the Inverclyde shite. Sorry, Greenock Morton, and formerly just Morton, a calculated name change like Windscale to Sellafield. Such tangential associates were the best, if not often the only, sources of information about what was or had been going on in his flatmate's life. Her name was Fiona, an equally spidery creature with scary hair and makeup, like something out of a silent movie, most of which looked like it had been applied in the dark. She was becoming increasingly dischuffed with Spammy's evasive, or just plain bewildering behaviour, acutely so that evening. This wasn't because he had failed to show up at the pub. That usually happened. She would then arrive at the flat, shout at him for 5 minutes as he came round from his slumbers or continued tinkering with some pile of exposed and worryingly sparking electronic circuitry, and then fail to talk to him into leaving the building. After that, they'd get pissed or stoned and retire to Spammy's room. Half an hour later, there'd be more shouting, as she protested about his preferred response to her undressing and turning the light off, sleeping, and then finally huffy silence or Fiona's breathy orgasmic noises, depending on how much Spammy had smoked. But that evening, Spammy hadn't even been at the flat, negotiating the return bus journey to Greenock, having apparently proven too much of a challenge. Paul had been slightly worried that his flatmate might have fallen prey to some of the local wildlife, the Morton Supporterus vulgaris extremis. But either Fiona didn't share his concern, or the thought of it was not entirely disagreeable. She seemed happy enough for Paul to be a substitute companion in her familiar Saturday night routine, and they had made inroads into a bottle of grouse together, watching shite telly because Spammy had left the stereo partially dismantled. Paul had eased off his own consumption as the suspicion grew that Fiona intended to use him as a stand-in for all 4 acts, so to speak, and had turned the conversation to the subject of Spammy in an attempt to cool her ardour. This worked, inasmuch as it put her in an extremely bad mood, and set her off into drunken and incoherent stream of consciousness spam hate, certain snippets of which shed a stroboscopic light on the man in question. Drop out? First bloke to drop out of Paisley Tech with a degree in electronic engineering. Bloody waster. Would have had companies queuing up to give him a job, if he'd just get his act together. Have a haircut. Have a bloody bath. Classic student that never grew up. Got used to dossing about, living off tins of beans and haggis suppers, looking like an advert for Man at Oxfam. I know Spammy's not easily bored, but he's got to get fed up with this eventually. You can't do it your whole life. Well, maybe you couldn't, Paul had thought, but if anyone was ever born to have a crack at testing the theory, it was Spammy. Remember, I'm no gone down there as their prisoner, Tam. I'm gone there as your emissary. He had needed to be physically pushed by Bob to begin his retreat into the woods. Tam felt more like he was abandoning his friend than just taking a different path. But he knew that guilt was really just anger and frustration in a guise of humility. It was still hard to leave nonetheless, knowing what awaited Bob, lame and isolated on a grey roadway, with the iron retribution of a vengeful nation out looking for its stray scapegoats. It was a strange kind of parting. A parting very like death. Like Tam was at Bob's bedside as he slipped away. Bob was going now, and although Tam knew it wouldn't, it couldn't be too long before the same happened to him. The point of the exercise was still to put that off for as long as possible. Knowing capture was inevitable was like knowing death was inevitable. It made no difference. If it did, they all might as well commit sideways on the spot. As much as he would miss him, he couldn't tell Bob he hoped to see him again soon, as they both knew that quite the opposite was true. It was a regretful farewell that both parties nonetheless hoped was final. Tam paused against a tree, taking some of the weight from his legs and regaining his breath after a swift and strenuous ascent. He had no idea when Bob would be found, but he needed to get as far away from him as possible in the time before it happened. He had told himself not to look back, because if he glanced once, he'd be glancing every 10 yards, and he had to keep his eyes on the ground before him and on the trees and bushes ahead. However, he couldn't resist one last look, just to see whether Bob had made it to the road yet. He leaned around the tree and strained his vision. But he had stopped on a part of the slope where a veinous spur rose to one side of him, obscuring his view down into the valley. Tam took another few breaths and set off again at a light jog, veering his course to the right to reach the brow of the spur another 100 yards on. He dropped to his knees and crept forward, keeping his body close to a tree and his movements slow. He could see the road in 2 places, either side of a bend where it skirted a rocky hillock like a big toe sticking out from the green sleeping bag of the mountain. Jesus. This was it. He could see Bob, sitting patiently by the roadside on a fence post, his now familiar stick still present in his hand. Calm and relaxed, like he was just out enjoying the unexpected gift of autumn sunshine, and out of Bob's sight, heading his way in swift, purposeful strides, were two figures in camouflage fatigues, breaking into a run as they approached the bend. Tam wanted to close his eyes, told himself he should be using these vital moments to get deeper, further, higher, but he couldn't move any more than he could stop looking. The figures were out of sight now, obscured from Tam's line of vision for a few seconds as he rounded the outcrop. Bob was able to see them before Tam. He shuffled down off the fence post and hobbled out into the road, holding onto the stick with one hand, his other raised in surrender. Then, as the figures drew nearer, now visible to Tam again, Bob's free hand slowly dropped, as if in uncertainty, and he gripped the staff with it also. Bob turned and began desperately to run, the hard thumps of the staff hitting the road rising to Tam's ears after a few moments' delay, as Bob lurched and stumbled erratically away from the approaching men. Tam watched in confusion as the pursuers broke into a sprint and, rather than seize Bob as they reached him, passed on the outside and continued ahead a couple of yards. They stopped and turned to face him as he staggered helplessly towards them, carried forward by the momentum of his last lunging, hopping pace. The smaller of the two held something out at arm's length. Tam saw Bob's head whip backwards, as if suddenly pulled by a rope. The report of the shot reached his ears a second later. Chapter 8. Ken leaned over the desk to peer closer at the computer screen, where the same graphic appeared 3 times, once in colour, once in black and white, and once in miniature. He took his glasses off and focused on the images again, feeling the first heralds of a headache that would be marching in mob-handed and boisterous as the day wore on. He hated bloody computers, and had ample evidence of reciprocation. Put simply, he resented their presence in the building, nay, the business, and they in turn had been campaigning concertedly for years to get him sacked. Once upon a time, the back bench had very much the final say on what actually appeared in the paper. Now it was these wee plastic bastards, which seemed to decide for themselves whether they were going to follow your suggestions for what should be on each page, and tended to change their minds or chuck in idiosyncratic alterations after you'd pushed the button to send the plates to film. Swapping pictures was a big favourite, and not just ones on the same page. With all of the scans swimming around in the same digital electronic tank, the DTP system had a terrifying tendency to fish out the wrong one when you went to press. And as the on-screen preview picture was a separate file, what you see was not necessarily what you get. Ken would have written off the fuck-ups as pure technological accidents if they hadn't evidenced a suspiciously consistent sense of humour. Caption: Evil and depraved. Rosemary West was told she would never leave prison after being found guilty on 10 counts of murder. Picture: the Queen Mother. Caption: Sacred vows. Father Shaw insists there are practical alternatives to divorce. Picture: O.J. Simpson. Caption: National embarrassment. The country's reputation on the world stage suffered further due to an appalling lack of self-control from Ferguson. As in Duncan. Picture: Sarah. Bastards! He rubbed his eyes and sighed, as a ponytailed graphic artist Keith magnified the 4-colour version of the image until it filled the screen on its own. This was the second time he'd found himself staring dumbfoundedly at it. Look, can I not just get a picture of it on a bit of fucking paper? He had asked earlier, after the pixel had glared back angrily at his strained and complaining retinas. No problem, Keith said, and proceeded to print out a colour laser copy of his creation, which he handed to Ken after it was excreted from the fag-burnt, moulded fiberglass anus of the printer-cum-photocopier. On it, there was a blurry and smudged stramash of colours, visible only when the sheet was tilted at an angle that didn't reflect the strip lighting off its glossy sheen and into the lenses of his specs. "Bugger it," he had declared, scrunching up the printout and bouncing it off the head of Keith's assistant, an exasperatingly sloth-like creature whose name he couldn't remember, as he had only ever heard him referred to around the news desk as Lump. Lump didn't move, didn't even react. Lump evidently didn't have reflexes, and possibly not a spinal cord either. "Ugh, give us another wee look at it on screen," he sighed. This was bloody hopeless. Apart from the fact that the graphic was presented in a colour scheme Quentin Crisp would have said no to, there was a rather inappropriate Fred Quimby kind of feel to the icons within it, and he half expected to see little birds tweeting around the heads of the figures lying in front of the upturned prison bus. What was even worse was that the manhunt could end at any time, and it was at least 8 hours before the first edition of this shite went to bed, 18 hours before most folk were looking at it next to the coffee and toast. He had said as much in protest, when that pompous fanny of an assistant editor suggested the graphic in the first place, but had been overruled with a pile of mince about reader accessibility and leading the eye into the story. "If they want to look at cartoons, they can buy the fucking Beano," he consumingly wanted to say, but had to bite his tongue, as his jacket was already on a shaky nail, and that skinny wee shite was dying to be the one who gave it the decisive shuggle. The whole Voss thing had been such an awkward beast to wrestle, and this latest twist was threatening to throw off his grip altogether. Some might have imagined a story like this was a newspaper man's dream, especially with it growing and running on so expansively. But Ken wasn't enjoying it one bit. Oh, sure, it meant you didn't have to waste much time deciding what to lead with on the front. And with it all happening up here, there was no room for the usual debate over the comparative merits of some local brouhaha against a national story that the London papers would be going big on. But the downer with something as toweringly huge as this was that it was never quite yours. You had to queue up with everyone else to get your share, and although there was plenty to go round, well, that in itself was the problem. You sent a couple of hacks to go and collect your wee slice of what the police were handing out, but tasty as it was, everyone else had got the same, and the cops weren't letting anyone near the pie itself. So, you sold your dish to the punter on the strength of your trimmings, rather than the meat. Big background pieces on page 2, Life of Voss, facts about the 4 suspects, sidebar on reaction to events, local angle, national angle, quotes from both political heat bummers and ground level, maybe some wee woman whose daughter's a cleaner at Craigarcourt, comment pieces from the picture byline status columnists, plus the obligatory "What's the world coming to?" hand-wringing article to satisfy the Presbyterian Catholic needs for assurance that society is indeed gathering speed on its plummet into irreversible moral decline. And the sad thing was that it worked. It sold papers. Even this fucking stupid bus crash graphic would do exactly what that hand-knitted plamp had said. It would catch the eye. It would attract readers, because they'd have already seen the pictures on TV, and if the other papers carried agency shots of the wreck, the Saltire would stand out because it was offering something colourful and new. Ken took a seat between Keith and Lump and stared blankly at the screen, stroking his beard with one hand to give the impression that he was pondering the image, when in fact he was blurring his vision and letting his mind wander. Ken had been at the Saltire for nearly 40 years. From a 14-year-old copyboy to news editor, a position he had held, more or less, for over a decade. There had been an interruption to that tenure when he was appointed deputy editor 6 years back, at a time when his full editorship seemed inevitable. However, widespread realization of the haplessness of his replacement on the news desk coincided with the realization of his own. People had always said that if you cut Ken, he would bleed ink. And in those short months away from the coalface, he discovered that it was true. The power, The prestige, the kudos, and the cash had always seemed so attractive from below. But once they were within his grasp, he understood that what really mattered was doing what you were best at and what you enjoyed. He returned to the news desk on the deputy editor's salary, giving him what seemed for a while like the best of both worlds, until the paper was sold and the new management began to salivate at the prospect of Ken's removal and replacement with someone younger and cheaper. But that wasn't what was depressing him. He was lonely in his dissatisfaction with the paper's coverage of the Voss affair. The young reporters were wetting their pants the whole time about getting their bylines on the story of the decade, walking around full of energy and self-importance, like they had just broken fucking Watergate. But none of them had got their hands dirty, not unless the phones hadn't been cleaned for a while. Ken was reminded of a few pompous sports hacks, who seemed to think it reflected on their careers and abilities that they had covered Real Madrid versus Eintracht Frankfurt at Hampden. Christ, all you needed were eyes and a fucking typewriter. The circulation department was equally pleased. Monday morning's edition selling more than any other since the 60s, and Tuesdays a decade record for that day of the week. The boss was happy, and so, reportedly, were the suits upstairs. And given the uncertainty over his position of late, Ken should have been on his knees thanking the heavens for this godsend, making a show of his own efforts and enthusiasm, and reminding a few people that the compliments should be passed to the same place the buck usually was. He didn't really think so harshly of the young'uns. He didn't harbour any sentimental notions that they didn't make hacks like they used to, or that these kids couldn't have handled it back in the insert personally preferred golden decade. Hacks never changed much, in any generation. You always got the same complement of Trojans, Skivers, Flakes, Whiz Kids, and Bampots. If there was anything different about this crop, it was that, probably as a consequence of high unemployment and hence gratitude for not just a job, but a job they liked, they maybe worked a bit too hard and drank a bit too little for his liking. But they'd grow out of that in time. He shouldn't begrudge them their day in the sun with the Voss thing either. What was bothering him, he knew, was just another bout of the periodic crisis of purpose and identity that afflicted every print news editor in the latter third of the 20th century, usually precipitated by a big world-scale event such as this, dealing with a stark reminder that your job wasn't to break the story anymore. That lay in the domain of the TV and radio boys. Sure, he knew that when it came to actual coverage, to intelligent, insightful rendering of the facts and details, his paper pissed all over the broadcasters, and from an increasing height since the B-band, particularly ITN, started interpreting the news for the sentiently challenged, assuming the comprehensive faculties of a 4-year-old viewer. But, in a way, that made the reality of it even more painful. These fucking morons told you first. No one had picked up the Saltire on Monday morning and learned with a jolt that the Grim Reaper had shown up at Craigarchet the night before and said, "Taxi for Voss." No one bought it on Tuesday because they wanted to find out the latest developments in the investigation. But still, they bought it. Ken knew the game had changed for the print boys, and he wasn't some anachronistic fossil who couldn't deal with it. In fact, it was his proven ability to deal with it that had put him where he was now. But the hack's most primal instinct did growl every so often. To be the first to know, first to tell. No, the only one to tell. For your paper to be the only place someone could read all about it. But that was just a self-torturing pipe dream. A practical impossibility. Even when you did get something ahead of the competition, like some local scandal or even just a new angle. First edition was on the streets for the back of 10 at night. Anything you ran that the others didn't have would be quickly shoehorned into their pages within the hour, with some half-redundant new quote added so that they could tag their version of your fucking story with exclusive. And by the time it was hardly relevant anyway, because the public already knew the juice before any paper hit their doormat, having heard it on the morning radio or caught it at the arse end of Newsnight. There was barely such a thing as an exclusive anymore. Not really. Not a big one. What passed as a poor substitute these days was when some scheming politico chose one particular paper to leak some hopefully damaging document to, or when some starfucker signed up to one or other of the sleaze sheets to exaggerate the sexual content of his or her 15 minutes. And the success of that tabloid in netting such stories was much like the success of the Rangers in netting league titles. There was little merit to admire when it was simply a matter of having the biggest chequebook. All of which he could live with, most of the time. See, despite the sales, the quality and the accolades, the Voss affair depressed him because none of it was exclusively his. And for the most part, he could live with that too. But as John Cleese had once said in tortured agony, it's not the despair, it's the hope. Every so often, something did come along that no one else had. Something that even on TV and radio would initially be prefixed with the phrase, revelations in the Saltire. So despite putting all his efforts and abilities into making his paper's coverage and analysis of second-hand news the most fresh, incisive, and downright fucking sharp, a part of him was not only hoping, but indeed had to be alert and ready for someone to walk in the door and tell him they had an exclusive on the Voss story that would not only blow the competition away, but would rock the whole country. He shook his head, bringing himself back from his reverie, focusing again on the bus crash graphic as Keith hovered and Lump vegetated. Then Jack Parlabane walked in the door and told him he had an exclusive on the Voss story that would not only blow the competition away, but would rock the whole country. "This one comes with fries and salad for us," he said. "Let's go somewhere quiet." "So what the devil is that?" Ken asked, staring quizzically at the metal contraption Parlabane had dumped on the table in the art office, which was where Keith and Lump lurked when they weren't demonstrating their creations to the appropriate desk. "That's what was supposed to kill Nicole Carroll, McInnes's lawyer. Fitted under the car, triggered by a remote. Takes out the brake cables. Then it's down to that law of physics which says two objects can't occupy the same space simultaneously." "Jesus! Who's trying to kill her?" "Whoever killed Voss." Ken leaned back against an old paste-up board, a relic of the lamented pre-DTP days, apparently saved from the skip by Keith. Although, as he did all his work on computers too, Ken couldn't figure what it was used for. "Wait a minute, Jack. You're saying they didn't... McInnes, Hannah... They didn't do it?" "It's a set-up for us. They didn't kill Voss, and I'd take short odds that they didn't kill anyone last night either. They're the fall guys. Carol was showing every intention of pointing that out, so she had to be silenced. So did her boss, but I didn't know that in time, and now he's dead." "Her boss?" "Finlay Campbell. Murdered yesterday in Glasgow by, reportedly, 2 muggers. You interested yet?" This was familiarly bleak Parlabane humour. Ken knew he looked anemic. "And the lassie?" he asked stumblingly. "She's safe for the time being." "Have you told the police? I mean, have you shown them this thing?" "Not yet. Whoever's behind this has family-sized cop connections. This is the only hard evidence I have right now, and I don't want it going missing. Neither do I want to answer any questions about where Nicole Carroll is, or advertise my own involvement in this thing." "Fair enough," Ken reflected, folding his arms. "So what does the lassie know that's so dangerous?" Tam McInnes and Amigos weren't being assisted from the inside. They were being blackmailed. They were being forced into carrying out a burglary. A burglary note. Basically to put them in the right place at the right time to pick up the tab for Mr. Voss's sudden demise. "Any proof?" "Not anymore. What there was took a walk from the Manson and Boyd offices in Glasgow. Probably overnight on Monday." "Fuck's sake! You got them coming out the woodwork, Jack." Parlabane nodded. "And Polish connections? How'd you know that?" Parlabane paused.
"They killed my friend, Fraz," he said, after a few seconds, looking him in the eye, and then looking away, in his face a hurt and uncertainty Ken had never witnessed before. He didn't follow the logic, but it could wait. "Jesus. I'm sorry, Jack. Who?" "Lafferty. Donald." Parlabane shook his head. "It wasn't a suicide. Don't ask me how I know, but believe me, I know." "But why? I mean, I thought—" "They're killing anybody who knows anything. Anybody who can pick a hole in the case against the Boss 4. This is someone very powerful but very desperate, and that's a fucking dangerous combination. That's why I'm here." "What do you mean?" "I need you to run this." Ken laughed. "Christ, Jack. If the Queen suddenly confessed to killing Kennedy, I wouldn't bump this story off my front page." Parlabane smiled a little. At last. "I know, Fraz. What I mean is, I need to lead on the angle that someone tried very surreptitiously to kill Nicole Caro, and that by a remarkable coincidence her boss was murdered the same day. I don't have anything solid on the other stuff, for instance. Nicole and I are the only people who know anything went missing from her office. And the reasons I have for believing Donald Lafferty was murdered would get the paper laughed off the newsstands. But I need the world to know that someone is trying to kill Nicole, because that could be the only way to protect her and protect anyone else tied into this." "How would that protect her? If these blokes are so powerful, surely they can still top her and leave us all wondering in vain who they are." "It would change the game," Parlabane stated, leaning his elbow on top of a Mac monitor. "Right now, they don't want anyone playing join the dots with the bodies they've left behind. They don't want people to know that these victims were specifically targeted. Lafferty's a guilt-ridden suicide. Campbell's murdered in a mugging. Caro's supposed to die in a car crash. These guys don't want anybody to know they exist. Never mind that they're trying to stop anyone poking their nose into the Voss murders. Because knowledge of their existence, their activities, their agenda, in itself, casts doubt on the guilt of the current suspects. If we let them know we're onto them, let the world know Caro is a target, then they can't kill her, or anyone else, such as my good self, without it turning the whole Voss affair on its head." "And won't running this story do that anyway?" "To an extent. And yeah, they could just decide to proceed with wiping out anyone in the know and hoping they don't get caught before they slink off back to the shadows. But I'm hoping it makes them change their strategy, cover their tracks some other way and let the mystery of these unsolicited improvements to Caro's car fade from the public's short attention span interest." "What will you do then?" "I'll keep breathing, and so will Nicole. I'll take it from there." Ken took a seat in the high stool that had been tucked under the tall, paste-up board, while Parlabane slumped into a swivel chair in front of a big Mac monitor that was a swirl with multicoloured screensaver patterns. "So, your friend," Ken began tentatively. "Did you manage to speak to him at all after the Voss murders?" "I hadn't spoken to him in months. I knew him from back when he was a cop in Glasgow. I didn't find out he was working at Craig Urquhart until after he was dead." "Right. Incredible, isn't it? Would have been a hell of a source. And I didn't even know that's what he was up to." Ken gave a regretful little laugh. "It's funny," he said. "It keeps cropping up." "What does?" "Craig Urquhart House. Been a great source of stories on its own in recent years." Ken reached down to beside another of the Macs and lifted a fat and tattered brown folder, dog-eared sheets of paper jutting untidily from its 3 open edges. He offered it to Parlabane. Parlabane placed it on the table and began leafing through, glancing at the headlines on the clippings and the captions on the pictures. It was a well-worn and much-accessed library file, corroborating what Ken had just said. There were yellowed newsprint sheets dating back to the 20s, when the place suffered a blaze which claimed 5 lives. Through its restoration in the 30s, visits by several Hollywood stars and starlets in the 50s, when its owner was something of a playboy, and on until the political storms of recent years. The real fun went on while you'd been living in the States a few years back, Ken explained. The place was under the ownership of Lord Wainscroft, a Tory peer, whose freight and shipping business collapsed, you might remember, after the company finally lost an extremely distasteful negligence and compensation claim in Singapore. I remember the incident, Parlabane said. Ship went down somewhere off Malaysia, didn't it? Lost about 50 crew and played the fuck out of some nearby islands. Set new standards in the cheerful contravention of safety procedures in pursuit of driving down operating costs. I think Private Eye started calling the proprietor Lord Wainscroft of Kwun Lan afterwards. But that must have been way back in about 87. It was, Ken confirmed. But Wainscroft's lawyers played a blinder at stalling every inquest, inquiry, and report, as well as the court case itself. And the Book of Legal Dirty Tricks came out in a revised edition after some of the moves they pulled to avoid paying a wooden threepenny to the widows and the islanders. Smear campaigns, intimidation, you name it. I think they were maybe hoping the plaintiffs would give up or even die, so that they could walk away from it. But a verdict was eventually reached about 4 years ago, then upheld after the inevitable appeal, which dragged the saga on for the best part of another year, and Wainscroft got it hard up the jacksie to the tune of about 30 mil. I wish I'd known at the time, Parlabane reflected. I'd have drunk to that. Aye, it was fairly entertaining, especially when the Singapore court seized all of Polestar's assets before Wainscroft could siphon the cash away and claim the company was skin. He didn't have the 30 mil, but at least they fleeced him out of what there was. So back in Blighty, Lord W is on his uppers with a wife and 6 racehorses to support, and needs to liquidise some assets. He decides to sell Craigarcourt, as he only goes there for the odd shooting weekend now and again anyway, and happily finds a buyer. A company called HMG by any chance? The very same. They paid 2 mil of public money for the estate, cash which I'm sure came in very handy for Lord W at such a difficult time. Justification was the same line as for when they bailed out that Churchill tit with lottery dosh, that it would be in public ownership, a fine country estate, invaluable part of Perthshire's heritage staying in the nation's hands, blah, blah, blah. There was an inquisitive and expectant glint in Parlabane's eye, something Ken welcomed greatly after the shock of seeing him so unusually grave. So what was the juice? He asked. Guy from Leith phones me here, a chartered surveyor down in Burnett Street, which is CS Central. Says he surveyed the place 7 or 8 months before, for revised insurance purposes. He put it at 700k, and he's got the documentation to prove it. Ole, said Parlabane. Indeed. It was a happy couple of days round here, I can tell you. But like everything else with these unconscionable fuckers, they just rode it out, brass-necked it. Got the Voss papers to rubbish the evaluation, dug some dirt in the CS, full overkill. And by the time they're through, the establishment version is that the government stiffed Wainscroft by taking advantage of his urgent need for cash to snatch this incredible estate for a song. Parlabane flicked further through the clippings file. But the fun didn't stop there, I see. Far from it. They spent a further fortune doing the place up, then waited until the next royal extramarital shagarama was hogging the front pages to let slip that they're not opening the joint to Joe Punter. It's to become a facility for entertaining civic guests, VIPs and foreign businessmen considering major investments in the UK. By which you mean Beanoland holiday camp for major Conservative Party contributors and supporters. You're a harsh and cynical man, Jack, and absolutely correct. I've got a contact up there, a chef, pal of my son's from college. You've got someone on the inside? Parlabane asked, suddenly sitting up in his chair. Ken shook his head, waving down his excitement. I know you're thinking, but it was a non-starter. He was the first guy I phoned when I heard, but he knows nothing. He wasn't even there. Voss and his wife weren't eating in Craigarcourt on Sunday night. They were supposed to be going to some party fundraising shindig in Perth. Kitchen and waiting staff had the night off, as did half the folk who worked there.
Which whoever killed Voss must have known. Fewer potential witnesses.
Ken nodded. Plausible enough. Anyway, this chef, Davy Evans is his name, has always kept us informed of who the taxpayers' hospitality is being extended to at Craigarcourt.
In advance?
No. He just lets us know who's been. It's served us quite well. A sort of running embarrassment, ongoing scandal kind of thing. I mean, there are people entertained at Craigarcourt who are on diplomatic business, or might well be planning to start an electronics firm in Livingston or whatever. But the number of freeloader wankers who are up there as gratitude for political or financial services rendered is astronomically greater. We waited until been up and running for a few months before we broke the story. We ran a wee table of who had been there, weighing up the legit against the liggers to emphasise the point. And every so often, after that we'd update it, mainly for mischief value, as the Scottish office never gave the slightest indication that they cared a fuck what anyone thought of the situation. These days, we only dig it up if somebody that the average lefty reader finds particularly loathsome has been hunting, fishing, and guzzling at public expense. There would probably have been mention in the paper this week of Roland Voss's stay there, if circumstances hadn't cut it short the way they did.
Parlabane gave a dry laugh. Yeah, he said. Can't quite see the VIPs queuing up for a weekend there now.
He put the folder down on top of the computer's keyboard, open at the malign CS's report. Ken rubbed at his beard in a manner so familiar that it often irritated himself when he realised he was doing it. Don't suppose you've got any theories about who actually did it, Mr. P? Parlabane exhaled slowly, opening his bloodshot and tired eyes wide.
Not a scoop for us.
His hand strayed idly to the folder, fingers toying with the edges of pages without actually turning any.
It's obviously someone very powerful, very connected, and very ruthless. But that doesn't really narrow the field much, as that kind of profile fits a lot of people in the circles Voss moved in. Think about it. Voss owned people, politicians, cops, intelligence, not only in this country, but probably every country in Europe and quite a few beyond. His friends and enemies would too. I mean, we're not just talking about media magnates or international businessmen here, Fraz. We're talking about arms dealers, arms manufacturers, people who make, buy and sell fighter jets and fucking tanks. The big media moguls get such a high profile simply because it comes with the business they're in. And maybe it's a business that attracts a fairly extrovert personality. But Voss was in partnerships and rivalries with guys whose names few ordinary people have heard, but who have a sight more money and clout than any newspaper baron.
The old military-industrial complex, Chestnut.
Parlabane smiled. Well, not exactly. I know how that sounds, but what I'm saying is that we'll probably never know what this was really about, what Voss did to deserve it, never mind who actually called in the hit. Even if we did catch who pulled the trigger or wielded the blade, they're not going to talk. That's if they live long enough to be asked any questions.
Aye, true enough, said Ken. We'd never know the real story. But I don't imagine those 4 poor bastards up in the hills would be worrying about that. If you found out who did pull the trigger, then at least it would prove it wasn't them.
Parlabane gripped one arm of the swivel chair, rolling his eyes to the ceiling. I know. Christ, he said. But I've nothing to go on. If I knew a wee bit about what was found, what evidence there is, it'd at least be a start. Working out how is usually a big help in working out who. But it's not like the police are going to let us have a wee traipse around the murder scene. In fact, the cops are apt so tight about this one that my own contact has given me heavy vibes that I should keep my head down for both our sakes. Let me tell you, it's a hell of a trick discrediting the evidence against someone if they won't tell you what the evidence is.
Parlabane reached for a couple of the many old newspapers that were scattered about the small room liberally enough to cause a fire safety officer to torch the place himself, just to get it over with. He placed a copy of the Times on the desk first, then slapped a saltire down on top of it.
I mean, look at this,
he complained, indicating the 2 front pages.
This is as much as anyone's got. Same details, same quotes, even the same fucking stupid graphic.
Well, Keith was working on her own, Ken explained in half-hearted defence. But Lump crashed the system. So we had to just pull that one off the wire at the last minute. It's from Newsgraph or Infographics or somebody. The graphic was an extremely simplified detail of the layout of Craigarcourt House, Boss's room and part of the hallway outside, showing where each of the 4 bodies were discovered. The 2 VIPs side by side in the bedroom, and the 2 bodyguards just outside the door. The little black silhouette figures each had their arms around their heads and their right legs bent at the knee. From a certain angle, they looked like they were performing a Highland fling.
Christ, it's pathetic, Parlabane spat. Folk are actually happy to accept this sort of pish as a substitute for news. Maybe they think the easy-to-understand wee diagram makes up for the fact that none of it is telling them anything. I mean, what does this graphic actually say?
Ken laughed wryly as he watched Parlabane stand up and lean over the desk to scrutinise the 2 front pages, wishing the acerbic wee bugger could have been an ally in his recent discussions with the assistant editor.
The copy tells us 4 bodies were found, Parlabane continued. 2 in the bedroom and 2 in the hall. You don't really need a diagram to get your head around that concept, wouldn't you agree?
With all my heart, Jack.
Parlabane shook his head, stopping himself from ranting further, his eye drifting momentarily away from the 2 newspapers and over the open folder. He was about to sit down again when he apparently realised what he had just been looking at, and had another glance to confirm it.
So, Jack, Ken said, do you...
Parlabane raised a palm to request Ken wait a moment. He continued to look at the open folder, but now far more intently.
This is your genuine, official architectural floor plan for Craigarcourt, yeah?
He asked.
Aye, part of the CS's report. We didn't need it, but we kept all the stuff together.
Master bedroom. That would be the VIP suite now, wouldn't it?
Aye. One of the English Sunday supplements did a big photo spread in it when it had just been done up. But still.
Parlabane lifted the photocopied plan from the folder and placed it and the saltire on the tilted and scalpel-scarred paste-up board.
Right. Forget Voss and Mrs. Voss, he said, drawing a couple of matchstick men on the plan to represent the corpses of the bodyguards. What's wrong with this picture?
Ken rubbed at his face fuzz in consternation, then suddenly stopped himself. He was doubly self-conscious about doing it around Parlabane, as he had once said Ken's beard, "Looks like a squirrel shagging your mouth."
I'm afraid you've lost me, Jack,
he confessed, placing his hands in his pockets. Parlabane took his pencil and pointed at the plan.
These were highly trained bodyguards for us.
He put the point of the pencil between the 2 matchstick men and began slowly tracing a line down the long corridor that led away from the door of the master bedroom to the top of a spiral staircase.
This hallway is about 15 yards long, he said as he drew.
And?
There's no doors. Look at this. There's an outside wall on this side, and on the other side, the rooms that back onto this passage are accessed via another hallway, another staircase, here, he indicated, jabbing the pencil into a different part of the plan. Do you know why there's no doors for us?
Well, I read something about keeping the master's quarters separate.
Parlabane was shaking his head, the gas turned up a notch in these Stygian flames in his eye.
Security purposes, he said. This place was built back in pretty rough times, remember? Never mind privacy or any bollocks like that. The purpose of this big long approach to the master's room was so that no one could get to it without being seen by the master's guards, who would have been positioned, then, as now, right outside the fucking door. The bad guys couldn't have come in the window of the bedroom, because Voss and his wife were in there, and they'd have called for help. The guards would have come storming in a second, not wait to be gunned down in the hallway. And if by some chance the killers were able to get into the room and do their thing without Voss raising the alarm, then why bother offering the bodyguards if they don't know anything's amiss? No. Whoever took out these 2 had to come up this staircase and into the hallway to do it.
These men were shot. What was it? Once each through the forehead? Between the eyes?
Something like that.
Ken nodded, smiling.
I see what you're saying.
If someone who's not supposed to be there comes into that hallway, he, or they, have got about half a second to get their shots in before the bodyguards draw their own weapons and ask what they want. Less than half a second, because if the bodyguards see guns, they're going to react as trained, do all that smallest possible target shite. So, from 15 yards, that's bloody sharp shooting. They'd have to be serious pros, not some ex-car workers or spaced-out druggies.
Parlabane was shaking his head again, intriguingly.
They were pros, certainly, he said, but that's not the point. The point is, they didn't need to spring out suddenly and shoot these blokes through the forehead from that distance, even if they were capable of it. The point is, they were able to walk right up to them. The point is, the bodyguards knew them. It was someone who was supposed to be there, whose presence wouldn't trigger any reaction. "Oh, hi guys, how you doing? Blam!" Someone on the inside. But why didn't the cops suss this out? There was no need. If they had just come across the 4 bodies, it's the sort of thing they'd have clocked right away, to help work out who they should be looking for. But they didn't need to go looking for anyone. They already had 4 guys caught running away, one of them resembling an extra from a Peckinpah picture.
Maybe this is what your pal was onto,
Ken said quietly after a moment. Parlabane nodded, solemnly. He closed the folder and handed it to Ken. "Right," he said. "Give us the number of this chef bloke."
"I already told you, Jack. He wasn't there on Sunday night."
"I know, but he might be able to tell us who was." Sarah sat in the settee in her dressing gown, hair still damp, nestling a coffee in her lap, and glancing through the gap between the door and the frame where she could see Nicole standing by the telephone table in the hall. She looked very small and very tired, standing on uneasy legs and staring blankly into space with eyes that were feeling the strain of having been opened far too long. She held the receiver to her ear, but didn't speak. Nicole was an awkward person for Sarah to meet. Was that unfair? She thought of Jack on Monday night, shattered and crying, dropping to the floor as if shot, a hamstrung version of himself that she had never seen before, buckled with grief, tortured by the thought of phone calls he never made, ways he might have made things different. Some might find it odd that he could be so hurt by the death of someone he seldom saw, someone he wasn't even that close to anymore. But emotion has a long memory. He and Donald had been very close once, and that's how close you feel when the loss hits home. She was also wise enough to know it's a sentimental heart that beats in the chest of the cynic. She had held him so tight, and for so long. She knew he'd have to get involved now, and she wouldn't ask him to sacrifice doing so for her, because it would really only be for some insecure and selfish part of her. She knew that people's lives were in danger, and that Jack might be able to help them. And she knew that despite his grief and anger, he'd be careful, that he loved her too much to give in to the self-indulgence of any nihilistic recklessness. But still she had wished she could stop him, and had clung on to him in bed, as if she might be able to prevent him ever leaving her grasp. He had made love, as words and tears spilled into kissing and entangling. The proximity of death is so often curiously aphrodisiac. How she had gripped and squeezed him, so possessively, with every part of herself. Now here she was, looking at a young woman using her telephone who, had it not been for Jack, would have died last night. Scared, exhausted, confused, and disorientated, but still alive. And Sarah understood that with his instincts, his insight, his skills and his abilities, whether he liked it or not, there was a great responsibility attached to being Jack Parlabane. Female doctors had the highest divorce rate in the country, and many of those marriages broke up because their husbands couldn't take what their wives brought home. It wasn't so easy to blame them. Sarah dealt with so much suffering, So much pain, so much grief, and so much death. You couldn't just hang it up along with your hat and jacket when you came home at night. Jack had appreciated that. He listened to her cathartic rants, talked her through the periodic depressions, forced her into the pub when he had decided nothing but a skinful would clear her head of it all. And he had told her that he knew this would always be the price of being married to her. Now she understood her side of the bargain. I couldn't believe it, I can't believe it. Don't. It's bollocks. It's a setup. I mean Donald. No, Donald. Donald was cool, Ken. I know. I brightened the place up. He was never miserable, Ken. Not like some of the dour-faced bastard who was in charge of. Took his job serious, but he never took himself too serious, Ken. I know. It's not like he'd something on his mind. It's not like you'd have got the impression he wasn't... I didn't, Ken. Content, much as any of us are. Like he was fucking looking for a way out or a way up. Christ, if Donald had wanted to screw somebody in the place for money, he could have done it himself with a lot less bother, Ken. I know. Parlabane was patient, despite his pressing need for what Evans could tell him. He, of all people, understood the young man's need to give vent to his exasperating incredulity, his perplexing frustration at what he had been asked to accept. Yet another soul tortured 1,000 ways by the loneliness of one single thought. It doesn't make sense. At least he wasn't having to run for his life or his liberty at the same time. Used to talk music to him. Man, he knew so much stuff, Ken. Fucking saw the Clash at the Apollo. Never had a ticket. Got helped in a back window after Joe Strummer. Parlabane couldn't help but smile. It was a well-known story. The hall full to bursting because the band had been operating an unofficial open door, or open window, policy from their dressing room. Everyone you met who had been there that night claimed they were one of the fortunate freeloaders. There had actually only been about 40 of them, and 4,000 liars. Donald was one of the latter, and apparently still persisting when he should have been too grown up to fib. Parlabane knew this because he personally had queued all fucking night in Renfield Street in a pish-smelling doorway to get tickets for both of them. And if Parlabane had wanted to break in free through a window, he wouldn't have needed Joe fucking Strummer to help him. He was sharp, eh? Evans continued. Ken everything that was going on. Apart from who was telling the Saltaire about who was visiting. No, he ken that fine. He turned a blind eye partly because he didn't have much love for the Tories, Ken. But mainly because I was just telling them who had been. If somebody was leaking who was due to be coming, that would have been a different story. So tell me, Davy, apart from Donald, who else was working on security for the Voss visit? Let me think. There'd have been Tony Cowan, Grant Crossland, Jimmy Mc... Is this Donald's guys you're talking about? Aye. That's not what I meant. Who else? Who was involved that wasn't part of the regular Craig Urquhart setup? Oh, I see. Well, there were Voss's 2 bodyguards, obviously. And there were the government guys. Government? Ken, like fucking Secret Service or something. We usually only get them when there's some foreign politician or ambassador or something. They're like, overseeing the whole visit, Ken. So if it's, say, like the Prime Minister somewhere or other, he might be at Craigie for a couple of days, then down to Edinburgh, then London, Ken. And these guys are checking out all the arrangements right down the line. So I suppose at Craigie, they come in and check what Donald's setup's like, what's like, then give the sums up or ask the rain with alterations. As I says, but this is usually only for real big noises. If it's just a high Hegian or some company, then it would just be up to Donald. But this Voss gad's got the full boona. He wasn't part of any European government. But I suppose it was because he owns half the European governments. So these Secret Service guys, did you see much of them? Aye. I couldn't tell you how many there were, because some of them keep an awfully low profile, Ken. Just kind of blend into the background, which is their job, I suppose. Only ones I saw much of were the undercover guy and the boss man. Undercover? Aye, that's what we called him. They had a guy brought in, posing as a waiter. Happens with quite a lot of the high security visits.
They think we're fucking stupid, and we'll no notice anything strange about a new waiter starting work a week before a big visit. Always some big clumsy fucker with horns mere used to hoarding necks and dinner plates. I think they did to check we're no spitting in the Tory bastards' dinners. This one was actually alright. He knew we had clogged him, so he came clean fairly soon. We all got an okay. And the boss? But like a brick shithouse. I wouldn't have fucking messed with him, believe me. He came to the kitchen a couple of times, looked around, then started saying, move this, shift that. Made fuck all difference, but happens all the time. I think they do it to let you know they're in charge. What was his name? Never heard. They tend not to say. Even the undercover gadge, he says his name was Billy, but he wouldn't tell us his surname. Never answered to Billy a few times either. All I remember about the boss man was that he liked to come across as Mr. Control, Ken. Really calm and soft-spoken. But it was funny like, 'cause you could tell he was one of these guys that only does it 'cause he's permanently one fuck-up away from losing the place altogether. I heard him cracking up at Grant Crossland one time, and shouting at his own guys, too. When he lost his temper, he dropped a posh accent, and started sounding like, fuck, I don't know, a country bumpkin, Ken. Some fucking yokel with a big dod of straw sticking out his mouth. And do you remember anything about any of the other guys? Anything at all? No. They all look much the same after a while. Torn-faced bastard in suits, trying to look hard. To be honest, I couldn't even tell you how many of them there were that weekend. Could have been 4, could have been 6. They just float about trying to look intense to disguise the fact that they're bored out their trees. Every now and then, one'll stop you and ask you where you're going with that steak pie, like there might be a fucking bomb hidden inside it, or a very wee assassin. Fucking wanks. Quite, thought Parlabane. The phone rang. Again. It had been like a mewling bairn, gurning away for attention all morning, never satisfied by any amount of delicate handling and soft words, wearying restless in its cradle. The handle was uncomfortably warm, the earpiece more so and sticky with it, and the mouthpiece was starting to bounce back last night's garlic. Hello, You know who this is? Interrupted a quiet but insistent voice. Uh-huh. Usual. 20 minutes. I can't do that, she said flatly. I'm in the middle of... Nothing as important as this. Click. The bastard. The bastard! The arrogant, egotistical, self-important wee shite. Irritating, cocksure, obnoxious, presumptuous little Tory. He had something. Jenny jammed the file she was looking through back into a forbiddingly messy drawer, grabbed her car keys, and left. The cask was busy with the lunchtime pie and a pint crowd, the loud hubbub of mixed conversation hitting her as she came through the double doors. It was standing room only, drinkers ringing the horseshoe-shaped bar and leaning against pillars across the wooden floor. She peered between gaps in the throng and saw him, sitting alone at a small table, his bag slung proprietorially across the empty chair opposite, which was attracting disapproving glances from some leg-weary bystanders. She went towards the bar, catching the landlord's eye from behind, a few fiver-clutching punters. He gestured hello with a raised brow, then indicated one of the pumps to request confirmation that she liked the usual. She replied with a gesture, indicating that a half would do, and he set about pulling it. Cheers, Mac, she said, lifting the drink and handing him payment. Welcome, Jen, he said, then nodded to one side. Sherlock's over there. Jenny placed her drink on the table with one hand and whipped Parlabane's bag off the chair with the other, sitting down and staring him confrontationally in the eye. This better be fucking front-page news scoop. What the hell's going on? He took an annoyingly long pull at his own pint, then placed it very slowly and precisely down on the ring of liquid it had previously left on the tabletop. Then he sighed.
Jenny was about to grab him by the throat and tell him to get on with it when he began speaking. "All right, Jen. I appreciate the inconvenience and the short notice and so on. So I'll do you the courtesy of giving it to you straight. Here's the facts. Tell me if there's anything you don't follow." He glanced down at the table for a second, as if he had notes written there. "Sunday night. An evil, Machiavellian, right-wing, scheming, worthless piece of shit called Roland Voss finally gets what's long been coming to him. I don't care. His wife gets it too, which is a bit of a shame, but to tell you the truth, I'm not too broken up about that either. Maybe she didn't deserve to die, but then again, neither did any of the thousands of civilians killed in Angola and various other war-torn African hellholes by the anti-personnel mines that helped pay for her rocks and frocks. I don't know. Call it compassion fatigue. 2 bodyguards also die. Again, I'm not squirting too many tears. To paraphrase the late great J.C., live by the automatic, die by the automatic. Monday afternoon. Well, that's different. Monday afternoon, a friend of mine dies inside your police station, reportedly by his own hand. That one I care about." "You knew Lafferty?" "I'm sorry, Jack." "Hear me out," he interrupted, calmly but firmly. "The song ain't finished. Tuesday afternoon, someone walks into an underground car park in Glasgow and attaches a remote-controlled device to the bottom of Nicole Carroll's car. That's McInnes's lawyer, by the way. It's supposed to take at her breaks at a rather inopportune moment on her way home from work. Fortunately, it gets removed by an intrepid, intelligent, and devilishly handsome journalist. Any relation to a paranoid short-hour soap dodger? And the attempt on her life fails. Also on Tuesday afternoon, Carol's boss is stabbed to death in Partick by 2 alleged muggers. Tuesday evening, the bus transporting the Voss accused to Peterhead mysteriously crashes somewhere in the hills. The 4 prisoners escape. 1 guard is apparently killed in the accident, and the other cop and the driver are shot dead. Now, maybe it's just paranoid old me, but is the word conspiracy entering your mind here at all? Well, when you say, "Not sure," fair enough. Let me continue. Wednesday morning, said short-hour soap dodger is looking at a floor plan of Craigarcott House, when he notices that the 2 unfortunate bodyguards were shot through the forehead at one end of a 15-yard long corridor with no doors off it. Now, either they were taken out from that distance by Martin fucking Riggs, and I haven't seen Mel Gibson around these parts since Braveheart opened, or they were shot from close range by 1 or 2 persons they thought they had no reason to be suspicious of. Either way, it couldn't have been any of the 4 men hiding in the hills with acorns up their arses. So you tell me, Jenny, what the hell's going on? "Why are you asking me, Scoop?" she said huffily. He could get very smug when he was onto something. "Sounds like you're the one with all the answers." "Somebody killed my friend, Jenny." "Who was it?" She sighed, staring down into her drink. "I'm sorry, Jack. I really am. I don't mean to be moody, but, well, things haven't exactly been a barrel of laughs lately. The station's felt like a terrorist siege, between the media camped outside and the arrogant wankers shouting orders inside. As for Lafferty..." "He didn't kill himself, Jenny. He tried to get a message through to me just before he died. Whoever claims to have found him taking cyanide must have been the one who force-fed him the stuff. Who was it?" If anyone else had suggested this, Jenny would have fallen off her chair. Coming from Parlabane, it was just in context. She knew it was too late now. He was involved. Cal was right. The whole thing was now a Parlabane situation. Fasten your seatbelts. "I don't know," she said, weary and worrying. "Seems like no one knows anything about this whole disaster opera, including the cops investigating it. Place is crawling with MI5, giving everyone suspicious looks the whole time, as if to say, fuck off, you're not getting a game. There's cops from L&B and Tayside on the case, but it sounds like the suits are really running the show. When the Lafferty thing happened, they just seemed to come out of the woodwork, running past you to get to the interview rooms. They wouldn't let anyone else near the area. Can't say I was suspicious about the fact that they're not talking much about the incident. It represents a Class A fuck-up for all concerned, and controlling what the media knows about shite like this is paramount. She shook her head and took a quick sup of her beer. I don't know, Jack. You say you don't think he topped himself. I've learned not to question your instincts too much. But the other stuff you're saying, well, Christ, I suppose it would explain a few things. What? He said insistently. This was probably a bad idea, but as the genie was already out of the bottle. Well, like I said, the suits are trying to keep the whole deal strictly within their own domain. But you know what cop shops are like? Biggest gossip parlours and rumour mills on the planet. So if someone tells them to mind their own business, it sends them into overdrive. It's like telling a kid not to look over there. But the word is that the investigation was running into the proverbial brick wall. I mean, obviously they've caught these guys, literally red-handed, and they've been dubiously given prevention of terrorism powers, a real license to lean. So they're off to a flyer, then bang! She slapped her palms together, left and top of right. I think on Sunday night/Monday morning, they must have thought they'd have a confession before first light. But they get fuck all. All four of these guys are telling the same story. And the full repertoire of psychological trip-up tricks fails to get one of them to contradict another, or to make an inconsistency in repeating his own story. Even lying doesn't work, telling them one of their pals has cracked and confessed. None of them changed his tune by a note. Actually, strictly speaking, we're talking about three of them here. This Cameron Scott character apparently had his two interviewers threatening to resign if someone else didn't relieve them. And according to one of the Tayside boys, the next bloke to try it broke 3 of his own fingers, punching the wall after a couple of hours with the guy. And what were the other 3 saying? That they didn't kill anyone. That they were being forced, blackmailed into carrying out a robbery. No shit. And it didn't occur to anyone after about 30 hours of questioning that they might be telling the truth. Look, Jack, we're not fucking idiots up there. We pull in guys we've caught red-handed all the time. And trust me, contrary to what you might think, on the whole they tend not to put their hands up and say, "It's a fair cop, you've got me bound to rights, governor." Added to that, in this case there's a plethora of rumours buzzing around about everything from terrorism to mafia to arms dealers, you name it. So no, under the circumstances, after 30 hours or more, a good cop would have every right to think not that they were telling the truth, but they were fucking good at lying, that they were pros, that they knew what they were doing. Okay, Parlabane said, holding his hands up in surrender and apology, which was just as well. But the interviews were only half of it, she continued, calming down. You might as well tell him. If there's a load of weird shit flying around your head, doing nothing but confusing you, you might as well give it to someone who'll appreciate it. What else? Nothing else. Well, that's the point. No murder weapon. No guns, no knives, no witnesses, no fingerprints. Fuck all. Hundreds of people combing the area, and all they found's a laptop, some wire cutters, and a wee contraption for carving holes in windows, which obviously wasn't used to cut any throats, as it was blood-free and still had glass fragments all over it. This time yesterday, the whisper was that if the cops went to court with what they had at that stage, it would be a far from foregone conclusion. Without a confession, they're relying more on the public's moral outrage to convict them than on hard evidence. So the detectives are all geared up for one more big push, when the word comes through from on high that the prisoners are to be moved. Cops are incandescent with rage, but the suits are listening to none of it. Someone somewhere has decreed. They're talking about growing security risks following the Lafferty death, saying they're uncomfortable having the whole world know where these men are being held. Don't know what we could be dealing with here, that sort of thing. Plus, I think concern over the travelling fair outside on the front steps, as well as louder and louder grumblings from the lawyers in Glasgow. They were being moved to Peterhead, she told him. Except no one was supposed to know.
What, without being charged?
Wasn't the first time it's been done. If they were charged, the lawyers could move in, which tends to make confessions harder to extract. The idea, I'm told, was to resume hostilities up there where, ironically enough, security would be tighter and the lawyers would be as inconvenienced as possible.
So whose call was this?
Chief Stewart, presumably. There was certainly no consultation with our guys, who naturally freaked, but they had to live with it, and the prisoners all got bundled into a bus yesterday afternoon.
After which, the story took a radical new turn.
She said, arching her eyebrows. In for a penny. So, you want to hear this morning's wee rumour?
Is a Pope a misogynist?
A few cops over at Crammon Station got their knickers in a twist, claiming they had seen a bus pick up a prisoner from the back of their nick yesterday evening. Some guy who's been sitting handcuffed in a big Rover with 2 suits keeping guard on him. Bus comes in, they chuck him out of the Rover and into it. Bus fucks off again, and so do they. Cops were told it was Trez Hush Hush, but one of them says he's sure it's the same bus that he saw on TV and in the papers. Claims he remembers the last 3 letters of the plate because when it pulled into Crammond, he thought it would do his wife for a personalised reg. Parlabane's eyes looked like they were being inflated from the back. Now, before you get too excited, Scoop, the suits have reined this in tight, because they don't want conspiracy theorists like your good self coming in their jeans. Patted the cops on the head for being observant, but assured everyone that it was a different bus, that they've got documentation for both vehicles' schedules, and that according to the paperwork, the false prisoner's bus didn't stop at Crammond. It just crossed the Forth and went on into the sweet by and by.
So they're saying this guy's wrong about the registration, Parlabane said incredulously. About his own wife's initials.
No, he only remembered the last 3 letters. It wouldn't be such a huge coincidence, because if the prison service bought a few vehicles from the same manufacturer at once, they would have the same last 3 letters. So yes, there could have been 2 identical buses with near-identical plates driving out of Edinburgh last night.
But there could also have been only the one, with a 5th prisoner on board that nobody's supposed to know about.
Yes, Jack, theoretically. But if you're speculating about a conspiracy to frame McInnes and his mates on the kind of scale that could facilitate all this, I mean, why don't we have a planted murder weapon? Why don't we have a bloody knife or a smoking gun? And why would there be a 5th prisoner smuggled aboard the bus?
Why else? To cause the crash, to carry out the killings, same as at Craig Urquhart, he said, as if astonished she didn't recognise it as the most screamingly obvious thing in the world. To murder the driver and the guards, then fuck off, leaving the 4 mugs to take the blame, again.
Jenny looked away momentarily, calming herself in a fashion much practised in conversations with Parlabane. Well, tell me this, Scoop, she said, voice trembling slightly with latent frustrated rage. Just why the hell would they want the guards and the driver dead? And why would these evil conspirators want their whipping boys to escape?
You've just told me,
he said quietly, unsurely, as if answering the question for himself rather than for her. Bad sign. Light bulb above the head moment. What? He was quickly losing the colour that his excitement and indignation had stoked up. She was witnessing the bizarre Parlabane thought process in full. Insane, runaway train with a madman at the controls tilt. She braced herself.
You don't have enough,
he said, somehow to the air in front of Jenny than to her face directly.
The cops don't have enough, but the public already think these guys are guilty and are crying out for blood. If they escape and kill a few more people, then go on the run with a bunch of stolen guns, it pisses all over any confession you could squeeze out of them in an interview room.
Aye, but this time they can actually point a finger at someone else when it gets to court. Parlabane shook his head gravely, swallowing nervously.
There won't be a court case if the suspects are all dead.
Jenny started to get up. You're out of your fucking mind this time, she said. They're seen to kill Voss. They're seen to kill the policeman. You've got a personal involvement, Jack. Your pal died. Your judgment's doolally. They go on the run, a danger to the public. They're hunted down and killed. There's an inquiry, but no real investigation. You're losing it, Jack. Take a holiday. Get Sarah to prescribe you something. And the bad guys live happily ever after. I've got to go. Jenny was still fizzing as she got into her car and drove off. He was insane. This time, he was totally, eye-bogglingly, twisty-head bonkers. His friend had died, and that was upsetting. But he was over the edge, in a way that perhaps only Parlabane could be. She sped out of Broughton Street and across Queen Street, cutting off some toss and a probe, which was either the most or least self-consciously named car in automotive history. She could never decide which. No wonder she had walked out. It was ludicrous. If Parlabane's mind was usually like a Gary Larson cartoon, then today it must look like the one with all the cows, dinosaurs, snakes, and horn-rimmed bespectacled matrons piled shamblingly on top of one another in the cluttered frame, the words, "out of order," tacked across the picture. Then the thought began, and she wanted to scream and shout it down. It was something she wanted to blot out, pretend she hadn't heard, but inside, in the place of painful honesty and self-knowledge, she knew it was like a cancer whose development was inexorable once it had started. And it had started. She could fight it, but somehow fighting it always became a stimulant part of the process of its growth. She'd walked out on him, something she had never done. But then he had never come out with something quite so outrageous. It was a time for new precedents. So why didn't she argue the case? Why didn't she laugh him down or agree to disagree? Why did she up and leave, and why so suddenly? Because his case was too irrational to argue against. Because he had equally suddenly postulated an idea that was insulting to her intelligence and her sense of reality, or something. But did she walk out, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up"? Or was she running away? Was the reason she had reacted so dismissively to Parlabane's theory, to the extent of leaving so that she didn't have to listen to it anymore, like a big Wayne holding her ears and shouting, not because she didn't think it could be true, but because she didn't think she could handle it if it was, that if he was right, she would have to deal with it, that she was part of it. She thought of the atmosphere around the station this week. The suspicion, the secrecy, the feelings of impotence and imposition, the suits, the spooks, the contradictions, the rumours, the inconsistencies, the fear. So if Parlabane was right, then her world was suddenly a very scary place. But still, how could he be right? Maybe these four guys didn't kill Voss, and maybe whoever did would have a reason to try and kill the lawyers because it would ruin their frame-up. But Lafferty? Murdered rather than suicide? In the station? In HQ? And the bus crash? Christ. How high would this thing have to go for them to pull off what he was suggesting? It would be ludicrous, ridiculous, it would be terrifying. She thought of the dead-eyed bastard, MI5 Big Noise, that was calling the shots. Knight was his name. Bomber, the cops in the station had nicknamed him. Whose call was the prisoner transfer? Parlabane had asked. His. What was it Callahan heard from Crammond? 2 suits, English, unknown to anyone local, very hush-hush. No one knew where they had come from or who the prisoner was, or where he was being taken, and no one was supposed to ask. Didn't come in sight, just waited for the bus in their big black car. MI5, ID, authority, documentation. Christ. She had to take a deep breath before walking back into the station, fearing that her mind could be read, hoping she didn't look too pale, or that, God forbid, she was trembling. But when she got to her desk, there was a comfort and security about the familiarity of it all, and her own chair would be a more stable position from which to put what she had heard, and thought, into perspective. Then Callahan came over, and told her that Robert Hannah had been shot dead by detectives late this morning, having come at them with a pistol. It took less than 10 minutes for the phone to ring.
You know who this is?
Cunt.
Take it you've heard, then.
You know, one day you're going to be wrong, Scoop. I'm going to enjoy it so much.
Who killed my friend, Jenny?
Working on it.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook. Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.